Essentially, so my name is Thomas, and this is my co-host for today, Teresa.
Yeah.
So a big round of applause for Teresa for hosting for today. So let's do a quick warm-up. So is everyone stretched up or ready to go? Want to do some yoga? Or no, okay. No. How about your arms? Can you do this? No, come on. You can, come on. Everyone. Okay. No, I didn't tell you to put them down. Put your hands up. All right, thank you. And keep them up. All right. You as well. Thank you. So who was here? If you were here at the Ignite yesterday, just keep your hands up still. Very good. So I guess everyone has done their Daniel meditation tape this morning. So you're all very calm, very zen. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Okay. And if you were at open spaces yesterday, keep your hand up still. Still pretty okay, So I think you can take your hands down now. This was the warm-up. Oh, it burns already. Jesus. No, so I think I actually talked to a few people about what makes Devopsdays special the other day. And what we came to was basically Ignite and open spaces, making it the most special. It's kind of the special flavor we do have. That doesn't take away from all the other stuff that we're going to do here in this room today. But if you didn't attend open spaces or Ignite yesterday, just make sure that you're there for that. But maybe, Teresa, what did you learn about yesterday? What was your big takeaways?
Well, I really enjoyed the session with Julia. Me and my imposter syndrome, we really vibed with that, you know. And yeah, exactly as you said, Ignite and open spaces was probably the most exciting because it's so lively and very short and kind of keeps you on your toes, right? And yeah, John Willis, Redrick's experiment. I didn't see it, but I heard it was really cool. Also, even if I watched it, I probably wouldn't understand anything. Because I am by trade an event manager, and so when you guys are talking, you know, Kubernetes and service mesh, and I was like, yeah, okay, fine. But yeah, I think I'm quite new to the Devopsdays Amsterdam, so I, was asking how, I was very nervous to come here because it's my first time hosting in person. Thank you. Thank you. And people are like, you have to connect with the audience. I'm like, oh, how do I connect with this audience, when I don't understand anything from the tech world? And then I remembered, vulnerability, that usually, gets people. So I wanted to share something with you, quite personal. I went quite through a rough time recently, I went through a divorce with my latest job. But I'm ready. I'm ready to go out there, I'm ready to date. So you companies that are looking for an amazing event manager, I am available.
Hey. I think get in line pretty fast.
Yeah, quickly. All right. So, about today, what are you looking forward to, Thomas?
Yeah, so I think I was talking about Ignite and open spaces, and they're of course important, but the lunch is also very important. So at 12 o'clock we're going to be outside for food trucks. There's also going to be lunch around here. But even more than that, I'm actually really looking forward to the keynote of today. So if you saw Andrew's talk yesterday about socio-technical systems, he was talking quite a lot about how there's kind of this pendulum between either focusing completely on tech or completely on humans. And I think this is a very important point for people who are very stuck on the technical side of things, and really focusing on these so-called soft skills, which are actually very, very hard skills. So the keynote a bit from Sharon is going to be very, very interesting. Just for the people who are sitting outside, can you wave at the camera as well? Cool. We can see you. There's lots of great talks coming here in a bit. Monica's talk about alert analytics is also going to be very, very interesting, I think. And of course, don't miss the Ignites. We have our, I think, 7-time champion here in the room today for Ignites, Jason. So
woo!
He's here again, once more.
And we can't get rid of him.
No, we tried, but he insists on coming. Let's see. The curse of the clicker. There we go. Yeah, so like yesterday, for questions, join Slido, you will see the QR code all the time. And a little bit about the code of conduct again. Like we said yesterday, your words and actions, they really have an impact on other people, so just make sure to adhere to it. You've agreed to it when you bought the ticket, you heard about it yesterday. But just to reiterate, this is our code of conduct team. So if you run into any, indeed, yeah. Big round of applause for them. So yeah, if you have any code of conduct violation you need to report, please find one of those people. You can also come to anyone in an orange shirt. If you're comfortable with that, we can find them for you if they're hard to find. And maybe a little bit about our socials.
So indeed. So today we have quite a few stickers. So you should use those if you want all the hugs, like I do. So don't be scared. Come to me, say hi. Then we have red stickers. They're like, today maybe I'm kind of hangover from the karaoke. Don't talk to me because I'm super grumpy. And then ask me first. Maybe not super hangover, but maybe just not in the mood. I'm not sure. And then give me space. Just, no thanks. Then, of course, social media. On Twitter, Devopsams, and hashtag Devopsdays. So take all the pictures and post about us. And of course, live stream. I hope the people at home already have the link because they are probably watching. Otherwise, I don't know. But if, maybe you have your friends or family that you think they will be interested, share with them the link. You can see that, yes, behind me over there. And, oh yes, Wi-Fi. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Devopsdays Amsterdam is the Wi-Fi?
I think it's just Devopsdays. And
Devopsdays, okay, cool.
The code is exactly the same. So, even though organizers and volunteers and all those people like you see around here are very important, we really couldn't do this without our sponsors, right? So if you enjoyed the barbecue yesterday and evening events, those kind of things, please give a big round of applause for Portworx. And I see people walking in now with coffee, so you've probably seen the coffee stand outside, which was brought to us by Grader. So great, thank you. And for the people who do drink, did you have a chance to taste the Devopsdays last night? Yeah, I see the Laka fans, you probably just had too many. So please use your hands to clap for Contrast for bringing us that this year. And for t-shirts, I think we even have a slide about that. Did you guys know there's t-shirts here today?
Who didn't know that there are t-shirts?
T-shirts, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So, no. We even have like really nice t-shirts. I see a few people actually found them. So they're not special treats. They're actually for everyone who asked for one. You can find them in the basement. And they were brought to us by Google. So thank you, Google.
Yay.
And of course, thanks to all the other sponsors. I mean, every sponsor counts from gold to silver to whatever you do to help out. It's really appreciated. So thank you to all our sponsors once more.
Yeah.
Oh, one too far. You can say a little bit about the raffle?
No.
No, okay. So if you're lucky, you picked up one of these raffle cards and you've been around talking to all our sponsors, getting your stamps. If you completed them, make sure you hand them downstairs again to enter the raffle. There are some small prizes, like if you really like Lego, you should definitely enter.
Looks like this.
This is indeed the thing. I don't see any stamps, Teresa. What have you been up to?
Not talking to sponsors. As I said, we will probably not understand each other.
No, so we're not allowed to attend, so it really is going to be one of you people here in the room who are going to win. So make sure you fill this in. There's going to be a raffle at the end of the day, so be here for that as well. I think I talked about this.
Yes, you have, yes.
Just to reinstate, if you want a t-shirt, they're here. So by all means, go downstairs, grab one. We still have plenty left.
All right.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to get off stage and leave it to Teresa for a little bit.
Don't worry, very, very, very short. So, next up we have, or to start with, is our aggressively suspicious author and keynote speaker. I looked at your bio on Twitter yesterday and I loved this, aggressively suspicious. I am vibing you. From all the way from Pennsylvania, Sharon Steed. Please give it up.
Oh, perfect. Thanks. Wait, this goes in here.
Oh, you want to click it?
That'd be great. Yeah, I totally forgot mine. So I'm called aggressively suspicious by my incredible husband. He says that I just find everything incredibly suspicious, and so that's why I added it in there. Perfect. Wonderful. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sharon. I am an empathy consultant, a keynote speaker, and a person who stutters. And so all of those things are things that, I am going to dive into today because they all sort of go back to, why I am here. So just to give you a little bit of professional background on me, of course it's on the other side of the computer. There we go. I have spoken at companies and conferences all over the world on improving communication and collaboration through engaging empathy. And I've spoken to companies in a bunch of different industries, HR, financial services, banking, obviously technology. I have a LinkedIn course. Actually, I have a couple of LinkedIn courses that are available on there if you are interested in them. One is called Communicating with Empathy. The other one is Driving Inclusion with Empathy. I have a book that's available on O'Reilly Media's library on empathy at work. And here are just a couple of the companies that I have been so incredibly privileged to work with. And just a quick note on this here. So this is my first time in Amsterdam, and I am so excited to be here. I was supposed to come here to speak in person at Booking.com in May of 2020. Obviously, that was canceled, but we did it online, and it was great. So on the way here, I actually drove by their corporate offices and was like, look, I kind of made it, a little bit. So, all of this is to say that, I am here to talk about, empathy and, sorry, went a little ahead of myself, and to, teach you how to take empathy, from an idea to an action. But first, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a personal background on my own story. So this is me. I know, I'm painfully adorable, and I'm around 3 years old. And so this is around the time that I began to show signs of having, some sort of speech impediment. But my parents weren't, all that concerned, because a lot of kids who are around this age, stutter or have a lisp or just have some problems with developing more fluent and quote unquote normal speech functions. And the overwhelming majority of them just sort of outgrow it by the time they hit, first grade, second grade. Well, as you can tell, I'm a little older than that, so it seems like this thing's here to stay. So, I had to learn very, very early on how to sort of cope with this whole idea that, I don't sound like everybody else in my life. And so I developed these sort of communications neuroses. So I would, examine every single thing that I was about to say as I was having a conversation. And if I felt like a word that I was about to say was going to be a little bit more challenging, I was like, okay, I have to change words, right? And so I was constantly doing this. I was constantly thinking about, how I sound and how I feel, and how this was so hard for, me as a person. But unfortunately, through, all of that concern, it eventually sort of turned into I'm just not going to talk to people, right? So I became a very active and engaged listener. I was really good at being involved in a conversation and sort of, helping to carry a conversation through saying as little words as possible. So, I go through, high school and college, and then I get out into the workforce in my 20s, and it, occurred to me that, I'm eventually going to have to talk to people, right? If I want to get, a job that I like and a career that I can be at least a little bit passionate about, I'm going to have to overcome this fear of just talking to people. And so that's when I began to pursue public speaking. And so in my mind, I thought, okay, I'm going to give 1 or 2 talks, and then I'm going to be cured, and I'll never be afraid to speak again. Obviously, that is not what happened. But what did happen was that, people would come up to me after these talks and say, hey, I really appreciated your message of empathy. And I thought that was really incredible, because I don't think I ever actually said that word in any of those talks I gave at the beginning. And so what was actually going on was that, I would get up on stage and I would talk about, these things that made me feel incredibly vulnerable and incredibly insecure, and I would struggle a lot to just get, any and a lot of times every single word out. And so as a result of people, really having to work hard to pay attention to me, they were being forced to, one, think about, their own, deep-seated insecurities and, all of the things that make them feel vulnerable. And two, to really, put all of their energy into just, trying to really understand and receive my message. And those two things are truly cornerstones of being sincerely empathetic. So let's get into what exactly is empathy. And so I always like to define it because it is a little bit confusing for people, which is totally understandable. So empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. Now, this is the dictionary definition, and I feel like it describes it perfectly fine. But the problem is that it doesn't tell you, how to be actively empathetic. And that's because empathy as a noun is an idea. It is intangible. It doesn't have meaning until you, as an individual, give it that meaning. And so, like as I was developing, these kinds of talks, I was trying to think of a way that I could really, compare this sort of abstract concept to other concepts that, have the same sort of vibe, right? That like everybody, kind of understands what it is, but no one really knows how to explain it. And then it came to me. That concept is being in love. Oh. Brand new love is so incredibly exciting. You think that you can do anything as a result of being with this person. You send ridiculously long text messages. I mean, who has the time? You do if you're in love. Long text messages about how this person is literally the only human being that has ever understand you and seen you and felt you in a way that's totally different from everything else, and waxing poetic and blah, 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 blah. And then you do like dumb stuff like this, which, this did not age well for so many reasons, which is to say they were totally, completely head over heels in love. But then, things begin to sort of calm down, right? You guys really spend a lot of time together. You get to know each other. You have more of a sincere sort of relationship. And, all of those things in the beginning that you thought were so cute and so adorable begin to get a little bit like, why do you not ever turn on the dishwasher after it's full? Like, this is just basic. Like, why aren't you doing these things? And then, you kind of come to this place of, wow, like, this is work. This is work constantly. Like, I constantly have to choose to give this person the best of me that I can give at any given time. And that is occasionally damn near impossible. But if you are, in a relationship, you know that, you have to constantly pick this person that you picked all of those, months or years ago. And it takes a lot of work, right? So love as a noun is an idea. It is intangible. It is an incredible idea, but it doesn't really have any sort of specific, hard meanings until you define it. And that definition is going to be a little bit different for every single person in your life that you are in a loving relationship with. And that's why love as a verb is a choice. And it's a choice that you are going to have to make every day. Occasionally, every moment, a lot of moments of every single day, but it's a great choice. And it is an incredibly important choice in order to keeping a relationship, positive, productive, and incredibly healthy. So if we bring this back to empathy, as a noun, it is an idea. It doesn't really, have any sort of specific behaviors attached or any, targeted meaning until you define it. And that's why empathy as a verb is a choice. And it's a choice, again, that you are going to have to make every single day. And how that choice materializes itself is going to be a little bit different for every single person that you interact with on a day-to-day basis, especially in a professional setting. So now let's jump to empathy at work. And, I am going to talk about, the benefits of, corporate empathy here. But first, I have another epic story to tell, because I know you loved the first one so much. So I talked about how, I gave these courses at LinkedIn. And so, I see this picture, and it is just so beautiful and professional, and it looks like, wow, I'm an important person who does important things for important companies. And, yeah, and it feels really good. But to get to this place was the most demoralizing, horrible, embarrassing, and overwhelming emotional experience of my entire professional career. So, when you are contracted to do a course with LinkedIn, you have to sign a contract. They give you an advance payment, and then you have to create, the course. And then, after the course is done, you get to go out to their studios in a town called Carpinteria, California. Now, Carpinteria is about an hour north of LA on the Pacific Ocean. And so here is a picture from, can't get too far. There we go. Here's a picture from the beautiful town of Carpinteria. Again, like palm trees, like it's a beach town. It is so beautiful. They create this entire set, and it's just, for you and your course, right? And then they hire this, professional, like, Hollywood hair and makeup artist. And so I am feeling like Beyonce. Like, this is about to be my, like, lemonade, time. So, all of this stuff is going on. I mean, like, there's like 20 people on this team in order to, create this course. And so, all of this is done, and I am, preparing to sort of go on camera to, to execute, right? So I get into the studio and I see this. Now, this is a teleprompter. If you are not a person who stutters, this is a very intimidating thing because you have to, read all of these words and you have to make it sound incredibly conversational, which the vast majority of people can't do. It's just almost impossible. If you are a person who stutters, just the whole idea of having to get in front of a camera with like 12 people in a room who have spent all this time doing hair and lighting and production things and like building this set, the idea of having to then get in front of all of those people and this camera and just read is terrifying. So I hit on set and I said, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and it's gonna be fine. It was not fine. The first couple of days, I couldn't get any of the words out fluently enough to create a product that they could put on their site. And so, in the beginning, they were just so excited about this content and they were excited about me and they're like, oh my God, like this course is gonna be so incredibly popular. And then a couple of days in, it was, well, I mean, I guess we don't like have to do this exact content, or, is it okay if like another person like presents this course? And so I went from this high of like, hello, I'm Beyonce, to this low of you are not Beyonce. You are not even in Destiny's Child. You are that bad. And so, on the second evening, after I get back to, my hotel room, I started to cry. And not just like a normal kind of crying, it was like ugly crying. And I thought that at that moment, it would be a really good idea to go and like have dinner. As I am ugly crying, I'm literally going up to the hostess like, can I get a table for one? And she's like, what is wrong with this woman? And I'm like, I'm fine. So I cried about it because, I'm an American. And then, it kind of dawned on me like, okay, like there has to be a way that I can, do this, right? So I thought about it and I said, okay, if there's a way that I can be in this room completely by myself, then I think I can get comfortable with, just talking on camera and just, reading these words. And so, the next day I said, hey, can we, try, like this? And they said, yeah, like, of course. And so they were able to set up, like all of this stuff so that, like it was just me and this camera, and I was able to create a course that, like I was proud of and that they could, like publish on their platform. And so here's me at the end of the final day being incredibly happy that I was not gonna have to give them their advance back because that money was gone. So I like to tell this story because this shows what empathy at work is truly about. You know, all of us on this team were so incredibly engaged every step of the way, even when things were really bad. We were all, you know, trying to ideate and pivot and, hey, you know, like, let's try this, or, oh, did you have a suggestion? Oh, like, is this not comfortable? Well, how can we make you comfortable enough to really succeed? And that is, you know, one of the, you know, like, most important things about how, you know, empathetic companies are, you know, more successful financially. You know, companies with a higher employee engagement experience 23% more profitability. And as I was, you know, giving this course, we actually became a lot more productive as a result of us, you know, like, having to pivot. Another thing that happened while I was there is that they decided, like, that I was probably going to have to stay another day. And so, you know, I live in Pennsylvania, which is, you know, all the way on the East Coast. This is in California, which is all the way on the West Coast. I mean, that flight's like 5 hours. But, you know, like, they could see that I, you know, was going to, you know, be benefited by, you know, having that extra time. And so they, like, completely redid my schedule so, you know, like, I could be there and continue to create comfortably. 80% of employees, you know, are going to be willing to, you know, work longer hours for an empathetic employer. So all of these people who are, you know, like, on this team are all like, hey, I'm okay with, you know, like, being here on this project for another day. They were excited and they were enthusiastic, and there was no judgment at all. That is incredibly, incredibly empathetic. And I think the, you know, like, most important stat here is that 90% of employees would stay at a company that, you know, truly empathized with their needs. A couple of years after that first course, I actually created another course. And there is no way I would have done another course with him if I would have had a bad experience during that first time. So as a DevOps professional, you know, you have a very similar role as, you know, a lot of those people who were on that team as I was creating my course on LinkedIn. You know, like, your job is to really get different teams to, you know, work better together, to be productive, to, you know, create products and experiences like that are going to be, you know, one, good for customers, but two, like, that are going to, you know, increase, you know, team collaboration, team productivity, and to, like, have it be a pleasant experience for, all of those people involved. And so as a result, DevOps is, truly a discipline that promotes, being empathetic. And so how can, you as a DevOps professional really sort of lean in to that? Well, it's by making empathy an actionable thing. And you do that through these key empathy behaviors. So I called this talk, there are no soft skills, because we sort of, have this idea that there are, quote unquote, hard skills, right? And so if there are hard skills like that are more challenging, then the soft skills are kind of just not even all that important. However, all of these things that, I'm about to talk about, there isn't anything soft, unimportant, or simple about these skills, about these behaviors. So what are the key empathy behaviors? They're patience, perspective, connection. And all of the behaviors that you are going to be engaging in when you are trying to be empathetic, are going to fall into one of these three categories. So let's quickly just go over these on an incredibly high level, just so you can, take away a couple of things that you are going to be able to do today to be a little bit more empathetic. So with patience, it really is the foundation of all things empathy, right? And so how do you be actively patient? Well, you have to be present. We live in a time where we are constantly being inundated with tons of information. We have calls coming in, we have texts, we have Slacks, we have, a 24-hour news cycle, and, all of it's bad. And there's just a ton of things that we are constantly sort of consuming, even if we're not, actively trying to consume any of these things. And so in order to be, truly patient, you need to sort of shut out all of the rest of the world when you are in conversation with whoever it is that is in front of you. And so that is going to mean that you are just going to have to stop, right? Turn off your alerts. Turn your phone face down. Do everything that it's going to take to give this person in front of you all of your attention. And then if you have a difficult time, just, keeping track of the conversation, always remember the why of the conversation. It's so easy to sort of go on a tangent and to get off track. But if you keep the, point of the conversation at the forefront, your conversation is going to be a lot easier to stay engaged in, and it's going to lead to a much more productive experience. So the next key empathy behavior is perspective. And, you know, this is going to be the root of truly understanding, you know, those people around you. You know, I tell my clients all the time that you do not have context on what's going on in another person's life. You have, you know, no experience or insight into, you know, like what this other person is going through that's causing them to really to behave in a specific way. You know, you don't know everything, and so it's important to, you know, continue to remind yourself that it's probably not 100% about you. And so that's why it's really important to really think before you speak. And another thing that, you know, you can do here is, you know, before you, you know, respond to a person's, you know, comment or question, it's always good to sort of repeat or rephrase what they have said to you back to them. You know, like, one, this is going to give you clarity. And two, you know, we don't always hear what people say to us. We hear our opinion of what they are saying. And so by repeating it back, you are going to really minimize that bias that we, you know, all have. And so finally here is connection. And connection is the reason why we are communicating in the first place. Every, you know, time you are talking to someone, like, it's going to be a point of, you know, contact in your relationship. Like, that is either going to, you know, improve it, or that's going to deteriorate it. So you want to make sure that, you know, you are speaking with intention first, and then for impact second. When you are speaking with intention, you know, you are really putting, you know, one, the point of the conversation at the beginning, and you are also, you know, speaking to this person in a way that they can really understand and embrace your message. And I like to end like these talks by saying that this is the beginning, right? Every single time you are having a conversation, you are, you know, building on the relationship that you have with your coworkers, your spouses, your friends, you know, whoever it is. And so if you just focus on, you know, like, being patient, if you are, you know, constantly pursuing perspective, then you are going to continue to, you know, connect in a very sincere way with, you know, all of those in your orbit. That is all I have today. I think I am just under for time, thank goodness. Here is all of my contact information. I would love to talk to you and connect with you, so you can go ahead and reach out. I'm also going to be around for a bunch of the day, and so, yeah, I would love to meet all of you, and thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. That was a really insightful talk. I really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
I know we were planning to have you quite a while back, but due to unforeseen circumstances,
Yeah.
we couldn't help that part, sorry.
We couldn't.
But you're here finally today. Do we have any questions on Slido? No? Well, like Sharon just said, or shall I call you Beyonce or Sharon okay still?
I mean, it's fine if you call me Sharon, but I would prefer Beyonce.
All right, we'll stick with Sharon for today. If you get to know Sharon really well, I guess you could call her Beyonce. But yeah, if you have any questions for her, I guess you should just find her somewhere in the venue.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you once more.
Thank you.
So Sharon actually did really well on time. So that means I have more time for myself on stage, which I also appreciate. So
Enjoy.
yeah, thank you, thank you. Now, so I don't know if you have all noticed that there are these drawings going on during the talks. Yeah. The person behind that is Teresa, who's sitting over here in the corner, doing her very best every single day. So thank you so much, Teresa. I think it's a really cool thing. So all the speakers essentially are getting a copy of this that they can take home, hang it on their walls even, because it's a nice little memory of being here. Just checking for our next speaker. Lou, are you already here? I saw you. I saw you. Oh, there you are. You're still getting mic'd up? That's okay. That means more time for me. What shall I talk about? Yeah, you can ask me questions on Slido. No. So for the people watching online, maybe you can wave as well, so I can see you're there. Doesn't work either. Well, I can just do an introduction of Luella while she's getting ready. So she'll be rushed on stage as soon as possible. So Luella is a developer. She's quite active, both on social media and with her own blogging. So she's quite an experienced individual. I'm quite jealous of her following. She has like 30,000 followers, I think, at the moment. So that's quite an impressive feat. I need to ask her how she did that, because that's a good one. She's going to talk to us today about this constant chase of new things, of chasing these unicorns and rainbows that you see everywhere. You know, getting into the unicorn startup as the very first thing, making sure that you're a unicorn yourself. Exactly. No, she agrees. That's good. So while she's getting set up, I have to keep on riffing. That's a challenging thing. Do you need some help getting set up, maybe?
I don't think so. I just need to unpack my laptop for a second.
Sure thing. So, I can talk a little bit more about what you can expect today. So after Lou here, there's going to be a short break. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I prepared so far. Okay, let's hear it. All right, questions for me. Why are you on stage? Oh, where's your Viking hat? Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm not sure if I should. I know we're very much against blame at Devopsdays, and yeah, but you can blame my kids for why it's not here. They got a hold of it, and it's now in a couple of different pieces somewhere in a room, or it's in a moving box. One of those two. No follow-up questions. No, I think that's okay. Just making sure you don't knock over any water.
There we go. I also need an audio check. I don't know where that one went.
Like a audio cable?
Yeah. It should be here somewhere. This one?
I do remember seeing one.
Oh, okay. Okay, we changed that up.
You're all set?
Yes, need to plug in my clicker real fast and then we can get started.
No worries.
1 second. Come on. Let's try this one instead. I can actually see that one. Oh, another question.
Oh, who creates the awesome logos for Devopsdays? So we've found a very good designer who's helped us out with everything you see. So not just the couple of logos, but anything that has been created by a person called Jamiro. I think we've shared a couple of times where you can find him on Twitter, but without him, we would not be here. That's pretty much it. No, we wouldn't be so pretty indeed, because the rest of us are not talented at all in this kind of stuff, so. No offense. Well, with that being said, I managed to offend some people already. That's a good start. With that being said, please give a big round of applause for Lou.
Hi everybody, good morning. I hope you enjoyed the barbecue yesterday, and for the people that I see here that were at karaoke, I hope you have some voice left for today, because it went hard. Well, welcome. Thank you for coming to my talk about chasing unicorns and rainbows. And today I just wanted to have a bit of a discussion on survivorship bias, what the effects are, what the risks are, and how we can work against it. So let's get started. Normally I don't start with an introduction, but this time I have to for the presentation flow. So this is me. My name is Luella Kremers, but most people just call me Lou because it's easier to pronounce and easier to remember. So if you see me sometimes on websites, you will just see me as Lou. That's it. I'm kind of the odd one out here because I'm a .NET developer. I don't do security, I don't do DevOps, I don't do containers. I just code and that's it. I'm a Microsoft MVP since the 1st of April, which I'm very happy with because this is actually the first presentation where I could officially use the MVP logo on, so that's awesome. And I'm a content creator. Thank you. And I'm a content creator mostly on Twitter. I have 30,000 followers on there. I kind of use it as a diary and also to share my knowledge, which I learn on the job or at university, and make people hopefully a bit happier with that. If you want to follow me, there is a last slide with as well these slides on GitHub and also my socials. So please wait for that. And because this talk is very much about being realistic, I have 3 confessions to make before we start. So, 3 confessions. First one, this is my very first time giving this session, so I might get lost sometimes, I might forget the text sometimes. It happens, we all make small mistakes and it's okay. We just make it up as we go, and I just want to keep you that in mind. Second one, I suck at making PowerPoint slides. Even the designer feature of PowerPoint can't help me. I normally do demos, kind of code demos, or I use only one-word slides. I couldn't do that for this PowerPoint, even if I tried. So you have to live with it. I'm sorry. And third one, I know we all have our guilty pleasures, and mine is 80s music. I love 80s music. When I want to do a project or when I'm working on code, I love to just go onto Spotify, take that 80s hits playlist and press play. So I want to remind you first a quick bit about how great these 80s hits actually are. So, I'm so excited. Africa by Toto, of course, we can't forget it. Like a virgin, yes, awesome. Girls just want to have fun, also 10 out of 10 song, right? And Take On Me by AHA, also one that absolutely has to be in the playlist. But I know I love 80s songs, and I think 80s music is amazing, but sometimes I forget that the 80s were 10 years long, 10 years of songs, and in between those songs there are also very, very bad songs. They're not all good, but people tend to overlook it because we just love 18 songs. So I tend to overlook those. And just to remind you as well of the hits, I want to also remind you of the very bad 80s songs. So there are songs that people hate just because they're bad, and there are songs that people hate just because it's a reminder of bad times. So I want to give you one example at first, which everybody kind of hates. Okay, we'll keep it at that. Gotcha, you just got Wicklow at Devopsdays. I had the opportunity and I took it. But okay, no, now actually bad songs. The birdie song, which some people know as the chicken dance song, or in Dutch, the vogeltjesdans, went mainstream in the 80s. Now, if you tell me that you have the birdie song on your 80s playlist and you think it's a great hit that you actually want to listen to seriously on repeat, you're crazy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you're crazy. And there's also Akadu, which I won't play for you. I listened to it 2 times and I absolutely hated it and didn't want to listen to it ever again. And the BBC actually banned this song because they didn't see it as actual music. They hated it so much that they actually banned this song for multiple years of streaming on their radio station. So, is 80s music great? Yes. I think so, at least. Is all 80s music great? No. And this gets right into survivorship bias. So, survivorship bias is a logical error that we all make. Everybody does it, where we focus on the survivors or the successes, like those 80s hits that we all still listen to today, but we forget the failures because we love the good stuff so much that we forget about the bad things. And by doing this, you create bad conclusions. You can come up with conclusions that are just not right, or tell people about things that are not actually correct because you overlooked the bad stuff. Or you can start working on something and be disappointed because your expectations are not met. So, how does it happen? Selective attention. We tend to look more at the positive side of things, right? Because we all love a good, happy ending in a story. We all love to look at the sunshine. We like to look at the light rather than the dark. So also, before we get into something, we tend to look more at the positive examples. Availability, everybody likes to scream, yes, this works, I'm successful, but they never share their failures. Which means once you start looking for failures or for things that didn't work out, you will have less hits or less results than you would have if you look at the successes. Social proof, if somebody that you believe in or look up to gets into a kind of hype, or gets into a kind of trend, and you think, oh, I look up to them, let's also do it. That's also a way to get into survivorship bias. Emotions, once again, we like to look at the good things and not the bad things. And also, if somebody tells you, okay, this product saved my life, it saved me from burnout, I make now 1,200 euros a day, you tend to maybe try it more than when you don't know anybody that's ever used it. And of course, it's new and shiny. Also, here at the conference, we see a lot and hear a lot of things that are completely new. And you're like, yes, I'm going to get home, I'm going to implement that, I'm going to tell my boss, my colleagues, everybody, you don't look up any research on what actually the risks are, the limitations, and that's how you get into survivorship bias as well. So who does this affect? mostly, when you look at survivorship bias, the first hit you will get are entrepreneurs and career fanatics. The people that like to take risk with their career, which can be a good thing because you can make a lot of money, but it can also go very, very badly. Of course, confidence visitors, you learn new stuff the whole day, yesterday, today. You're gonna find new stuff that is exciting. You get into it too fast because people are excited to talk about it. And then you might find that your expectations are not met. And social media users, of course, because you get new stuff to look at on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Reddit, wherever. And that also has an effect. So let's start with entrepreneurship. New companies pop out of the ground like there are mushrooms at the moment. I don't know if anybody has noticed that every day it seems like there's another success story online of a company that didn't exist yesterday and now all of a sudden are worth 1 billion. It happens quite a lot. It's very loud online. And those companies are actually out there. Think of ByteDance, which is the mother company of TikTok. Lots of money, lots of worth. Discord, the messaging server, Miro, Stripe, and one of our great sponsors here, Wiz. There are a lot of money, over 1 billion, and they're also still quite new, not part of the stock market. They just started somewhere with a small team and grew over time. And this is a graph from PitchHook, where you can see from every single year how many new unicorn companies started. You can see for 2016, it's mostly like 20 at most. And then you go to 2020, and you see that there are 160 every 3 months. That's insane. It's a lot, because this is 1 billion at minimal for every single company. That's a lot. So you might think, if you have the entrepreneurial side of you, okay, I'm going to quit my job, I'm going to start a company, I'm going to move to Barcelona, sit on the beach, and hope it works out because these statistics look good. So that would look something like this, right? You go to the beach, you don't worry about it. However, 9 out of 10 startups fail in 5 years. This means if you put all your eggs into one basket, you put all your money and time into your startup, there is a big chance it will not survive longer than 5 years. Also, only 1% of the startups become actual unicorns. Very, very small percentage. So if you don't take your time to actually look this up, and you only look at the positive statistics, what will happen could be, there's always a risk of not happening. You first think this is what happens in 5 years, but in actuality, this is what will happen. You will live in a box somewhere on the street, or you will go live with your parents again because you're bankrupt. So it's important to look at what are the risks, what are the chances. Don't put all my eggs into one basket. Even hot companies that were very successful in the past, you don't hear of anymore. So even if your startup will be a success, it's not a guarantee that it will be a success in 10 years. Let's take a look at some examples. The BlackBerry. Does anybody here still know somebody that has a BlackBerry or works with it? No. Wow, 1, okay, nice. Well, I haven't seen these in years. It actually surprised me that they're still going on with stuff, that they're still making stuff, because I haven't heard of them in years. Nokia. Well, of course, Nokia didn't fail. They are still in cloud and in other businesses, but their phones, they are not as popular anymore as that they once were. And then Evernote. This is actually a unicorn where we made notes back in the day. And they were very successful. They were a unicorn, so they were worth more than 1 billion. And it just died out because of other alternatives. End of story. So the online users, the people that use social media, you have to be critical on what you can see and what you read. Because the social media is focused on algorithm. It's going to show you what you would like to see, and it's going to show you buzzwords. It's not there to help you. It's there for you to stay on as long as possible. This means that people also want attention. If you're on social media, you're not there to be ignored. You're there to get likes. You're there to get replies. So people will start to get your attention, and the more attention they get, they will eventually focus on money. And in that sense, you're not completely be able to trust them anymore because they have an authoritative motive. And of course, these people that are very, very positive about the products because they work with it, also these Microsoft MVPs, for example, they might have survivorship bias as well because they are working with it, they think they like it, and then they start using it, and then in 2 months they think, oh, this was not what I expected. And then you already jumped on the bandwagon, so then you're too late. So this is, for example, an example of how people like to farm attention on social media, which is also very clickable and also shows you examples which is not researched. So for this one, is ChatGPT 4 is the most powerful tool in the world. This is how you can make it work better. If you get on this too much, you will maybe come to bad conclusions, or you will start bad products, or you get into privacy stuff. So be critical on what you see and what you click on. Now to conference visitors, it's you. So you hear about new exciting tech here over the last 2 days. You have heard a lot of speakers being very excited about the stuff they use, but these speakers can have survivorship bias as well. So you see something very exciting, you think, okay, I'm going to use this tomorrow at work or whenever. You try it, you can't seem to figure it out, or it's lagging, it's crashing, whatever. Your expectations are not met, and that will have sudden results, because maybe you now lost time, you now lost money maybe, even if it's under work hours, or if you actually already implemented it, you could have lost money. And you might get imposter syndrome, because you've seen the speaker do it correct, and then you can't figure it out, and you will be like, shit, okay, maybe I'm not as smart as I thought I was. So, how do we not get trapped into survivorship bias, right? At events, conferences, meetups, use the Q&A time. Every single talk has a Q&A time. If you feel comfortable speaking up, asking questions, do it, and ask the critical questions. Like, for example, examples of non-compatibility. Ask them, okay, I have product X, it runs on Y. Is this compatible? Can I use this? That's a very helpful question. What are the risks and limitations? What have you experienced when it comes to failures? Have you experienced failure yourself with this product? Do you know anybody that has failed setting this up? Do you know a company that wasn't successful with setting up this product? Future plans, like do you know if there are any updates? Do you know if there are any big things coming, new features, so that you can tell if it's actually future-proof or not? And comparability. Hey, I'm using product X right now, you're talking about product Y. They're comparable, but what is the limitation of moving from X to Y? What are the risks? What is the kind of money you will need to put into it? Go on. These are very good questions. Now, if you don't feel like doing a Q&A because you just don't feel comfortable with it, we all have been there, what you can do is just make conversation with the speakers in the hallway. We're always there, somewhere hanging out, and I don't know any single speaker that doesn't want to talk to attendees. I personally love it when somebody walks up to me and just tell me, hey, I loved your session, can we talk about it? I have a question, can I ask that one? 9 out of 10 times, I think 99% of the time, they will say yes, because they're there to speak anyways, right? They sent in a CFP because they wanted to talk about it. So don't be scared to just walk up to a speaker and ask them those critical questions one-on-one if you don't feel comfortable in the room. In general, look at the bigger picture. Google X product sucks. I can't use X product. I can't, the risks of this product, the limitation of that product. Look at blog posts, look at Reddit. Maybe ask people in your network if they have any experience with this. Also, keep in mind that people that actually really love the product can be just as bad off as people that actually hate it. Like, too much of one or the other can be problematic. Keep that in mind. Beware of the hype. This is the hype cycle, which we actually use in research. But you can see the technology trigger is when an announcement is made. There is nothing out there yet, it's just an announcement, and the media picks it up, and it goes into hype. Like it goes on social media, blog posts, people start getting expectations from it, and that's when you see the most people get into it. A demo comes out, or a website, or whatever you can use, and people think, oh, this is not what I expected it to be. So they stop using it, and it goes into the tool of disillusionment. People just give up, they leave it be, or they move on to the next thing. Then comes the slope of enlightenment, where some people think, okay, I actually only wanted to use it for functionality A anyways, so if functionality B doesn't work right, doesn't matter, I will just keep using it. And then comes the plateau of productivity, where continuous delivery, continuous development starts happening, and you kind of see just a normal, regular, stable software solution of product. And you actually want to get into it at the plateau of productivity and not at the peak of inflated expectations. Because if you put everything to the peak of expectations and it's not what you expected, you're screwed. And then we also have the tinkering method, which is something a lot of students use nowadays. I learned about it at the NEMO conference, NEMO museum, not too far away from here, which is probably just, how do you name it? It's pretty much asking, what if? What if I press this button? What if I break this? What if I do this? It's not creating, it's experimenting. So the Oxford Dictionary calls it attempt to repair and improve something casual. Just do something with it, don't care what. Just try to get the feeling for it. And it looks like this. So you have a seed, you have a goal, you have a product you want to use, you have a problem that you want to solve, and then you actually start using it by just discovering stuff. You start breaking it, you start testing it out, you don't create something, you just try out an existing solution. And with that, you use your skills, your knowledge, because you already have that anyways. And with that, you can come up with good conclusions on whether or not you want to use a product. And by using this process, you just experiment, you observe it, and you do some terraforming to see if you actually want to use this product live. And that will help with your 4 C's. So it will help with creativity, because obviously you have to click buttons and see what it does, or break some stuff and figure out how to put it back together. You have some critical thinking, because you want to actually know if you want to use this or not. So you have to think about, okay, is this a good solution for me? And if you do it in a group or in a duo, please do, because it's very helpful to do it with 2 people or 4 people more than alone. It will also help with collaboration, because you have to tell your mates about what you want to do next, what you want to figure out, and also, of course, communication skills. Finally, we need you. You're also part of this. Don't just share your success stories. Don't go on LinkedIn and just talk about success, success, success. If you have something that you failed at, that you might were ashamed about a couple of months ago, that you were not successful in, some other people can Google it or search for it, see that it wasn't successful for you, and take that with them, with their considerations on actually using it. This is a team effort. So if you feel like you want to share your failures as well, just write a blog post, write a LinkedIn post, Twitter, just do it, because failures are just as important as successes. So, in conclusion, try to always look at the bigger picture. At minimal, just do a quick Google search to see what's going on, but you can also talk to speakers, ask people in your network, use social media as well to just ask, okay, has anybody used product X? Should I use that? You always get mixed reactions on that most of the time. Beware of hype. Don't get into products too soon, because there's a big chance that it will not live up to expectations. Start tinkering, just start experimenting with stuff. It doesn't have to go anywhere. It doesn't have an end result. Just look at what I can do with this existing solution, and do I like it? That's the most important thing. And talk with public speakers, please, because we really love it. And sometimes I don't know what to do in the hallways, so please walk up to me. So that's it. Thank you for being here today. My slides will be later on GitHub. I always like to change my slides very last minute, so I always do that later rather than soon. And my social media, my Twitter, my Instagram, my LinkedIn, you can find on here. So thank you. I don't know if there are any questions, because I think we still have time left.
Yes,
maybe?
we do. Thank you, Lou. So
No
before you pet a unicorn, careful, it might bite later. Questions here. Do you have an example or favorite company that made good choices to survive instead of being lucky? Oh, instead of being lucky. Sorry.
Oh, that's a hard one. Well, I think a lot of big companies made a lot of good decisions, otherwise they wouldn't be here. So the FANG companies definitely did some good choices back in their days when they just got started. What do I also think? I think over the last few years, OnePlus was a very good one, where they started to make very cheap mobile phones that were good quality, but also tried to move up and get with the competitors eventually when they had a strong user base. I think that's a very good one as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Next question. What kind of failures have you shared with your followers?
Oh, a lot. I started getting into Docker, and I absolutely hated it in the beginning because I had to make Docker Compose files for very big projects I didn't know. So that took a lot of time and also a lot of shouting into Twitter because I was so annoyed. And yeah, also if I fail a test at university, because I'm still learning as well, I also tend to share that with my followers as well, because I think it's very important to have that personal connection and then be realistic as well, to have kind of that personal touch.
Perfect. Thank you, Lou. Let's give it up for Lou one more time. Thank you again for speaking here today. And good news, we can go for a coffee now. So let's put that coffee into our veins, and we are going to see each other at 10:45. See you.
All right, welcome to Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where we're joined by some of our speakers to have a little conversation about their session and about their Devopsdays Amsterdam experience as a whole. And right now I'm joined by Sharon Steed, who is our keynote speaker of today. You started the day off. Do you want to quickly introduce yourself to the people that are joining us online and maybe have just woken up or, just joined with their first cup of coffee?
Yes, of course. So, hi, everybody. My name is Sharon Steed. I am a keynote speaker and empathy consultant, and I'm also a person who stutters. And so I use all of those things to teach companies and teams how to improve communication and collaboration through key empathy behaviors and making empathy actionable.
Yeah, wonderful. And it was a wonderful keynote. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. I was somewhere front row, cheering you on and giggling about all of the Beyonce references. I'll have you know that also during the opening yesterday, Beyonce was referenced a couple of times. So it feels like it's
obviously.
I feel like it's sort of becoming a recurring theme, and maybe we need to get Beyonce for one of the after parties once.
That would be great.
Yeah, once we really know how to bring so many sponsors to Devopsdays Amsterdam that we can actually afford having her. So do you want to talk a little bit about your talk? Why specifically this talk that you did today?
Yeah, of course. So over the pandemic, I spent a lot of time just creating a ton of content. So I have a background as a writer, and so I had kind of gotten away from that when I began public speaking. But over the pandemic, we all had a good amount of time. And so I began to write. And a theme like that kept coming up was just this entire idea of soft skills. I've always been a little bit offended by that.
100%.
Because there are no, quote unquote, soft skills. There are technical skills and there are, non-technical skills, right? And so I wanted to sort of, reframe being empathetic as just another, non-technical yet essential skill, like that is going to, help you improve things like communication and collaboration and, create, just like a lot more inclusive cultures. And so that's sort of, where I was coming from with this talk I gave here today.
No, I like that very much. I don't think soft skills are easy in any way to acquire. Actually, we had one of the people that did a talk yesterday, Iris de Haas from ING, for an interview also about traineeships and juniors and making sure that their sort of onboarding experience is really excellent.
Yeah.
And she was also saying she was coming from like people manage or like a people ops type of background. I come from an art background, and we somehow both stumbled into this world. But there's a lot of skills that you acquire in different professions or from your studies that translate to the tech world really, really well that you might not expect because you're thinking like, well, the only thing that I need to learn is to do all of this technical stuff. So yeah, so it really, really spoke to me. I hate those things being referred to as soft skills because they're really hard. Yeah,
they are hard skills. Yeah. Because these are the skills that you have to take along with you in every job, right? And they never change, but they continue to be incredibly impactful, but also very challenging, right? And so we should be, just having conversations with people, I think that we approach conversations from a place of like, okay, I'm talking and now I'm waiting for my turn to talk again.
Yeah.
Which is totally normal, but it doesn't,
help to really, push forward and develop relationships. And we're not always really considering the other person's sort of experiences, their perspectives. And so, just, like during these conversations, it's important to really pay attention, and then to like ask people questions about the kinds of things that they have experienced in their own lives, right? Because people who have grown up in the same house and like have the same parents, like they don't have the same perspective, and they don't have the same experiences as like even their siblings.
Yeah.
And so it's so important to talk about the different kinds of experiences that you as people have had, and how those experiences really shape your perspective. And it's very easy in those conversations to sort of come from a place of judgment, but we should be focusing on being curious and not like judgmental.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like that's the best way to really just practice communicating with empathy, is by just hearing other people out and learning about why they come from the place that they come from.
Yeah. I love that you gave one a bit of advice during your talk, as well as the repeating back what the person had just told you, to figure out if you like even understood what they told you. But but also to make sure that you're not in your head. How did you frame it? You framed it like perfectly, that you're not hearing what the other person is saying. You're hearing your own opinion.
Oh yeah. We don't always hear what people are saying. We hear, our opinion of what they say to us. And so it's, like always important to sort of say like, hey, okay, here's what you said. Here's what I heard. Are those the same thing? Because, like all of us are biased, right? And biases are not, inherently a bad thing. It's just that we have a tendency to use them for, like bad purposes. And so in order to keep those in check, we have to, like constantly question, like if this person, or if what this person has said to us is, clear to us, and if we heard them correctly, or if we just heard our opinion of them and what they said.
That is incredibly interesting, and I'm hoping that also Devopsdays Amsterdam gives people an opportunity to practice these skills during any of the social events that we're doing. So absolutely excellent. Also, I think during the open spaces is a podium for people to learn those kind of skills.
Nice.
We're doing for the audience, we're doing another Agile Coffee later today. So if you want to practice any of those skills on some of the organizers, we're happy to facilitate that too. So what's next for you at Devopsdays? Are you sticking around for a little bit longer?
Yeah, I am going to be here for a bunch of the day, and then I actually have to go back home tomorrow. So I'm just going to try to enjoy the city and enjoy the people, and just have a good time.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining me for this conversation. Have a wonderful Devopsdays Amsterdam. I will surely find you in the corridors whenever they let me out of this little space. Thank you so much. And we're going back to the Grote Zaal for our main program, and we'll talk later.
is my assistant.
Only for today, for this 1 minute.
All right.
Then we change back around.
So, I think everyone got their coffee. Everyone is back. I just want to own up to an own mistake I made as well, since I was just inspired to do that. I just called the lovely person over here who's drawing everything Teresa, but her name is actually Thea. So if we could do a round of applause for Thea instead. Yes, exactly. She wanted to draw this while I was saying it, but she's not that fast, but pretty fast. So before we go on to our next speaker, we just have a couple of, well, it was supposed to be a sponsored pitch, but Portworx, Nick from Portworx and his colleagues decided to be a little bit creative. So you still have 1 minute, Nick. Take it away.
Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you all coming, and hopefully see all of you next year. Show of hands, will you be next year? Yeah? So we'll be here next year, so we look forward to seeing you all. I guess the problem we solve as a company is to make your data always available in Kubernetes. And if any of you need to know more, please come and see me. We certainly love to talk to you. But we've had some great calls and conversations with you all. So we're going to do the prize draw for the drone. So many of you entered, so thank you. Pepijn, shall we ask someone from the audience to come up and... Ivo, yes. Can you come up? So Ivo's going to keep us honest. All the tickets are here, completely random. So who do we have?
That's not my ticket, Ivo.
I got 469.
469, right. Pepijn, 469.
Frank Naber.
Frank Naber, are you in the room? Hello, Frank. He's not here. Okay.
I don't see any panic outside either, so...
Let's...
We'll draw another number.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to send a drone to Frank. Hopefully he's in the Netherlands. He could be somewhere else, but hey. We're going to pick another number, so there's a second drone. There's a second drone now. We're doing this as we go. Right. It's a paper airplane, sorry guys.
This one says Nick.
Oh, does it? It says Nick?
0257.
0257, do we have it? Oh my God. Well done. Give her a round of applause. Hey. Thank you for coming. See you next year. Right.
Come on stage, come collect it.
Awesome.
Well, thank you, Portworx. I think that was indeed 1 minute. I forgot.
Was it 1 minute?
Pretty close. Hey. But now you have to get off stage.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks everyone for coming.
Thank you, Nick. So with that out of the way, our next sponsor to do a small pitch is Arno from Elastic. Take it away, Arno. Just keep talking. They'll fix it.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So, thanks. I will try to keep it within 1 minute, because that was definitely not 1 minute, but that's fine. For those of you who don't know us, Arno van der Velde, I'm working for Elastic, the company that serves you Elasticsearch. For those of you who do know us, you know, for search. For those of you who don't know, because the Portworx guy said, everybody knows you? No, I still run into people like you that don't know what we're doing. But basically search. Whether you're looking for something for writes, transactions, or stuff that's happening in your infrastructure, or stuff that's happening in your systems, or whether you're looking for those nasty people that are trying to hack your systems and actually secure against that. If you want to know more, come by our booth. We'd love to talk to you. We hope to be here for many years to come, actually. So definitely. So hope to talk to you. Cheers.
Is it working? Yes. Thank you, Elastic. Okay. Oops. So let me just plug this in quickly. Sorry. All right. Welcome back. Did you all have coffee? Are you ready? Are you awake? Okay. Yeah? Yeah. Kind of. All right, so next speaker we have is coming all the way from the UK. I read a little bit about her. She's a snowboarder obsessed with houseplants. So if you meet her in the hallway somewhere and you are also as obsessed about houseplants as she is, she's your gal. Julie Starling, give it up. Welcome.
Is that working? Hi, thank you so much for being here. My name's Julie. I'm from Wales, and that is a country, not an animal. What I'm going to talk about today is how we use data to have conversations and to take action where I work in Cardiff. So can I start with a show of hands of everyone here who's seen The Matrix? Know your audience, right? Thank you very much. So in The Matrix, as you all know, our main character Neo, he gets a choice. So he can take a blue pill or he can take a red pill. If he takes the blue pill, he gets to go back to his life, he gets to believe whatever he wants to believe, but it's the choice of him putting his head in the sand and being ignorant to what's actually going on. Or he can take the red pill, and the red pill represents an uncertain future, but the truth about what's going on. So he learns an uncomfortable truth, and he gets the opportunity to take action and influence the future. And when it comes to software delivery, I believe we have the same choice when it comes to data. So we can take the blue pill, and we can keep looking for certainty and believe the illusion of the estimated date. Or we can, or we can use the red pill, and we can use data that gives us the truth about what's going on. And that is that software delivery is uncertain, and we can't possibly know the outcome on day one. And the efforts we put into looking for that certainty can be really wasteful. So I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes taking you down the rabbit hole and showing how we use data to have conversations and avoid the illusion of the estimated date. A little bit about me. I'm Julie Starling. I work for Principality Building Society, and that's a financial institution. It's a small mutual business in Cardiff, Wales. I'm a pro Kanban trainer, and I'm also the practice manager for Agile Delivery. I get to look after all the Agile professionals in the company and help them to grow the skills in their teams and the wider organization. So I've been working in and alongside software delivery teams for more than 15 years now, and I'm really passionate about using data to have conversations. So I'm going to talk a little bit about where we were and where we are today. So about 6 years ago, we used to have big programs, we used to have planning days, we used to spend a lot of time estimating. And because of that, we were quite often chasing deadlines. So I hope we all know here that, an estimate is just a best guess with the information you have and the experience you have under your belt. So quite often they're wrong, they're not going to be right. So we used to spend a lot of time re-estimating, trying to get better at estimating, trying to work faster. But actually what we were doing was solving symptoms and not the problem. Trying to get to certainty wasn't working for us. So today we now use a more probabilistic approach. We use probabilistic forecasting and have continuous conversations about the data. We look for signals in our data for telling us if we need to take action and we need to do something to influence the future. Alongside that, we also use flow metrics, and that helps us to continuously improve and also to look for signals on a day-to-day basis with our teams. So what is late anyway? So there's a really obvious interpretation of late, but to me, it represents mismanaged expectations. It means someone was expecting something certain by a certain date and they didn't get it, which means we've likely been planning for that certainty in an uncertain world. It can also be really demotivating. Lots of times I get told you need to have a deadline because it drives urgency. If you don't have a deadline, we'll never get the thing delivered. And in my experience, it's exactly the opposite. The more often you're late, the less you care about being late because you're always late. And that drives really unsustainable behaviors. So that's when we start to see things like people might be working overtime, we might build up a bit of technical debt, and we'll definitely get around to that later. Or, we'll cut corners. But most importantly for me, it is a lost opportunity to take action. It means from the time you set that expectation to being late, something you weren't expecting happened and we didn't do anything about it. And if we're using the wrong data, it's not that we chose not to do that, it's that we didn't see it happening. This might be a little bit flippant, but I never resist an opportunity to quote Douglas Adams. So, as I said at the start, we're a financial institution, and deadlines really do matter to us sometimes. We're regulated. We don't always get the choice. We have a mix of delivery types, so we have some product-based work, and we have some regulatory-based work, and this approach works for both of those. Sometimes we do need to check ourselves. We're not perfect by any stretch. We do need to make sure we're not slipping back into old ways of working, and it's easier with some stakeholders than others, which I will get onto. So I'm going to show you some real examples of real data of where we've done this, and just see where we've learned along the way. So I'll start by, what do I mean by probabilistic forecasting? So it's the same as when we're talking about the weather or when we're talking about economics. What we're saying is we're using past and present data to make a prediction about the future. And a forecast, a probabilistic forecast, always has a probability and a range. Here are two examples of a probabilistic forecast. You'll notice they look slightly different, and that's because they're answering different questions. One's saying, how much am I going to get? And the other's saying, when am I going to get the thing? So the probability part of this statement is the percentage. At Principality, we use 85%. That's not right or wrong. That's just what we've chosen to use. And you need to remember that when you're saying there's an 85% chance of something happening, you're also saying there's a 15% chance that's not going to happen. So it's really important. The range part of it is either the days or the number of work items, depending on what question you're asking. You'll notice there's no certainty in either of these statements. However, the first time you share these with people, they will look for the certainty in those statements. So the first one, for example, people will say, oh, I'm getting my thing on the 31st of June. That's not what that says, and that needs to be part of the conversation. And we need to do this continuously. This isn't something we do once a month, or we put in a backpack and send off to exec. This is something we're doing all the time, and we're having continuous conversations about it. So what do you need to be able to probabilistically forecast? How do you start? So it's really simple. You just need the cycle time of 10 or more work items that were done by the same team, and the future work needs to look like the past. And that is it. I'll break that down a little bit, though. So cycle time, I think if you go online, read definitions, there's lots of different definitions of what people think that is. What I mean by this is just the start and end of your system, whatever you define that as, that's what you're forecasting for. And when I say the same team, you can't use one team's data to forecast for another team. That's not how it works. And when we say the future work needs to look like the past, that doesn't mean you need to be doing the same thing day after day. That's not how software delivery works. We all know that. But what it does mean is you can't fundamentally change your entire tech stack, or maybe change the way you break down work completely and expect to use the same data. But since we only need 10 items, it doesn't take long to get that back. So once you've got that, you need to run a Monte Carlo simulation. We use Actionable Agile to do this, so you don't have to. There are other tools out there, but this is the tool that works for us. I'm not really going to get into the guts of Monte Carlo simulation because I've only got about 20 minutes left. I will give some resources at the end, and please come and speak to me today if you want to talk more about it. But I'll give you in a nutshell view now. So you have your data, and you ask it a question. So like, when am I going to get this thing? And it'll run a random simulation on that data and pop out an answer. But it doesn't do that once. It does it thousands and thousands of times. In fact, on this example here, that's 1 million simulations run. So when we say there's an 85% chance of something happening on or before a date, we're saying out of that 1 million simulations, 85% of them came out on or before a date. That's the in a nutshell view. I'm not going to go any further than that, but please come speak to me if you want to. So I might sound like I'm contradicting myself up until now. So I'm saying estimates are wasteful, you know, they're not accurate, but we should probabilistically forecast, and we should do it all the time. The difference is estimates use people. They take knowledge, and they take people away from the work that they would be doing to add value. When we probabilistically forecast, however, we're using data. We can run this several times a day, and it has no drain on the team. It takes seconds to run. Also, estimating is really hard, right? It's a really hard thing to do. You have to try and guess what's going to happen between now and then without all the information. Sometimes we think about effort instead of elapsed time. We can't factor in our context switching. We don't know how many meetings we're going to be in. But when you use real data, that stuff's already happened. That's in your data. So when you do your simulations, it's taking account for those scenarios. Really topical, and I didn't plan this, but the weather in Amsterdam this week has been a bit unpredictable. So when we think about weather forecasting, we accept that actually the forecast in a week's time is not going to be accurate. So this is what I did for Cardiff 7 days ago. I did a forecast last Friday, and that was a 7-day forecast. That's a little bit sunnier than Wales normally is. So I did the same again on Saturday, and as you can see, there's some changes. And then I did the same again on Sunday, and there are some changes. The point here is it's better to be approximately right than exactly wrong. It's better to have the conversations every day and to be looking at what's changing and what's happening and planning for the future based on the new information you're getting. Weather forecasting is really complex, and we get more information all the time. Software delivery is exactly the same. So I said I'd show you real data, and this is what I'm going to do now. So this is a team that we had about 18 months ago. They spun up a new team to try out some new ways of working. We had some features to get through, and this is going to be their data. This is not it. I'm going to add it now. So I'm going to add a red line on here, and this line is going to represent the amount of work we have left to do. So if this line goes up, it means we've got more work left, so it could be we're uncovering complexity, it could be we're adding scope. And if it goes down, it means we've got less to deliver. So we could be working through the items, cutting scope. So here we go. Day 1, team starts delivering. The line's going down, exactly what we'd hoped for. I'm going to introduce a second line to this chart now, and this is going to represent the forecasted date range of work left to do. If it goes up, our forecasted date range is moving out. If it comes down, it's moving in. So here we go. You'll notice it's not started on the same day as the red line. And as I mentioned, we need 10 or more items to get started. So we waited for a little while before we started forecasting. But what you're seeing here is the forecasted date range for the number of items we had left on that day using all the data we collected up until that point. So the team keep delivering. Our red line is going down. Our forecast is remaining relatively stable. That's good news. So we're not changing too much. And then this happens. So our red line flattens out, and our forecasted date range is moving out. So this is a trigger for a conversation. This is what I mean when I say we get the earliest possible opportunity to take action. This could be a number of things, right? We could be uncovering complexity, we could be blocked, but the whole point of this data is that we're having the conversation. What actually happened was the team got a little bit involved in a quite gnarly production issue. Really helpful of them, but they were completely the wrong team to be helping with this. So we had the chat, we got the work moved into another team, and they were able to keep delivering. So I'm not saying that's always the answer, moving work around. It's not. It was in this scenario. But when we did that, the number of work items started to come down, and our forecast restabilized. So what you'll see now is that our forecasted date range is now later than it was before. So this gives us an opportunity to manage expectations or do something about it. Do we want to cut some scope? Is there something else we can do? Can we ask for help? Or do we just have a conversation and say, look, this thing has happened and our date range has moved back? Before, this is the type of thing that would happen along the way that we probably wouldn't think, oh, we need to re-estimate. And these are the little type of like micro events that happen along the way that influence our end date, but we don't always think about re-estimating all the impact it's going to have until it's too late. The next thing that happens in this scenario, and I don't know if any of you have experienced this, we had from a stakeholder, whilst you're in there, can you just do this as well? So normally there are two ways we would deal with that. We'd either just absorb it and keep going, or we'd re-estimate and spend time doing that, which meant this time we weren't working on the value. With forecasting, we're able to quickly run a simulation and say it probably will look a little bit like this, and we can have a conversation about the cost of that choice. We could do that before, but with data, it makes those conversations a lot more tangible, and it means we can have sensible conversations. So like, hey, can we just like stick with smaller batch sizes? We'll get to this next. Do you really want it at this cost? So yeah, enabled the conversation. So we do need to talk about the people side of this. I spent a little bit of time at the start gathering data so that I could go and have these conversations, tell people what the intention was, spoke to teams, heads of departments, and really easy to get nods. So like, I'm going to be able to manage my expectations, you're going to give me options, all sounds great. And that is until your forecasted date range starts moving in the wrong direction. And when that happens, we really need to double down on the education and understand that forecasting hasn't removed any certainty. These things were happening anyway. You just now have more information than before. You know about what's going on. And we now have options. And the options are when we can do something about it, not when it's too late. And if we were to aim for certainty, yes, we could spend some time in a room re-estimating another wrong date. But actually, that's time we're not spending on doing the work. So we were capturing cycle time for our probabilistic forecasting. And I could also show that we were capturing flow metrics just because we had those two numbers. So as I said, cycle time from the start to the end of the system. If we imagine all these green dots are work items flowing through the system from the start to the end, if we've got an item that's got a start date but not an end date, we know exactly how old that is, and that's our work item age. If we add up all those items that have a start date but not an end date, that's our work in progress. We know exactly how much we have in progress. And finally, everything with an end date, we know the rate at which we're delivering, so we know our throughput number. So again, I'm going to show you some real data examples for this. But for work item age and work in progress, these are numbers that exist in our system. So when our work is still live and active, so before it's been completed, they then become cycle time and throughput. So cycle time and throughput numbers are for when items have finished and exited our system. And cycle time is such an important number because that represents the amount of time it takes to get feedback from our customers. So this is a cycle time scatter plot. Each of these blue dots represents a work item. For us, that's user stories. For you, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be stories. It could be tasks, features, whatever you want to represent with this. So the bottom axis tells us exactly when we delivered that, and the y-axis tells us how long it took, so our actual cycle time. This was a real team's data from 2018 when I introduced them to flow metrics. And what we can see is a lot of the items were taking longer than a sprint to deliver, so this team was working in sprints then. So we had a bit of a conversation about this, and was like, what can we do to actually help this? So we agreed we would limit our work in progress for a couple of sprints and see what effect that had. We had some really interesting conversations off the back of that, so a lot of the team felt really uncomfortable. They're like, I don't feel as busy, and they were so used to context switching and working on a lot of things at once. That had all gone away. Then we looked at the data, and the data showed us that actually our cycle times are significantly reduced, and we hadn't impacted our throughput at all. So we could then have better conversations of, if you're feeling this way, is this just actually because you're not burning out? Or is it because you have some time and we need to look at maybe adjusting the work in progress limits? Or could we put that effort towards personal development? So when we've got a cycle time scatter plot, we can calculate what's known as an SLE, a service level expectation. So this is, the only difference with this chart now is that we have percentile markers on the side. So if we look at the 85th percentile, what we're saying is for this time frame, there are 85% of the work items under this line. So this says that there's an 85% chance of delivering a work item in 21 days or less if this is how our system performs. However, we need to be really mindful of the data we're using. So we've done an experiment here and significantly changed our ways of working. So before the experiment, it was 25 days or less, and after, it was 7 days or less. So once you do make a significant change, and you're seeing that in your numbers, when you're doing your forecasting, you need to be mindful of the data set you're using to do that. But since we're part of the conversation and everyone's involved in that, everyone's aware of what's going on, so it's not normally a difficult thing to know to do. Everyone knows Schrodinger's cat in a box. Don't know if it's dead or not until you open it. Yeah. So let me introduce you to Schrodinger's work item. So my theory is Inside our system, an item represents both potential value and waste, and until we deliver it, we don't know. So yes, we've been talking to customers, they tell us they want it, we think we're delivering value, there shouldn't be anything in our system that we don't believe is valuable, but actually until we deliver it, we don't know. And the point here is we want to keep things in our system for as small a time as possible. So how do we stop unnecessary aging? And this is of work items, unfortunately, not people. I don't have the answer to that. So one easy way is don't start, right? So this doesn't mean we don't do any work, but it means let's not start items until we know they can flow through the system. And then finish them. Once they're in there, let's focus on getting them done. So I realize that's really simple and not helpful. So actually what we need to do is not start work items until we can get them through the system. And when they're in the system, we need to be managing that work in progress with the goal of finishing. So there are a number of ways we can do this. So we've already talked about limiting the amount of work we have in progress. We also want to keep items small, so that small batch sizes, small work items. That means that they have less resistance going through the system. But importantly, we need to take action on items that are unnecessarily aging. So you might be thinking, how much age is too much age? How do we know? So we looked at a cycle time scatter plot, which was items that have gone through the system. These are items that are still in the system on an aging chart. So this is a really simple representation. We have 3 work items in here. One is 3 days, one is 6 days, one in 12 days. And we've already talked about an SLE. We've calculated one of them. So we just overlay it on here. And we can have really good conversations about items that have gone above our SLE or are creeping towards and might need action. So it might be that, I don't know, we might need to break it down. It might be blocked. We might need to say, actually, do we still need to do this? Is it not moved because no one cares about it? So it lets us have those type of conversations. Can you please shout out what you believe the story point number is of that very top item at the top? It's taken 60 days to complete. Give me some numbers, what you think the story point value of that was. 2, 5, 3, 1, 9, huge amounts of variance. So what I'll do now is color code these to represent the story points that were given. Ooh. So you'll see it was a 3. As was all the items down here on the 1-day line. Even after our experiment, there's a 10-day variance in those. There is no correlation between story points and time. There never was meant to be, right? That's not why they were designed. Yet for some reason, we use them for planning, and we use them to manage expectations. So I'm not here to hate on story points. If you love story points and you get value out of them, crack on. But what I'm challenging is we should not be using them for planning, and we should not be using them to manage expectations. So thank you for staying with me so far. So I've talked about probabilistic forecasting because software delivery isn't certain, and we should stop treating it like it is. We need to be having continuous conversations to manage expectations. There is no point in us having this data if we're not talking about it. And let's solve problems along the way instead of symptoms when it's too late. And also, we've been using flow metrics to help us get feedback quicker from our customers and continuously improve along the way. I said I'd share some resources. These are them. If you're interested in probabilistic forecasting, I would really recommend the 2 books on the end or the top link. I will try and share these with the conference as well, I think, so everyone can have them if they want it. And yeah, I've been Julie. Thank you. Okay.
So, thank you, Julie. That was a really insightful one. Let's just see if there's any questions for you as well. Drum roll. Who can reveal the Slido questions?
It might take a while. Feel free to grab me after.
Yeah, well, if there's no questions, then indeed, go and find Julie somewhere. She will be around for most of the day, I think, right?
Yes, yeah.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once more for Julie. So while we get the next speaker set up, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank a few more people because, oh, there are some questions. That's a little bit too late now, sorry. So we're organizing this event, of course, but if you think we've been doing everything that you see around here, you will be, I have to disappoint you a bit. We get a lot of help from the people here at Backhouse. So all of the staff and Ilse specifically have been a huge help for us over the last couple of days, or well, even months, just preparing for all of this. So if you could all give a big round of applause for them, that would be really appreciated. Cool. Our next speaker here is Ivan. He has quite a lot of extensive experience. He's done multiple different things. He currently works at Mondu, which is a security sort of platform that you can use, but he's not going to be talking to you about that. There's no product pictures here. Instead, Ivan is going to talk about his way of dealing with this thing we see a lot in our world, which is burnout, and trying to prevent getting burned out, and essentially volunteering to, for your own mental health, essentially. So very curious about this one. So big round of applause for Ivan.
Thank you, everyone. I hope it's been a fruitful event for everyone. I know it's the last day, but please bear with me for the next half an hour. We're going to talk about some good things and hopefully what you can get out of volunteering and contributing to open source. Let me introduce myself. Does this thing work, though? No. Come on. Is it dead? Something happened, yeah. So I've been in the Netherlands since 2014. My first job was at a Dutch company called ProDrive Technologies. Started working there 2015, quit last year at the beginning, and then I joined Mondu. We're an infrastructure security company. I work on our open source tooling, which is CNQuery, CNSpec, and our Kubernetes operator. And in 2021, I joined a Bulgarian nonprofit organization called Podkrepi. There I'm tech lead operations, and I also help with security from time to time because we don't have a dedicated person for that. And actually, this is what I want to talk to you about today. Okay, this thing is not cooperating. I'll use the keyboard. So Podkrepi is a non-profit organization. Essentially, we built a platform that's sort of like Kickstarter, where people can post their campaigns for different types of charities, and then users can find them on the platform, can select one they like, and then they can donate money for it. As I said, the whole thing is backed by a non-profit organization that's registered in Bulgaria. As you can see there, Podkrepi, this is a verb. It actually means support. The goals of the platform are, first and foremost, it should be trustworthy. So what we do is, if anyone wants to create a campaign on the website, we actually verify it by experts in the field of the campaign itself. So for example, if someone comes up with a medical need, then we actually ask medical experts to verify that the whole thing is okay, it's actually true, the price is right, and only then we post it on the platform. Then the second goal is to be transparent. So the complete source code and also the complete organization is publicly available and accessible. We would like to be accountable because of the fact that we work with people's money, and especially because it's for charity. So what we do, whenever a campaign is actually fully funded, we transfer the money to the campaign owner, and then we also do an audit. So we actually verify how the money was spent. We create a report, and then we publish it publicly so people can see where their money went. And last, we also have no hidden fees. We don't get any commission, no fees, and nobody at the organization is actually working for a salary, so it's completely backed up by volunteers. The platform timeline, as you can see, it started in October 2020. That was when the idea was born to create such an organization. Then in February 2021, the non-profit organization was registered in Bulgaria. In April 2022, we had the core functionality of the platform implemented. In August, we launched the public beta. And then somewhere in November, we had version 1 fully launched. And the same month, we already had our first successful campaign. Personally, I joined right after the nonprofit organization was registered, and that was also the time when the development actually started for the platform. The technical goals that we have, initially when we started, our idea was that this thing should be multidisciplinary. So we actually wanted to allow engineers with any type of background to be able to contribute to the platform. Then second place, we want it to be reproducible. So if anyone actually wants to create a similar type of organization in their own country even, they can just grab the source code and then just run it. For that reason as well, we want to be infra-agnostic, so we don't want to rely on any specific cloud providers or any specific hardware. And finally, we want to be scalable, because sometimes these things run into trouble because of traffic, and I'm going to show an example later in the slides. Just to give you a very, very generalized idea of what the thing does, I listed some requirements. So essentially what we need is, we need to be able to register users and beneficiaries. We want to have single sign-on with like Google, GitHub, whatever. We need to be able to create and manage campaigns, which also entitles that we should be able to upload and host pictures and documents. And on top of that, we need to do payment processing. That's a very general idea of the platform. So for that reason, we selected these technologies to support us on the way. We picked Kubernetes because it's a good infrastructure abstraction. It can run anywhere in the cloud in a managed environment or on a bare metal machine where you manage it yourself. We picked PostgreSQL for database because it's been around forever. It's free, it's well documented, everyone knows it. We use Keycloak for authentication and authorization, again, because it's a good abstraction and it comes with a lot of features out of the box. And we use S3 for uploading files and hosting them because it's widely adopted, it's standardized, and nowadays we can also find many, many implementations of it, so we're not locked to just AWS at this point. Because we had to run the whole thing for free, because we have no money, we don't take any commission, that was the initial challenge. So we need to run this thing somewhere. And as you know, compute is not cheap. The way it worked out at the beginning, we contacted a few Bulgarian hosting providers, and one of them actually gave us 3 virtual machines where we could set up whatever we need to get the whole thing running. And because of that, Rancher joined the party because we needed a way to easily bootstrap the whole Kubernetes thing and have some visualization around it. And we also use Ceph for distributed storage within the cluster, and also as an implementation for the S3 interface, which we need. Now, how the whole thing went, it went out of hand very quickly, initially. So as I said, we wanted it to be a multidisciplinary thing, and the way people thought about that at the beginning, and I guess partially that was me as well, I was not fully supporting it, but I was also kind of into it. The idea was to get all the hyped up technologies, shove them together, mix it real good, also take all the popular programming languages and be like, okay, we have everything. What do you know? PHP? Okay, yeah, we have that, you can help. What do you know? Kubernetes? Well, yeah, sure, you can just use it, and you can join the organization. So that's how this kind of beast came to be, and as you can see, there is GraphQL, gRPC, sort of microservices. To make it even more complicated, I can even show you like all the individual technologies we were planning to use back then. So, you know, React.js, C#, PHP, Go. Also, we wanted to use Kafka for some stupid reason. I don't know why. And as I said, it went out of hand very quickly. And at that time, we had multiple meetings a day, sometimes, to discuss this thing. And if I have to summarize how those meetings went with one picture, it's basically this. So everyone was like, yeah, I know this technology, it's amazing. We also take that technology and we glue them together and we use some duct tape, and then it's super simple. Well, it's not. Thankfully, there were a lot of people that did not agree with this, and they kind of gave us a slap in the face to wake up. So essentially what happened was, well, all of these things are now private archives in the GitHub repository, GitHub organization that we have. And then we went for a fresh start. So the fresh start, the idea to be multidisciplinary kind of took a different shape. So instead of using all the kinds of technologies and be like, yeah, whatever you know, you can help us, we actually went a different road, and we said, okay, we just pick something that's easy enough for everyone to understand and perhaps also has a big enough pool of people that already know it. We also wanted to have a decent templating possibilities in that language or framework, because as we know, all of us are volunteers and we do it in our free time, so we don't want to do too much of boilerplate code writing. We dropped all the premature optimizations, obviously, because that was also one of the reasons why we couldn't ship the thing. And essentially, the goal was make this thing operational as soon as possible. And then this happened. So much simpler. We have the public website. It's Next.js and React. We have the API in Nest.js. We have one database in Keycloak, and somewhere there is an S3 interface, which is not on the graph, but it's also not that important at this time. So we took a turn, and I would say it was for the best. But then because everything is still public, anyone can see it, there were a lot of people still saying, well, this is still too complicated. Why do you need Kubernetes? Why do you need to use Keycloak? Why is it all of that? It's just a website, you know. But I would say most of these people, it was not the case that they were trying to be constructive. It was mostly just plain hate, which is not so nice. And actually, now I can give a funny example where it went wrong. So last Sunday, one person that has a campaign on the website was participating in the Bulgarian version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And then he mentioned the platform on TV, and he was like, yeah, you know, I have a campaign there, so if anyone can help me, please go there and donate some money. And then what happened was, obviously, the visitors went to the roof, and then sometime later, this happened. So we do need scalability sometime. It's not all the time, but yeah, we do need to take into account that these things can happen. So this is just for the haters. The current status of the platform, as I said, we launched it last year in November. At the moment, we have about 180,000 euros worth of donations, which are coming from more than 3,500 unique donations and 3,000 unique benefactors. We have 18 campaigns. 6 of them are fully funded and successful. The organization has about 150 volunteers, 80 of which are actually code contributors, and the rest are like legal, marketing, design, and so on. We still have technical challenges. So as you saw, we use a lot of software, which is actually self-maintained because we don't pay for anything at this point. But it is becoming quite difficult to maintain it. So also doing backups is challenging now with all the user base that we have. So we're looking at solutions to becoming like more managed solution somewhere, somehow. But then we also have the problem with the cost because these things very quickly go out of hand. So this is sort of my call to action to all the smart people here. Like, if you have any ideas what we can change, where we can run this, great. Please come to me. I'll be around today. So I'm happy to discuss any options, anything. It will work out for me. So thank you very much in advance. Let's talk about my journey in the platform. So why I joined? Well, I have to start a little bit long ago, actually. I am very unhappy with the situation with charities in Bulgaria because, let's face it, Bulgaria is not the richest country. There are a lot of people that are quite poor and are in need. And, well, funny enough, there are also a lot of people that actually want to help them within the country, and they have the means and they have the desire to do that. But then the problem is that there are a lot of people that take advantage of this. They create like fake campaigns. They just get the money and then they run away. So the whole like charity type of sector has very bad reputation in Bulgaria, which is kind of sad. So I heard about the idea of Podskripe in November. That's when it became a big fuss about it because it was related to some investigation that happened for a similar platform. But that's when I heard about it. I was like, yeah, I will totally want to do something like that. But then it went under the radar for some time. And then I joined in June 2021 because then they posted on Facebook and were like, okay, we already have the organization and now we're looking for technical people because we need to start the actual deployment of the platform. And that's when I came in. But then before I joined, and also at the beginning, I asked myself a lot of questions. And I think people that are looking for volunteering opportunities or contributing to open source would probably ask themselves the same. So do I know enough to be able to contribute to this tech stack? Am I experienced enough to actually do something useful for this thing? Do I even have enough time? Because it sort of feels like this is becoming like a second job. And on top of that, it was also like they have an existing team, so do I really fit there? And yeah, I can see people doing that, people asking themselves these questions, and they also let those questions stop them from even trying. So I would say this is not that scary, and don't let it stop you try this out because it might actually work out. So let me tell you how it worked out for me. So far I've been, I think, 2 years into this organization. What I did, well, now I'm kind of supposed to manage the Kubernetes and Ceph cluster, which is quite a lot of work. I was a user before, but now I needed to learn like all the best practices and I need to make sure it works, which is kind of exhausting, but it does work out. I had to set up all the GitHub actions we use in our repositories to do our CI/CD. Before I joined, I had no experience with GitHub actions. They were kind of new at the time, and I never used GitHub, so I actually learned something. Now I need to do operations as well, which, as you can see, doesn't work out all the time. I need to do security sometimes because, as I said, we don't have a dedicated person for this at this point, so I need to patch systems, containers, configuration, and whatnot. I also actively participate in all the architectural brainstorming sessions that we do for all the features that we need to build. And I guess my favorite thing was mentoring, because we're also partnering with a bootcamp, software bootcamp in Bulgaria. So people with all kinds of random occupation, they decide to have a sudden change of mind and become engineers. They go there, they have a crash course on software basically, and then they need to do an internship. So when that comes, one of the options for an internship is actually joining us. And yeah, then we need to actually help them get started, explain a lot of the basics so they can get it rolling, and then when they're done, they get a job. And it actually worked out quite well. A lot of them got a job very quickly, so it was very exciting to see. Another thing, well, we do have a star team, so legal, management, marketing, engineering. I actually see I missed design. I'm sorry, design people, they're also amazing. But yeah, actually the team is really stars. Those are people that have a decade or even multiple decades of experience in their own field. So for me, this is like an endless opportunity to learn, because I can ask all the kinds of questions and I know that people can give me the feedback from personal experience and not by just reading it on the book, which is super good for my career development and then for anyone else that's actually part of this. We talked about all the nice things so far, but life is not always nice. Basically what happened was at the end of 2021 and the beginning of 2022, I got a burnout, and it was kind of bad because it's not something I've experienced before, and I didn't know how to tackle it. I didn't know how to approach it. I didn't even know what's happening to me. And the first time I went to my doctor and they said, well, we don't find anything physically wrong with you. It's probably stress. The first thing I did was quit my job. But still, like, whoever had this thing, they know that this is not something that passes away on its own. You actually need to work for it to go away and for you to recover. And in my case, I didn't know what that means. So something I have noticed is people that are going through something like this, they often feel scared or ashamed to talk about this. And I think that's pretty bad. You shouldn't be ashamed, because this is something that does happen. And if you speak up about it, there are many people that are actually willing to help you. So in my case, I was vocal about it. And a lot of people from the organization actually helped me, because they have either experienced it personally or they have seen someone around them experience it. So they did support me quite a bit. Essentially, they gave me a lot of advice, compassion, and positivity, and they also managed to sort of rebuild the enthusiasm that I always had and I kind of lost at the time, which was super nice, and I'm very thankful to them for doing that. On top of that, we also had a lot of meetings in person organized, and we also did online hackathons to get things to work quicker. And at some point, we also started getting a lot of confirmation from the media that what we're doing is actually important and it is useful. So all of this actually helped me quite a lot at that time to become the person I was before it happened. I tried to find some photos from the meetings that we had in person, and I couldn't, but I did find 2 photos of the online hackathons that we did. So this is me and my personal assistant. We worked on, I can see here, it's a sequence diagram for donations to a campaign. And you can also see that I'm in a call with multiple people. And that's actually quite very much at the beginning of the platform. So it is nice. It did help a lot. At this time, I would like to give like a open source shout out to all the tools that I rely on heavily to get the whole thing working, and we do use more of that in our day-to-day business at the organization, but these are just the tools that I personally use the most. Well, Kubernetes at this point, I think it's powering the world. It is basically an open source thing, very much powered by the community, and the community is great, so very much thankful for that. Ceph, it is backed by a lot of big enterprises, but you can use it for free, and I know that we're not even utilizing 1% of what it can do, but it does help us to get the whole thing running. And at this point, I guess I have to thank Rook as well, because they created an amazing operator that helps you set this whole thing up in your environment, because it's actually not the easiest thing to set up if you do it manually. PostgreSQL, obviously, because as I said, it's been there forever. It's simple, flexible, and well documented. Keycloak, I had no experience with it before that. I had to learn some stuff, but once I got the hang of it, I actually realized how much time it saved us in maintaining the whole thing and developing all kinds of different features. CNSpec, I will say it, like, I work for Mondu, we built this thing, but it does help me a lot in the security aspect of things, because I'm not a security person. I had to do it just because I had to do it at this point. And it does help me to configure policies in our CI/CD pipeline, so all the volunteers don't mess things up that they're not supposed to mess up. I can scan our nodes, I can scan our Kubernetes cluster, I can scan our Google Workspace, and it does give me some valuable insights, which I don't know myself, but at least I can get some actionable feedback how I can improve things. Some key takeaways from this whole story that I would like to summarize. I guess the main and most important thing that I would like to emphasize is don't hide your thoughts and feelings. Like, if you're not feeling at the right place, if you're struggling with something, you should speak up, share it with your peers, ask for advice. I think you'll be surprised how many people are actually willing to help you. And I would say if you're in a bad place, I don't honestly believe that someone will try to take advantage of that or make fun of you. And please don't think that this is the case. Volunteering does not mean you are not getting anything for your contributions. This is, I think, a bad thing to think about. It's not right. Yes, you're not getting paid, but indirectly you're gaining a lot out of it. So I personally gained a lot of knowledge. I have a purpose. I know that I'm helping some good cause with the things I know. And I also build a great network with people with experience in all kinds of fields. Contributing to open source projects does not require prior experience. This is also something very important, because I have noticed that people are very scared of even trying to contribute to something because they think they don't know enough. Well, I think you should try, just grow into it. And something you should remember is these open source projects most of the time are created by someone in their free time because they needed it, and people actually get super hyped up when they see a random person contributing to their thing. It's nice for them, and it's also a nice opportunity for you to learn. Being part of a non-profit organization can significantly boost your craftsmanship and creativity. Well, yes, at this point, you have to build something with the things that you have available, and most of the times those things are close to nothing. So then you need to be very creative and figure out how to do it for the minimum cost, and that's something that I like. I learned a lot of things because of this. And then something that probably all of you already know, but it's good to remind ourselves, is premature optimization is the root of all evil. If you don't need something, just don't do it, because this will only postpone the delivery of your product for no apparent reason. Like, once the problem occurs, only then start thinking how to fix it, not before it's even there. And simple is better. Sticking to one technology makes things easier. I show you the initial beast that we had. Well, yeah, getting rid of that was a great choice, because I think back then when we had the very complicated architecture, it took several months of time to get something kicked down the road and be functional, and it was still not great. Once we threw away everything and we just had like one technology and very simple architecture, things went much better, and I think it took us like a couple of months to rebuild what we had and even more. So that's something to keep in mind. That's all I had to say. Thank you for listening, and I will say it again, like, I'm up for any type of discussion that can help working on this thing and making it better. So please come to me if you have any ideas.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. So one thing Ivan is also volunteering for that you might not know is Devopsdays Eindhoven.
Yes.
Which is happening later this year. So there's a question for you here, Ivan, for sure. Is there a reason you choose to volunteer in something that is so much like your regular job and not something completely different?
I haven't thought about this, to be honest, but I would say for me the consideration was I don't know how much time I have to spend on this, because when I joined I was also very much pushed by my ex-job to do a lot of things, and this was kind of an easy thing because I could quickly deliver a lot of value because I'm just using things I already know. For me it was important to join this project also because of the idea, because as I said, I was very unhappy initially with how things with charities work in Bulgaria, and I do believe that this thing can actually change the perspective of people for that. So that's also why specifically this.
Very cool. So I'm going to give the audience a choice. I can ask another question or you can go to lunch. Or there is one question from the audience. Oh, there's one more.
Open sourcing your code base for similar websites, have you done it already? Well, we have that platform and everything is open source. It was open source from the beginning, it was never closed source. So, yes.
So that's a yes?
Yeah.
Well, I do have one more question though. You talked a lot about simplicity and, essentially you talked about over-engineering, but did you find some good tricks to inspire your fellow engineers to think a little bit more simply about things and not just go for the coolest, newest stuff? And
I don't know what changed our mind, as I said, was the different perspective of people around us. So one thing should be, you should never be like this. You should be able to listen to people that actually want to speak up and have an opinion. Of course, that opinion should be constructive because, as I said, we had a lot of those that were just plain haters. That would be one thing. Another thing is, well, you should always ask yourself, how would it help me if I introduce this technology in my daily work? And actually also what's the setback? So for us, for example, okay, we use Ceph because we need to run things for free and this works out and it's free and we can do it. But then the implication of that is, well, it's actually very difficult to maintain. So it does come with a certain burden, which is now actually overloading us. But at the beginning, we're just thinking like a month ahead. And for us, this was like, okay, this is actually the only way where we can go to production, sort of. So yeah, you should keep those things in mind.
Cool. Thank you one more time to Ivan, please.
Thank you.
Then just a sanity check for myself. We are now having a lunch, of course, and I just want to make sure to tell you the right time to come back, which is at 1 o'clock. That we're going to take the next talk with Leslie, who's going to talk about psychologically safe reliability management. But please go outside, grab some lunch somewhere, and we'll see you in a bit.
So hello, welcome back to Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where we're joined by some of our speakers to talk a little bit more about their sessions and their overall Devopsdays Amsterdam experience. And right now in the studio joining me, I'm very excited, are Nathan and Amanda. Nathan and Amanda, can you please introduce yourself real quick for the audience?
For sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Nathan Harvey. I'm a developer advocate with Dora and Google Cloud. Good to meet you.
Hi, and I'm Amanda Lewis, also a developer advocate with Google Cloud, focused on the Dora research program.
Excellent. And your session was a workshop, right, on the Wednesday. Can you tell us a little bit about the workshop? What did people learn, or you intended for them to learn?
Absolutely. It was fantastic. We had just wonderful participation, and the goal of it was to understand the Dora research. So some people that joined us had never maybe heard of it and understood it, and then also how they can take it, most importantly, take it back and apply it with their teams.
Do you know the Dora research?
Tell me about the Dora research.
Well, it's Dora the Explorer.
No, Nathan.
No?
Not that Dora.
Not that? Oh. The Digital Operational Resilience Act.
Not that one either. I know we're in Europe, but not that one.
Oh. The DevOps Research and Assessment.
Yes.
Yes?
You got it right.
DevOps Research and Assessment.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, DevOps Research and Assessment is this ongoing research program. It's program and platform agnostic. It's been running for about 10 years now. And it asks this question: how do teams get better at delivering and operating software? And so we had this question for all of our attendees in our workshop as well. And we started by asking them about an application. Tell us about one of your applications. And they talked about how that application goes from commit all the way through to production. We talked about the specific metrics that we might look at and so forth. It was really great.
Very cool. I mean, I got a chance to walk around on the Wednesday, and I walked into your session, and it was sort of like this Las Vegas. I feel like a Las Vegas setup, you know, with a table, with tablecloths and people around the table. And you were walking around with your Madonna mic. So it was a really full room too.
Yeah, it really was. We were like so pleased. It was exciting, and the energy was so high. Just the interactions and the way they were collaborating with each other, because we asked them to come in and become teams.
Oh, right.
With the people that they were around, and so it was really. So they all walked away with new teammates.
That is really cute. A conference team,
right?
So that's good. And you mentioned that they can bring their own sort of use case to the actual table.
Yes.
That is really pretty cool. So like, it's not a fictive event that they're playing out, but it's something that they can actually bring back to the company.
Yeah, we had teams where, you know, maybe we had a couple of colleagues together, but then a couple of new joiners. And maybe those colleagues shared, this is how we do things with our application. And maybe they got insights from some of the people that were there at the workshop with them. I think
that maybe had some of the similar challenges in their past life, right?
Exactly. Similar challenges in their past life, in their current life, in their future life, who knows? But it's really a workshop about how do we learn from each other. And I think the beauty of the workshop, at least for myself and Amanda, is we get to learn right along with all of the participants. It's super fun.
Exactly. Oh, that is really, really good. But that also means like the workshop is now over.
Yes.
So you get to just fully enjoy the conference.
Yes.
So what are some of are there any like surprises or things that really stand out to you from your conference experience so far?
Well, there's been so many. I'm trying to pick which one. So obviously the open spaces is probably one of my favorite times. And yesterday, just getting to hear, because one of the sessions that I attended was about metrics, and to be able to sit back and listen to how different teams and different individuals are thinking about their metrics and how do they measure and how are they important and how can they be used for good, but also, unfortunately, sometimes they get used for bad. So I learned so much coming out of that, which was, I don't know that it was unexpected, but definitely well worthwhile.
Was one of the highlights. That's really cool.
Yeah, I really loved Sharon's keynote on empathy.
Yeah.
It was just really incredible. She has an amazing life story, first of all.
Yeah.
And then really just, I think she gave some concrete steps to how do you take empathy from a noun to a verb, put it into action. I really liked that.
Yeah, I thought it was wonderful. I had a chance to talk with to her just before this, so that was really, really good. Like absolutely my highlight of, of this event.
Nice.
Very cool. So what do you have on your schedule for the rest of the day? I know that we're still, we're in our lunch break now, and I'm sorry for breaking into your lunch break to have this conversation. I hope that you're still able to get some of the excellent food that we have outside. But do you have anything that you're specifically looking forward to that is still happening? I mean, we still have Ignites, we still have open spaces. So you mentioned open spaces.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to just continuing the conversation. Look, Devopsdays Amsterdam is one of my favorite DevOps days across the year. I mean,
you've been here once or twice.
Once or twice I've been here. Yes, of course. I love coming to this city, and this community is just so welcoming and open and sharing ideas. So I'm really looking forward to the conversations that will happen outside. And of course, I'm looking forward to the open spaces as well.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be surprised by what topics will be offered today.
Well, there was a wide range yesterday. I got volunteered to do one on chickens, so
chickens.
There was a good crowd for that one too. Like I had no idea.
Yeah, we had chickens, we had empathy, we had a keynote on. We had chickens and power napping, and a keynote on empathy. Where else but a DevOps Days
well,
could you have those?
And I'm looking forward to the Ignites because yesterday we had incredible meditation. Right? So what might come out of today?
Is anyone's guess,
right?
Maybe it really is.
Maybe there'll be power napping during the
power napping, yes. Oh, what if we had a 5-minute power nap as the Ignite?
Maybe an idea for next year.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much for joining me here in our little green room. And I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your DevOps days. And thank you so much for joining DevOps Days and doing the workshop. And I heard excellent feedback. So really,
thank you for having us. Thank you for putting on such an incredible event and bringing the community together because such an amazing 3 days.
Absolutely.
I don't want it to end, but I know it has to.
Oh no!
Right? It always goes so fast.
Yeah, I know. Before you know it, we're already at the end. Right, and for our audience that is watching this live, we're going to show you a little video that we've recorded before with one of our speakers, and then we'll be back with a live interview. So see you in a little bit. All right, welcome back to Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where I'm joined by guests to talk about their sessions, by attendees about their event experience. My name is Floor Drees, and I'm one of the organizers of Devopsdays Amsterdam. And with me right now is Dotan Horowitz. Hi, Dotan. Can you introduce yourself to our little viewers at home?
Yeah, hi everyone, glad to be here. I'm Dotan Horowitz. I work as the principal developer advocate at a company called Logs.io in the DevOps and observability space. And I'm also a CNCF ambassador and an open source enthusiast and co-organizer of the CNCF local chapter in Tel Aviv, where I'm based, and the DevOps Days Tel Aviv, and Kubernetes Community Days, and many more. So that's me in a nutshell.
You do many things. You have many hats, many types of events, which is where we keep meeting each other as well, right? So that's kind of nice. You just had a workshop earlier today. Tell us about what the workshop was about, what it looked like. Was it a good experience? Of course, it wasn't a good experience. Only good things, but yes.
Of course, that was an amazing experience. Actually, that's the first time that I delivered this in this format, so I'm glad that I have the opportunity. It was about distributed tracing, like the primer for distributed tracing in general, and specifically hands-on with the Jaeger open source project. So also the fundamentals and also the hands-on part, and got the basics. And yeah, I think it was well received. The fact that the audience stayed with me over the time, and when I asked them, do you want to finish? No, carry on. So apparently it was good.
Yes, because you continued a little bit into the coffee break, right?
Yeah,
so that means that people were energized enough by your workshop that they didn't need coffee. Really cool. And you say in this format, because you've never done anything this interactive.
Hi everyone, glad to
tell us about what the workshop was about, what it looked like, was it a good experience? Of course, it wasn't a good experience, only good things, but yes.
Of course, that was an amazing experience. Actually, that's the first time that I delivered this in this format, so I'm glad that I have the opportunity. It was about distributed tracing, like the primer for distributed tracing in general, and specifically hands-on with the Jaeger open source project. So also the fundamentals and also the hands-on part, and got the basics. And yeah, I think it was well received. The fact that the audience stayed with me over the time, and when I asked them, do you want to finish? No, carry on. So apparently it was good.
Yes, because you continued a little bit into the coffee break, right?
Yeah,
so that means that people were energized enough by your workshop that they didn't need coffee. Really cool. And you say in this format, because you've never done anything this interactive. You asked people to take out their laptops if they wanted to join you in this
No, I've done many workshops in the past. This specific workshop and this specific flow, technology, use case, and stuff like that. So I've done lots of workshops before, but taking this specific use case, I've done that as a live demo in other formats, and I wanted to try it out as a interactive workshop format. And it worked fine. I need more time. Like that was a 45-minute slot, and apparently it merits an hour or so. But this is part of the learning to get it even better the next time.
Right, exactly. And so for the people joining, did they need to download a bunch of stuff, and that's why you got in trouble time-wise, or did or is it just?
It's a good question.
It turns out that it takes a longer time for them to see, and then typey. I don't know.
I haven't done the retrospective myself, so you're not asking me to do all the.
We're doing the retro
so
live.
Do it live in the show, but what I think is the combination of good questions. So people, and I don't like to tell people stick with the questions until the end. So it's interactive, and we got lots of questions. For example, many people were interested about the instrumentation part, which means how to get your application to emit telemetry in general and tracing in particular in this case. And my workshop was more focused about how to, once your application is instrumented and then you have tracing data, how you can explore it using the different visualizations and the trace timeline and the Gantt chart and find all sorts of performance issues in your system. But the interest went more, and I had slides on that, less of the hands-on part, but I had slides on that. So I devoted more time that I planned for the workshop around instrumentation. So all sorts of these things, and obviously the setup for some people was more challenging than the others, but it's good learning.
Okay, wow, yeah, cool. So, and in your introduction, you also mentioned that you're an open source enthusiast. So, in how far are you in the Jaeger project yourself? Mostly a consumer, which is also fine, or are you also contributing to the project?
So I'm involved, obviously, with the evangelism part, doing lots of promotion. My team is involved also in contributions, things such as the service performance monitoring that was added to Jaeger and others. So we do the open source contributions part, and we try and evangelize and help enhance and get more people exposed to the project in general. I do that both in my capacity as Logz.io, because ultimately Logz.io provides a lot of a managed version of Jaeger. So both, if people feel comfortable with the open source, they will obviously be feeling comfortable also with the service. But also in my capacity as a CNCF ambassador, since it's a CNCF graduated project, so it serves both purposes, which is great. It's very exciting.
Yeah, and I can imagine that if you're doing workshops around these topics, people come up with questions that you didn't think about maybe necessarily, and which can make it back into the project.
Yeah,
or use cases that you
always. Yeah, I see in general. I see developer relations as a bidirectional channel. So it's not just me advocating to the world about what I believe. It's also getting the feedback back. I can tell you that the service performance monitoring, for example, came out of a lot of feedback that we got from users and lots of other tiny things about the system architecture, visualization, and others. So it's definitely, it feeds back into the product roadmap, both the commercial product for Logz.io and also for the open source roadmap.
Fantastic. And now your workshop is done. So now the conference experience starts, right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Actually, it's good to have the workshop, because workshop is the first day, and then I have the rest of the conference for myself.
You can sit back and
looking forward to enjoying and also meeting. For me, a lot of that is catching up with people like yourself that we catch up over the conferences, and many others that I've seen. The organizers of the config management camp, I just came from the chat with them, and many others. So it's fun to see the good friends in person during these conferences.
It's very good. Well, thank you for joining Devops Days in general, but also here for this little conversation.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. And let me invite your audience also to check out my podcast. It's called Open Observability Talks. As Open Observability is one word. It's about open source, DevOps, observability. It's a podcast and a video cast for those who want to check it out on YouTube. And if you're interested in these topics, check it out.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was a wonderful recording of my chat with Dotan. I had such a good time. And here I am, joined by another one of our speakers. Actually, your session, Foy, is still up, right? So I think it's almost right after lunch. So I really appreciate that you're joining me now, because you must be maybe nervous, or you wanted to like sort of do like know people maybe before your session. But I'm so glad you're here. Can you introduce yourself to the audience before we start our little conversation?
Sure thing. I'm Foy Murek. I work as a developer advocate for Isinga, which is an open source monitoring tool. And I'll also be talking about it in my lightning talk that's coming up.
Yeah, excellent. So you have one of those really difficult to get right sessions. Sorry, I didn't want to add to the stress that you might already be feeling, because I just have immense respect for anyone who tries the Ignite format, which is the 5 minutes, so many slides, auto-advancing slides, and have to do that story. But you still have that coming up. So what is your session going to be about?
So my session is mostly about accessibility. So I'm going to talk about what kind of visual impairments and how they affect working with monitoring tools. Because in monitoring, we usually have the red light principle. So we have green for things that are okay and red for things that are not. And a lot of people actually have like some sort of red-green blindness, which makes it very, very difficult to use those monitoring solutions in the way they're intended. And I want to give a bit of an insight in how to design your software in a way that it's still usable for people with different kinds of visual impairments.
Excellent. That is really amazing, and only in 5 minutes. So that means like really bite-sized advice for people to implement when they get back to work on Monday, I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. And so you've been, we're both in the code of conduct team for this conference, which again also thank you for joining us in making sure that this is an event that everyone feels safe at and to learn. But also you've got to walk around at the conference these couple of days. So what have been some of the highlights so far for you?
I've really enjoyed the talks that I've been in yesterday. I didn't really manage to get to many today because I have been practicing my talk.
As you do. Yeah.
As you do. Yeah, I really liked the very social aspects of the talks yesterday. So we were talking about fear, about insecurities, and how to overcome those. And there's also been a talk yesterday which had a huge overlap with mine, but in the best kind of way. So that was like the basics of all sorts of different impairments, which I'm just going to hop on top of and go deeper into the visual impairments. So that has been a great intro into the topic as well.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
And what's what's on your schedule for today after the Ignites, after you've recouped, had a coffee, had a water, and you're back amongst the other peoples again. Is there anything you're looking forward to still today?
For now, it's just relaxability. Come down after the talk because it's always difficult.
Yeah.
And I've had the additional difficulty of I've prepared the talk before and I've held it before, but it had 30 slides. And now I had to boil it down to 20, and I really hope I didn't kick out anything important.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to relax a little bit, have a coffee, because the coffee is actually really good, and see where the day takes me.
Wonderful. Well, I wish you all of luck for your Ignite today. We'll all be watching from the sidelines by watching the live stream. Thank you so much for joining me for having this little conversation.
Anytime.
All right, we're going to watch one of the other recordings of the interviews that we've done before, the days before, and then we'll be back with one of the live interviews with our speakers.
All right, so welcome back to DevOps Days Online. I'm Joep Schaaf. I'm joined today by Chris Buitaert, and we're going to talk about, the fun things that make DevOps Days DevOps Days. So Chris, tell me, what do you do for DevOps Days Amsterdam these couple of days specifically? What's your role?
I think since the very first DevOps Days Amsterdam, I've been running the Ignites. So I guess that started out. I don't even remember when I started doing that, but
a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah, so tell me, what are Ignites for the people that haven't heard about the concept?
So Ignites are a really fun talk format. It's 5 minutes, you get 20 slides, and they auto-forward every 15 seconds. So there's a couple of challenges in there. For the speaker, it's really hard to actually kind of find a rhythm and make sure that your slides are not advancing faster or advancing slow. But you really have to figure out how to focus your message into those 5 minutes. And for the audience, there's a huge variety of topics with Ignites. And if there's like a topic in the Ignite that doesn't really care, well, it's just the perfect time to check on that email and respond to it and then listen to the next one.
Yeah.
So you kind of get an impression of a lot of different topics, a lot of different ideas from the speakers each time locked into 5 minutes.
Nice. So tell me a little about that forwarding concept. Why was that introduced?
Honestly, I have no clue why that was introduced. We got the ideas ages ago, I think from, what's it called? Pekka Kucha? Something like that. I need to look that up because it's been ages. We've been doing this as Ignite for like 10 plus years. Probably. I think I ran them in Göteborg and in Rome, so that's 2012, 11, 13, something like that. And Amsterdam, I ran them the first time. So it was kind of a format that somebody at some point came up with. I think it was in Hamburg we did it the first time. I think it was Gildas Renardin who ran them. It kind of stuck because it was like DevOps Days is in the morning, the formal talks, like 3, 4, sometimes 5 formal talks. And then this was an option to give an audience a podium to a couple of more speakers while not filling a whole day with it.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense, right? So having different types of content always is a plus for, any conference, and specifically DevOps Days, where, we have keynotes, we have breakouts, we have open spaces, we also have the Ignites. It makes for a variety of content, but also it attracts different kind of speakers. So I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ignites are kind of pro-level speaking, right? This is not something you start out with if you're a new speaker.
It depends, because it's also less scary than to do a full talk. I know DevOps Days Amsterdam has had people who did for the very first time an Ignite talk. We had people here years ago who came from a school background, education background, who gave an Ignite on how they were using Kanban in their school ecosystem. And obviously they were used to talking to people, but they've never done an Ignite. So it was their kind of first conference exposure. So for them, it was new, completely new. But on the other side, it's also, I know for sure that this week there are speakers who are going to be on stage for their very first time doing an Ignite. So there's definitely a bunch of experienced speakers who say, yeah, sure, I'll do an Ignite because I know how to do this. I can run with it and I've got the experience. And even speakers, there's a bunch of people in our community who, if you need a slot and if you've got 5 minutes, you go, hey, can you do an Ignite in 10 minutes? They'll say, sure, I got something prepared because they have it up their sleeve. But I think it attracts kind of a mixed audience of people who are maybe too afraid to give a full talk. And on the other side of the spectrum, people who are like, yeah, this is really fun. I also see that there's different types of people doing Ignite. There's people who are going to literally prepare word for word what they're going to say. And I'm for sure that this week there's going to be at least an Ignite that I've seen last week, which is going to be word for word the same. But there's also other Ignites where people basically have a story to tell. They know they can fit the story in 5 minutes. and the slides are just background. So they're going to have a variation of that same content, of that same story over and over again. And both methods work. But it depends. It's a different set of skills.
Yeah, no, definitely a different set of skills. And what I like about them is, and I think you touched on this earlier, is this is, content that doesn't necessarily fit into a longer talk, or, maybe you're experimenting with something, with a new topic, or maybe it's something that is just meant to be fun, right? So
it's fun topics. It's sometimes what used to be the case is that a lot of the Ignites in the early days were about the open source tools that we were using. And it was like, we don't want full talks about how to use this, what is this, who wrote it, blah, 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 and then going into code. It's like, hey, I got this tool. This is the idea. It works like that. That's what you can do to next.
Yep.
And it really was sometimes a starting point for then in the afternoon in the open space to go to the discussion like, hey, you did an Ignite about that topic.
Yeah, tell me more. Yeah.
Tell me more. And
yeah, exactly.
The hallway track got started and people started talking about those topics. And then obviously it started to also become like the fun factor, like, hey, let's do some really fun stuff on stage in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We had great talks from people basically thinking out an idea on the spot. Ages ago, Patrick Dubois actually did an Ignite in London, first or the second time we were in London.
Mm-hmm.
And even before, he was like, I'm going to do 20 slides on what if DevOps was invented by Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
Yeah. And
it was awesome.
No, but those are the great talks.
It might even been more awesome because I accidentally gave him more than 15 seconds for each slide, but that's also the mistakes we sometimes make.
And that's fine. I mean, that's fine, especially for topics like that. It's fine if you have a little fun with it. But you mentioned another part, and maybe we'll kind of close off on that, because so one of the reasons I like Devops Day so much is that it is a very social event. Networking, meeting new people, being with like-minded people, and actually having, specifically the open spaces where you can have a discussion as an attendee, so you're an active part of the event. I think that makes it, a very worthwhile event and a worthwhile community. And I wonder what your take is on open spaces. Are we hitting the mark on it? Are we doing them right? What's kind of next for open spaces?
I don't know what's next for open spaces, but when I go to events that don't have open spaces, I miss something. I want to have that interaction with people. I want to have that discussion on what are they struggling with? How do they solve certain topics? How do they do things? And if I don't have those, then it doesn't feel like a good DevOps Days to me. Most DevOps Days have them. Some are struggling because of language barriers, because of venue. But typically, if there's open spaces running, you won't find me in the talk, except if there's something really, really I want to see in that slot, or if I have to give my own talk in that slot. But yeah, to me, the combination of the three different forms and definitely open spaces where you get to talk to people, where you get to sometimes meet completely new people and continue the discussions later at a barbecue or at a social event. That's really where you get the real value from meeting people and from DevOps Days.
No, and I agree. And so specifically for Amsterdam, for this event this week, we're experimenting with online open spaces because we know not everyone can make it to Amsterdam. So, if you're watching the live stream, go sign up. We have a forum. So you can do an open space with the virtual audience. So, we're trying to make that accessible for everyone. If that's not your cup of tea, hopefully we'll see you in Eindhoven or, maybe at one of the other upcoming events.
Yeah. There's a couple of fun ones coming up. We are working to plan a 15th year anniversary for next year in Ghent, where we started.
Nice. Well, I think that is a beautiful way to close off this interview. Chris, thank you so much for being here. We hope you have a good couple of days. I'm looking forward to seeing you host the Ignites again. So with that, we'll see you at the next one. All right, welcome back to Devopsdays Amsterdam online. I'm joined here by Daniel Mar. He is one of the core Devops Days organizers. And immediately my question is, what is a core organizer?
Am I on mute? No, I'm not on mute. We're good.
You're good.
I did press the button. So I am one of the core DevOps Days organizers, have been for a number of years now. I'm actually also one of the co-chairs, current co-chairs of the DevOps Days conference series worldwide. So there's currently 3 of us. Ivo will be stepping down very soon. Actually, he's done 2 or 3 years, so it's time. So what about core, right? What does core do? And in a nutshell, we are the shepherds of the DevOps Days culture, the spirit, right? We're the caretakers of it. We don't necessarily directly run events, although, of course, some of us certainly do run local events. I was involved in Paris, where I'm based for a number of years, and so on and so forth. But our jobs are really much more around being responsible for the culture. It's DevOps, really into culture. We're responsible for that.
Right, so you kind of make sure that the event stays the event and kind of sticks to the vision of what it should be.
That's precisely it, right? So every DevOps Days you go anywhere around the world, there's going to be a certain continuity. Little differences here and there, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, multi-track, single track, how are they doing open spaces, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, they all feel like DevOps Days.
Yep, they do.
That's our job.
Right. So, and just to be clear, there's not an organization behind this, right? There's not a commercial interest. There's not even a foundation behind it.
Nope.
It is shepherded by a couple of different people that have been in the community for a long time. So it is a true community event in all of the different ways.
It is 100% community-based. There's no commercial interests. We're literally volunteers.
Right.
Right. We have day jobs that we do on top of this, right? So it is a 100% community effort.
Yeah. And I think that shows in the events, right? So I help organize the one here in Amsterdam. I also do the one in Eindhoven, and they feel similar, but they also have nothing to do with any commercial interest whatsoever. We just do it because we like doing it. We want to give back to the community.
That's right.
And that's very different from some other community events. It's very different from even a lot of corporate events. So yeah, I think it makes total sense to have a core to kind of help maintain that visibility. Yes. So tell me, what do you actually do as a core organizer? What's your role?
Yeah, that's great. And the answer really there is as little as possible.
I like that.
It sounds flippant, but really that's the goal.
Yep.
Right? If we're not doing anything, it means that we already did our jobs properly, right? That the culture is being maintained, that the events are running well, that the community is engaged and happy with the experience that's being curated for them.
Yep.
Right? Yep. So honestly, as little as possible. The reality is that that's not how it works out. There's little things that come up from time to time where we go, it's not necessarily negative things. Honestly, where we have a local organizing team that's like, what if we did something differently?
Yep.
What if we wanted to try something or experiment with something? Or we have a sponsor that wants to do this and no sponsor has ever asked for it before. Like, does this fit with the culture? Does this fit with the spirit? And then our job is to not necessarily make decisions for other people, but to provide the criteria to make those decisions.
Exactly, give guidance so that the local teams can make that happen.
Precisely.
Yeah, I think, that's a perfect explanation. But however, you are here at Devopsdays Days,
yes,
Amsterdam. You're not here as a core organizer.
No,
you are here for something very different.
Very different. Yes, it's the opposite of as little as possible.
Correct.
In fact, so I was here, actually, I was invited to come do an Ignite, which I really enjoy. I love the Ignite format. Chris just talking about Ignites, right? Ignite format for me is can't say enough good things about it. It's challenging, it's interesting, it's fun. I'm an old school theater nerd, so it speaks to me, right? This idea of a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of showmanship as well. So yeah, that's what I did yesterday, and it was a lot of fun.
And why was it a lot of fun? What was the topic of that Ignite?
So it was literally called DevOps Meditation Maybe, which shout out to Flora is actually her title. It was a placeholder title,
right?
Because nobody knew what I was going to do, so that's what got put there. And I went, "What a great idea! Let's do DevOps Meditation Maybe." And that's exactly how it went down. So I did sort of a shtick, if you will, on sort of a guided meditation exercise, right? So I'm a stressed out DevOps engineer, and I want to relax.
Right.
And I want everybody who's in the audience to relax with me.
Yeah.
But the reality is that our jobs are stressful. We've got a lot of people asking us things. We've got a lot of requirements. We've got a lot of things going on. Our jobs are hard. And just breathing in and breathing out, it's not going to cut it. right?
Nope.
And so I wanted to tell a little bit of a story, which is exactly that. It's okay to be stressed out. Everybody's feeling stressed out. It's okay to feel like you don't know how to do your job. Turns out everybody feels that way. It's okay to feel overwhelmed. Everyone feels overwhelmed. It's okay to make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, right?
Right.
Through the medium of this sort of silly DevOps meditation exercise.
Yeah, well, and especially if you do it with, a collective, the whole audience, everyone involved.
Exactly.
That makes it all the more powerful.
Yeah.
And that's, immediately what I like about DevOps Days and, maybe DevOps Days Amsterdam specifically, is that we really tend to focus on these topics. We try to create an ambience where this is possible, where people feel welcome and safe to do so.
Precisely. It's a safer space. At least that's the idea. Is it intended to be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you kind of alluded to, reality is always messy, so stuff happens, and it's not always perfect.
Yeah. That's why we have a code of conduct, for example.
That's why we have a code of conduct.
Very
that's
important.
Why we tend to this community actively, and so hopefully we can create that that possibility for people to behave that way and to be part of this. So yeah, I appreciate you doing that Ignite. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Almost falling asleep in the audience.
Yeah, well, that was it. If we could get to the very end of it and feel like we could take a nap,
super relaxed,
then we did it right.
We did it right. I think that's the perfect high note to end this interview on. So we're now going to go back to one of the recorded interviews that we recorded yesterday. So please enjoy the next interview with Lutske.
Hi, welcome to Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where we have wonderful conversations with our guests and speakers for the conference. My name is Floor Drees. I'm one of the organizers, and right now I'm joined by Lutske Lul. Hi, Lutske.
Hi.
Can you introduce yourself real quick for the audience?
Yes, I'm Lutske Lul. I'm 29 years old, and I just had a workshop about Machine Learning 101, where to begin.
Excellent. So where to begin?
Yeah, that's the question. I have a full 45-minute talk about it. But the workshop's all about, okay, I want to do machine learning, but where do I start? So there's so many ways and how to improve my model and all those kind of things.
And then you said a full workshop of 45 minutes. It's actually like a really, really short time.
Yeah, it is.
You get a lot of stuff across, especially when you're dealing with beginners, right? Because they might have like a bunch of questions. So did you have anyone helping you during your session? Because I can imagine if you're over 10 people, it already gets like really, really messy.
Yeah, I had a colleague, Jethro, he is also helping with the hands-on part, because just like you said, when there's a lot of people, they have questions and you will answer them all. So
Yeah, you want to make sure that they have a good experience.
Yeah.
They go to the 202 and the 303 and like all of the follow-up workshops. Really good. You mentioned colleague, so you work at
Luminous.
Excellent. And you're one of the sponsors, right?
Yes, we're one of the sponsors.
So people that are here present at Devopsdays Amsterdam, they can also visit you at that booth?
Yeah, we have a booth, and it's on the, I don't know which floor, the second floor or something. And I'm also at the booth, and my colleague Jurgen, who is also speaking on a Friday, is there, and a lot of other colleagues. So if you want to talk more about machine learning or software or anything, your cats, just come by.
Yes, all of my pet stories are welcome. Yeah. That's excellent. That's good to know. Really cool. So you're talking about machine learning at a DevOps conference. Explain this to people maybe that are just like, wait, what? Aren't those two separate topics?
Yeah, you could say it, but it's also very all connected, because I was also still am a software engineer, and machine learning it's a very cool topic. Or at least I love it, and I see that a lot of other software engineers are like, oh, that's cool, I want to do something with it, and all with the hype from ChatGPT,
right?
Or like, I want to do something with it. And I thought, if I had that question a couple years ago, probably people have that now. So let's help them to move forward and love machine learning even more, or at least try to make them love it.
Yeah, have a try at it.
Yeah.
So you're an enthusiast. So like, paint a picture for me. Like where do you think all of this is going? The generative AI and like all of that kind of stuff. Like.
Yeah, it could be two ways. You have the how do you call it, the Black Mirror kind of stuff. It's going really wrong and AI is taking over. But I don't think AI is taking over, because if you have to instruct AI, you have to be really clear what you want. And currently, customers and companies don't even know that. So if you can't explain that, how does AI can make the best solution? So you still need a human touch to it to make it better. And even then, it's still going to say about the most generic part. Most of the time, it's very specific what you want. So I think it's just going to be, we're going to get used to it like the internet. So it's just the same, and it's slowly getting bigger, but it's never taking over the world.
Yeah, because I think there's always that fear, right? They will take, like AI will take over our jobs and we'll be out of jobs, and which is a horrific scenario, right? But yeah, indeed, if we're already pretty bad at doing like really good requirements and really good scoping. So if something, a system relies on our input and our input is flawed, then it might might take a little bit longer than we think it might be. Yeah. And in the meantime, whenever I interact with some sort of chatbot or like at the cash register in the Netherlands, you have the robot too. Like I'm always really, really pleasant to them. Like I'm just like, thank you, have a wonderful day. Just in case singularity happens and they take over, they know that I'm at least like a really nice
good human. Yes. It's always good. I also do that to the chatbots. I'm like, oh, thank you very much for the answer. But even that, I know they're not going to take over still, just in case.
Just making sure, then it doesn't hurt to think. Thank you. Excellent. So did you give your workshop participants some pointers as to where now that they've gone through the workshop, where can they get more information to continue on their learning journey?
Yeah, so I made a hands-on part where they could do it, and even during the workshop, it was at the end of the day, so a lot of people were like, yeah, this is too much information overload now, and it's still online and will be after DevOps Day also. Yes. And there were some basic steps on how to make a model and how to improve it, but there are also links to different sites and free-to-use data sets, because that's very handy. Yeah. Because you need a lot of data. If you're doing something with AI or machine learning, data, you need a lot of data. Yeah. So also help everybody with that, from where to find it.
Oh, that's excellent. Exactly. Yeah. That's very cool, because I can imagine like 45 minutes is already overwhelming enough. And maybe you need to sit on it, noodle on it a little bit before you go on and learn some more. Really cool. So what is up for you next, DevOps Days? Because your job is done. Yeah. Right? Like, I mean, or mostly done. I mean, you still have the booth, but your workshop is done.
Yeah. Really glad I had it at the first day, so all the anxiousness from that is over.
I can imagine.
And now I'm just following other speakers with their talks and connecting with people who are around and being at the booth and just enjoying DevOps Days.
Excellent. I can imagine that it's so nice to have that job out of the way. Yeah. You can just focus on having fun too. Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us and for answering some of my questions, and I hope that you have an excellent time.
Yeah, I will. I really have. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back to another live interview here at Devopsdays Amsterdam online. I'm joined by Ivan. He just did a great, awesome, fantastic talk up on the main stage here at Pakhuis de Zwijger in Amsterdam. So go ahead, talk to us about your talk. What did you talk about?
I talked about a non-profit organization that's in Bulgaria that I'm part of for the past 2 years. Essentially what we built is a Kickstarter-like platform where people can post their campaigns when they're in need of something. Mm-hmm. We verify them, and then we put them there, and then other people can find them and can find something they like, and they can donate money to support them. And on top of that, we also actually verify how the money was spent to make sure that it doesn't disappear. And we want to keep the trust.
Right. So you've talked about, you've kind of explained what this nonprofit does. You've also talked a little bit about the technology that you're using kind of behind the scenes to make all of this happen. But that was all, just an intro to the actual storyline there, because you were talking about burnout, how to, find a fulfilling job, a part of your actual job, right?
Yeah.
So this was about volunteering. This was about joining a nonprofit. Talk to us a little about what's the reasoning for you giving that talk here at Devopsdays Amsterdam.
I would say I have a few key takeaways from all of that. One thing I really want to emphasize on is, okay, people that are going through a burnout or through a bad moment in their life, they shouldn't shut down in themselves. They should be speaking up. They should be open about it to their friends, their peers, because people are actually willing to help. And you shouldn't be ashamed that you're not feeling all right. And yeah, if you speak up, then people will help you. They cannot help you if they don't know how you feel. So this is one thing. And the other thing is I would like to make people more open to be a contributor at an open source project or to do some type of volunteering work, because a lot of them are actually having doubts before they start. And those doubts are mainly because they're unsure whether they have the capacity, like in terms of time, or whether they have the knowledge to be actually a good contributor in a sense. But that shouldn't stop them, because nobody came to be where they are from the start. We're all learning, and we're constantly learning, and especially with voluntary work and with open source, any type of contribution is well appreciated, because we all do it in our free time. So it's not like people expect you to do super amazing things from the beginning.
Right. Yeah. But so what's the difference between, doing volunteering or, joining an open source project versus, your normal day-to-day, job? What's the difference there?
Expectations for one, because when you have a job, you have a job description which they hired you for, so they expect you to fulfill this.
Right.
If you are a volunteer or an open source contributor, it's more flexible, so you can fairly quickly switch between like things you like or you want to try out, and nobody's going to say no, because essentially you're still contributing in a way. It's not like you were just supposed to do only that. It's a way of exploring what you like and just giving it a try and maybe gaining experience. So that's what I like.
So I like that angle. So it gives you a little more flexibility. You can try different things, which also means you can, start building trust in yourself that you're able to make the switch to something else, that you're able to do something where you thought, okay, I'm not necessarily the expert in it. Turns out you're pretty good at it. It's still useful. Right, so that helps you build your own trust and give yourself that kind of mental boost. Whereas in your job, it is a little more defined, and if you're in a startup, maybe it is a little broadly defined. But I like that angle. It gives a sense of fulfillment maybe that is harder to get if you're just in a day job.
But there is also one other thing. So in like voluntary work. The crowd is more diverse, because essentially when you go for a job, one of the criteria that you get hired on is cultural fit.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do volunteering, there is no cultural fit filter before you join.
Right.
So you meet a lot of different people with a lot of different experiences, different background, different way of thinking. This is also something that really helps you develop yourself.
Yeah, I think it does. And I think that makes total sense. And I mean, we see it ourselves as well, right? You're also part of Devopsdays Eindhoven, I'm as well, and that's a pretty broad group, and the same here in Amsterdam, of course. So yeah, I can attest to that, and also the benefits that brings. You also mentioned something that I thought was very funny in the first part of your presentation. You were talking kind of about the technical background of all of this, right? This is a web application. This runs on the internet, and you were talking about complexities and kind of how to deal with that level of complexity in a nonprofit like that. So tell us a little more about that story.
Yeah, well, where it went wrong for us is, okay, we're a nonprofit thing, so we don't really have a strict deadline when we need to launch, but at the same time, you want to do it as soon as possible, because you cannot keep telling people, hey, we're making something, and then we keep postponing the release date. And then at the same time, because of the so many diverse people that we have, everyone wants to use their favorite technology in it. So that's how we ended up with super complex architecture and super complex all kinds of like software being glued together. That's where it went wrong, and it went wrong because there is like no supervisory control or any type, because it's just everyone's free time. Why we went away from this is because okay, we still want to launch. And we got feedback from a lot of people. It's like, guys, you cannot keep saying we're developing this. It was also from actually the hosting provider that gave us the 3 servers, because yeah, they gave it to us to run this thing, but it's not running there because there's nothing to run. But they are still paying for it.
Yep.
So at some point we started feeling the pressure, like, okay, we need to get our together and we just need to make it work. And that's when we overhauled the whole thing, and we actually realized, yes, simple is better. Why? Well, if you have one technology, it's easy to focus on it. Even if you don't know it, if it's simple enough, I mean, it's not rocket science. Any good engineer can pick up any new technology quite fast.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other part of this is, I think, the simplicity also plays into, handovers between volunteers, because, again, you're not being paid for this, so stuff happens in life. Yep. So you're no longer able to, or, you don't have the time anymore, etc. The other part is kind of succession planning, because with volunteers, that's always an aspect to be mindful of. And so if you keep it simple, it becomes easier to document it and to hand it over and to make sure that new people can get started quickly as well.
Especially inexperienced people, because that's also one of the things I said. So we are working with a software bootcamp. Well, those are people that have 0 experience at a company. So I think if we would have like that old architecture, it would have been impossible for us to explain how things are flowing and where are they going and why is it like that and where to start from. It's very difficult to grasp if you don't have that experience.
That is
and
true.
Right now it's actually very easy, because it's like, okay, we have front end, we have back end. Which one you want to do? That's how we run it. 3 commands, done. And then you just start working on it.
I cannot resist making the parallel between, this project specifically and how enterprises work, maybe should work.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of value in gaining the experience from a nonprofit project like this, and kind of copying those ways of thinking into your day job. Maybe that's also one of the values that you can get out of volunteering and doing work like this, is it helps you contextualize the work that you do for your daytime job.
I actually do that myself, because, as I said, I'm part of Mondu. We do infrastructure security. I actually use our product in the nonprofit. So I'm not just building it. Now I'm also a user. And sometimes I have to switch hats. But it does help me a lot, because I actually see sometimes something that I built myself, it's actually not useful in the way that it's built, because I build it thinking as an engineer, not as a user. Once I switch that, I can see that with a minimum effort, I can actually make it much more useful. And that also helps a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense. So tell me, what's kind of the future for this open source project? Both from a technical perspective, but also where it's headed from a profit or nonprofit direction.
So right now, it's going quite well. Actually, I created my presentation on Sunday, more or less. I finalized the slides, and this morning I had to update the slide where I had the overview of the current state of the platform, and I saw that we have 20,000 euros more compared to Sunday today. So It does go quite well in that sense. Where are we heading? Well, one of the things I said is maintenance is very difficult at this point, because we're running a lot of things ourselves. We maintain them ourselves. And right now, with an active user base, it is starting to become a problem. Also because at this point, I think it's mostly me that does that, plus 1 or 2 other people. So it doesn't really scale well. Also, if I'm not available, then
that's never a good situation.
Yeah. So we want to get away from that. We want to go to some more managed solution. But then at the same time, I said, challenges, well, these things are actually expensive, and we're still not getting any commission or any money from anywhere. So this is something we're struggling with, because we really don't want to do commissions and we really don't want to do fees. So probably if we go there and we still need to pay, I guess we're going to create a campaign for ourselves, and it's going to be sort of like the Wikipedia thing, where once a year it's like, okay, we need so much money to keep this thing running, please help. That's one. And yeah, what else? We're still like actively developing payment providers, because all kinds of people have different preferences for how to do payments. And in our case, we want to have as less friction as possible when you do that, because
that makes sense. Yeah. And so you told me something funny as we were chatting before this interview. You told me a lot of people actually came up to you after your talk you did at Devopsdays Amsterdam, offering their help or offering their company's help. So tell me what happened there.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised, because what I was talking about is very localized to Bulgaria. So we're actually active only in Bulgaria at this point. We have only Bulgarian campaigns. Our the people that donate money are also always Bulgarian. They may live abroad, but it's still like a Bulgarian person, foreign person wouldn't know about this. And what I found weird is that, yes, after the presentation, I actually talked to a lot of people that were like, okay, we can help with giving ideas how to simplify the architecture. We can also help you figure out a solution for where to run the thing. HackerOne said that maybe they can help with, putting it as a bounty board there, because as I said, we now don't have a dedicated security team, and it's actually quite bad in a sense because we do deal with personal data, medical data, money. So we need to address this as well. And yeah, that's why I said it's quite surprising that a small country like Bulgaria and a very localized project there actually gets a bit of international attention.
Maybe that's a little compliment to the DevOps Days community.
I think so.
Let's leave it at that. Let's assume it's part of our community. Yeah. With that, let's end on that high note. I want to thank you so much for doing the talk. I want to thank you so much for being here in the studio. And we're now going to watch one of the pre-recorded interviews that we did yesterday, and we'll be back soon.
People need to actually try and check out your talk. So thank you so much for joining. Hi, welcome to Devopsdays Amsterdam online, where we're joined by our speakers to talk about their sessions and about their DevOps Days experience as a whole. My name is Floor Drees, I'm one of the organizers, and with me today, or right now, is Christophe. Hey, Christophe.
Hello.
Hello, so nice of you to join me here. Do you want to quickly tell something about who you are, where you're from?
Yeah, I'm Christophe from Europe.
From Europe.
And now Germany. I'm from Berlin. I'm from Berlin, and I'm co-founder and CTO at Mondo. Mondo is a security company that is doing security, risk, and compliance for companies in a way that is future thinking. And I think we can maybe talk a little bit about that.
Excellent, excellent. Because you did have a security-minded session as well.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the sort of the premise of the talk?
100%. I think the challenge that we always see is the culture, right? Like people and how they work together. It's very important, and it feels sometimes like security. Like we have this DevSecOps, and then sometimes it's in, sometimes it's not in. So it feels like sometimes we include them, sometimes not. And this is, I think, what we perceive, and that perception is normally not what I see in reality. People actually want to work together, want to do this, but then tooling is a problem. So the tooling does not help people to work together, and that's actually creating more friction than solving. And that's what I will talk about, that it's not just coming from culture and enabling people to work together, but sometimes also shitty tooling is
it's isolating teams.
Is isolating teams, and then even if they want to work together and make things happen, like they can't. And that's actually very annoying in a world where everything is connected and we have hackers to essentially scanning the internet in 5 minutes. So you need to act more quick and then more responsive. And the challenge is that all those requirements is like well known. It's like not rocket science, but still like we can't see this early, and that's very challenging. And people feel frustrated and have fears because there are so many requirements they need to fulfill, and if you don't see it and see the results very, very quickly, it feels like you don't understand it. Well, actually, even security has a long checklist because they can't remember all those things, right?
Yeah.
So it's more about like how you see things, how you discover things of the real world, and then even if you don't fully understand it, you can at least you have a touch point where you can talk to security experts and figure it out. And that's something what we focus on, really helping people to build something great together and make the world a little bit more secure.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
So just before we were recording, we were talking about a couple of different topics, like maybe security champions, right? So where engineers are that are more security-minded, to sort of include them in the security team a little bit more, because that way, you get to learn from each other a bit more, and maybe you can pre-bake some of that security mind into a project that's just starting.
100%. I think it's like we always say, like diversity is helping a project to be more successful. We need to, I think, think about having different perspectives of the world.
Yeah.
And they're all like having part of it, and there's all right. And the question, like if those team members can't agree, to me this normally means like something is off and you need to like continue discussing about it. And in the end, like normally you come up with something that makes sense for everyone. And but that discussion needs to happen, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I see like when we bring in security champions and we see more and more security being involved in the normal application delivery lifecycle.
Yeah.
And they want to be there. It's just like enabling and helping people to get into that model and not having old stereotypes of like, oh, those bad security people, they only
They're
block
so
me.
mean.
They're so mean all the time.
We can't play. They don't let us play.
They're actually not. Like they're super fun people out there, and it's funny like how they use even like attacking internally and use like the capture the flag, for example, is this a fun game like where you essentially attack your infrastructure and you make this hacking a game, right?
Yeah.
So like they're definitely fun people, but like I think it's sometimes the language is a little bit different, and you just need to like get to know each other a little bit better. But like that's we think security people are fun, and we need to like work together.
No, I mean I would agree that security people are a ton of fun, and indeed when you start understanding the different viewpoints and where you're both coming from, then you can figure it out. Yeah. You mentioned that you did a little bit of the stereotyping and that you got these really like mean pictures for people from security.
Weird.
While they really just want you to do the right thing, right?
Yes.
Make it easy to do the right thing.
Sometimes they're also frustrated, like but again, comes to me like back down to tooling, not enabling people to see things quickly.
Yeah.
And it's normally a lot of people have always good intentions, and so by default we should expect that. And it's what I see, like in very well-oiled organizations, I see this like where security is always its first mindset is how do I enable the teams to build something securely and not that they become the blocker.
Yeah.
That's still tricky in 2023.
Yes,
unfortunately.
here we are. Yeah.
Unfortunately, like we would think, like automation is everywhere, but AI is solving all the problems.
Is it though? But okay, that's a separate topic. Yeah, that's not.
So it's definitely interesting. Still stuff to do, but that's amazing.
Very cool. So for people that went to your session, and like we're approaching the end of the week. Then when they come back to work on Monday, like what is the first thing that they can try and do to try and resolve some of this sort of like the big divide?
Yeah, so of course I don't like just telling, oh, this is bad and like the world is going to end.
Yes.
So I'm really focusing on like, okay, here's the challenge, but like let's think about this differently, and I will illustrate this in my talk, and then also give some ideas of how they can make this better. Like a beginning, actually next week it's free. Like they can also use open source tooling for that. So it's actually like so they can start now. And to me, it's more about like switching the mindset a little bit, and it's really not much, but a little bit, and how we collaborate together and how we can work together and how we can see things. And I will give some like ideas.
I love how you're giving like zero spoilers. That's very good. So people need to actually try and check out your talk. So thank you so much for joining me here and answering some of my questions. And I'm looking forward to your session.
Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back to another live interview here at Devopsdays Amsterdam online. I'm Joep Iskaag, and I'm joined here by Carlos, and we're going to talk about two things, and one of which I am super excited about. The other one I'm also super excited about. So let's start with the first one. You're doing an Ignite.
Yes, very much. 5 minutes talk, 20 slides.
How scared are you?
From 1 to 10, like an 11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's what we hear from people doing an Ignite, especially if it's their first time.
Yes.
So why did you choose to do an Ignite? What's the reasoning?
I didn't really. I was chased upon me.
You were voluntold.
I submitted a talk.
Right.
I wanted to talk about my home lab, and this was my talk, 30 minutes, had this many slides, and they're like, can you make it into an Ignite? I'm like, sure, I'll go for it.
Sure,
Not
I'll
really
do that.
knowing what I was signing up for.
See, that's what we like about Ignite. All right, welcome back. We had a little technical hiccup, as we do. Reality's messy. I'm sorry about that. Hope you're still with us. So we were talking about Ignites, right?
Yes.
I think, Ignites are exciting, especially the first time, especially if you're being voluntold.
Yes.
So I'm going to wish you the best of luck with doing that. It's in about an hour, right?
Yeah.
So you have a little time to be even more scared.
Yeah.
But you're going to talk about something very interesting, something that's very dear to my heart, because this is how I got into IT. I learned everything I know. Home labs.
Yes.
Talk to me about home labs.
I'm super excited about this because this is something I've been working from my own time to scratch my own itch. And I did this to learn, but also it happened kind of naturally and by accident. And I thought, this is something that is very precious to me and I would like to share with the world. So I was talking to a few colleagues and friends about it, and I saw how they were all getting excited about it and inspired even after going to other conferences, and they're like, oh my God, I want to do this also. I'm like, maybe I can do this as a talk properly,
right.
and that's how I got here today.
Nice. So, but why not just use cloud? Cloud is a thing now, right? Nobody uses physical hardware anymore. So why a home lab on your own physical desktop? Why do that instead of cloud?
That's a really good question. For me, one of the things was cost. I see with my customers how the bill can quickly increase, and I know that education should have a budget, also from your own personal budget. Mm-hmm. And I thought, okay, can I do this with the hardware that I already have? And back then I had a Raspberry Pi, and it was super slow, and a cheap computer also super slow. I built this gaming computer that eventually became my home lab, and the talk that I'm going to be talking about is that evolution from gaming machine into a full 24/7 server that is serving media for me, for my family, documents, storage, backup, etc., etc. All of that in 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So that's going to be awesome. Make sure to tune in on the live stream. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we have to wrap up here. So folks, go to the in-person talk. If you're here, go and watch it online. If you're not here, watch a recording back. If this is not DevOps Days online anymore. With that, I want to thank you so much for being here. I want to wish you all the best doing your Ignite, and I'll be cheering on the first row to make your talk a success.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we're now going back to the live portion in person at Devopsdays Amsterdam, and we'll see you later.
I've been chosen to do the 1-minute pitch for Devoteam, so there we go. I'm Marit Nieuwe, work for Devoteam. We are a cloud-native IT consulting company. We help clients get the best out of all the tools that exist. We made a tech radar, which you can find on our website and in our booth, with a lot of opinions, so we want to hear your opinions as well. What I personally love about working at Devoteam is we're a group of tech enthusiasts. That's 10,000 worldwide. Netherlands about 300, 350. We do a lot of knowledge sharing, we sit together, do workshops, we do open spaces, which we might have stolen from here, but don't tell anyone. And that is Devoteam. Thank you.
Very good. I don't think we have our second sponsor pitch here right now, so we're just going to do some self-congratulatory stuff and get a picture of all of us here. Tell us. What do we do?
Direct us.
Compact, preferably. I think I'm gonna stand on a chair.
Somewhere.
Are we sitting?
I think so.
Can someone hold Thomas's shoulders like the odd family photo?
Joining you here?
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Bye. Bye. Are you complete?
complete?
Sort of. As complete as we will be.
We're never complete.
We'll Photoshop the rest in.
Cheese. So I'm going to do 1, 2. We're all going to do yeah. 1, 2. Yeah. So it does help if you all look at the camera and not at each other. Oh wait, what? Well done. Back to the studio.
Back to the studio. And then with that, I'm going to hand it back over to my co-host.
Hello. Thank you again to the organizers. Woo! Do you know when you know that they are doing a really great job? When you cannot see any fires, everything looks like it's smooth. We are just panicking in the background. You know. All right. So, how did you enjoy the most important session of the day? I'm talking about lunch, obviously. Good? Everybody fed? Yes. Amazing. Okay, so we are here now to see and hear from Leslie Cordero, who flew all the way from New York, and she works for the New York Times. And if you didn't know that, she is a fan of bubble tea and dogs. Yes! Give it up for Leslie.
Hello? There we go. Ooh, all right. All right. So, hi everyone. Welcome to my talk on how to cultivate psychological safety in the context of reliability management. Now, before I continue on, this is still on, right? Okay, cool. Before I continue on, I'll begin by saying that while this talk is centered on reliability management, it's generalizable to many other contexts. We'll talk about incident management, which put another way is crisis management, sustainable organizations, and leadership in general. So just a little bit of background on me. I kind of spoiled it on the boba and the dogs, but I'm currently a staff engineer on the reliability engineering org at the New York Times. And within that, I focus on making neurosystems observable across all of the times. And so over the course of my career, I've been on many engineering teams, and each of these teams was special in its own way. Each had its own unique way of doing things, its own unique set of problems, but in spite of all these complexities that each of these teams had, two things generally remain true. The first is that teams always perform better when they feel psychologically safe. I'm sure this isn't surprising, right? Psychological safety is something we actually talk a lot about in tech, especially since the pandemic started. But what I really want to emphasize here is that psychological safety is even more important for site reliability engineering because of the nature of our work. Every engineer has at least one story of a time they took down production or deleted some database. And the reason we remember those things so vividly is because they were stressful at the time, especially if those things happened when we were less senior. Incident management is stressful. It's a vulnerable time for our systems, but it's also a vulnerable time for ourselves. We're more prone to mistakes during times of stress, and we fear the consequences of mistakes that aren't our individual fault, whether it's potential consequences of a culture that lacks blamelessness, or knowing the impact that comes every time your applications are down. And this is why reliability-focused teams need to be particularly thoughtful about building a psychologically safe environment. And so I'll spend the rest of our time reviewing the principles and practices I've found to be effective for reliability-focused teams. But before I do that, let me take a step back and talk about how I came to develop my style of leadership. So I mentioned briefly that I'm a staff engineer, but previous to that, I was in EdTech on Google for Education and some startups. And before that, I also did computational research focused on the education sector, worked as an analyst at an education nonprofit, and spent hundreds of my spare hours tutoring, teaching, and mentoring students. And so, in other words, I've been thinking about education my entire career. And one of the reasons for that is because I've always been obsessed with this idea that education should be a place where students are empowered to learn and become their best selves. And so many years ago, I encountered this idea of trauma-informed education or trauma-informed teaching, which is basically a methodology that considers how trauma impacts learning and behavior in the classroom. And this approach resonated deeply as a woman of color in the United States, where we face the daily trauma of racist patriarchy, and as someone who's purposeful about working on teams that don't look like the cast of Silicon Valley. And so when I think about building psychologically safe teams, I come from an approach that's influenced by the principles of trauma-informed education. Now, trauma-informed education actually has 7 core principles, but I'm going to focus on 3 that influence my approach the most to building teams. And so first, we have that psychological safety is created by building trust through respect, acceptance, and transparency. And so what this means practically is that we can build trust by making the expectations of our teams and culture clear. There's an uneasiness that comes with ambiguity, especially during times of crisis. And this uneasiness is distracting, and it makes us more vulnerable to mistakes that have social and technical consequences. And so we can strive for standard practices while also making it clear that mistakes and failure are an inevitable consequence of engineering and of being people. And simultaneously, we must show respect for one another by preparing for the fact that we need to strike a healthy balance of standardization and flexibility to accommodate the diverse attributes of our teams and our systems. And so by driving this clarity, we can both show respect and acceptance that's required for building and understanding, and therefore trust. Secondly, the importance of empowerment, voice, and choice. We don't build choice with a team and just assume that we have it forever, right? This needs to be maintained continuously and renewed every single day. And so a winning strategy for that is to continuously empower folks to raise challenges and issues that because they can trust that they'll be addressed, or even feel empowered to address them themselves. We'll talk about this more later, but engineering is all about feedback loops. And so building feedback loops that incorporate the voices of the members of your team is crucial to maintaining trust and empowering your engineers. And lastly, we have inclusion. The psychological safety of everyone on the team needs to be a top priority, and harm and bias should never be tolerated. We build our culture with the most vulnerable people in mind first, because when we build for the most vulnerable people in mind, we're way more likely to end up building for everyone in mind. And so tech has historically been ineffective at prioritizing the experiences of marginalized people and of our most vulnerable selves. And so we must adopt our way of building culture and teams so that those of us who have been historically excluded are safe, supported, and embraced. All right, so far we've focused on the importance of psychological safety and some of the principles behind that, but I mentioned that there are 2 things that always remain true for every team I've worked on. And the second is that chronic issues are the most common threat to psychological safety. And what I mean by this is that chronic problems threaten psychological safety by eating away at your team's ability to be resilient, to change, and more importantly, failure. And the longer that chronic problems go unaddressed, the more you risk burning out even some of the strongest teams. And so what do I actually mean when I say a chronic issue? What does that actually mean? It's kind of ambiguous, so let's characterize it further. So I define 2 main characteristics that distinguish chronic issues. The first is that these issues are repetitive and long-lasting. right? Think of a team or community that you're part of now. If you've been on that team long enough, you can probably pretty quickly identify some issues that you see come up over and over again, right? And the severity of these chronic issues can vary widely, right? But each of these poses some risk to your culture. At worst, they are those services or tools that break painfully often, so your on-call folks are having to constantly debug production issues. At best, they are those flaky end-to-end tests that you keep ignoring because they pass on retry, but in the back of your head, you know you should probably address them before it comes back to bite you in the butt. The second is that these problems tend to be very difficult to solve, and this is usually why they become chronic in the first place. But this is also part of why they're so important to solve, because chronic issues are some of our biggest indicators of complexity and organizational dysfunction. Reliability teams deal with chronic issues all the time, whether that's in the form of recurring monitors that frequently need to be actioned or toil. And so now let's tie these back to our principles from earlier. How do chronic issues impact our ability to hold true to our principles? So starting with trust, acceptance, and transparency. When something is around for so long that you can depend on it to happen, and it's something that we collectively consider an issue, that probably means some shared value or principle is being violated. And maybe it's on the more simpler side, like your code base being chronically under-tested, and that being an indicator that we're not meeting our org's definition of production ready. Or maybe it's something more severe, like that person who keeps saying things they shouldn't, and yet no one says anything despite saying we all care about diversity and inclusivity. These situations make people lose trust in your abilities team to hold truth to your values and its ability to handle any kind of conflict. Secondly, chronic issues directly impact the team's sense of empowerment, right? Again, when an issue is allowed to go on for so long, especially without action, people are left feeling unheard and like they're unable to do anything about the situation that they're in. And this kind of acquired hopelessness is never healthy. Now, there needs to be some sorts of flexibility that enables teams to prioritize issues they deem important to improving how they work, whether that's through feedback loops with important stakeholders, or making time for teams to express some sort of creative freedom. And lastly, chronic issues are also inclusion issues, because chronic issues are felt by the most vulnerable people first. And so this is a point that's easily lost, so I'm going to repeat it in different words. The flaws of our organization are always felt by our most vulnerable employees first. And so I'll elaborate on this by talking about a personal example where I felt this in the context of how my team worked. So I have a seizure disorder that's sometimes pretty disruptive to my life. Prior to the pandemic, work from home wasn't nearly as common and sometimes not allowed altogether. And even when my workplace was accommodating to my needs, it didn't save me from the feelings of exclusion that I began to feel. In an environment where I was already set apart from others because of who I am, it was just another thing to make me feel like I didn't belong. And so, this is a pretty common experience for disabled folks. Years spent advocating for accommodating workplaces and being told that it could never work, only to see this suddenly shift into 2020. And so imagine reconciling the relief that we could finally be accommodated with the anger that things could have been this way all along. And so we advocated for the benefits of remote work, which is ultimately the amount of flexibility it provides to serve our individual lives and needs. And the consequence of chronically ignoring the needs of disabled people was that a lot of companies and employees really struggled to transition to remote work during a time where our lives were literally at stake. And so had we listened to those employees long ago, we could have all been reaping the benefits of remote work for much longer than the last 3 years. And instead, not only did we lose the opportunity of what could have been all these years, we also lost people in the process, right? People literally lost their lives because we didn't transition to work from home quickly enough. And this is just one example of many where everyone could have benefited from building our workplace with the most vulnerable people in mind first. And there's a version of this type of issue that exists for every vulnerable or marginalized community. Furthermore, bias is a chronic issue itself. Even the healthiest cultures have bias embedded in them. And so when I asked you all to think of a chronic issue that you've seen before, if you couldn't come up with one, bias is the first one that you can start with, because I guarantee that it's a problem for someone. And so how do you make sure chronic issues don't kill your culture, right? Where are these points of intervention? So I define 3 approaches to handling chronic issues. The first is preventative, the second is proactive, and the last, which is the one that we always want to avoid as much as possible, is reactive. The preventative approach requires you to design processes and systems that prevent these problems in the first place. And this ties back to what I mentioned earlier about striking the right balance between standardization and flexibility. By using our collective context to inform how we strike this balance, we can design systems or processes that age and scale well. We won't be able to prevent all of our problems, but it can reduce the number of problems and keep our teams focused on harder problems that will mature your teams quicker. Right, we're always going to be solving some form of a problem, but ideally the problems that we're solving are new ones or different ones at least. And so to do that, we have to have a way of monitoring the health of our team or organization. And these are the feedback loops and contexts I've mentioned before, and they can take many different forms, but the point is that we should make it easy to find patterns that serve as input for short-term and long-term improvements by building robust feedback loops. Feedback loops ultimately serve the function of communicating context and pain points throughout the team, which is important for ensuring that people feel heard. And so I started off this talk by saying understanding risk and planning for failure is a tenet of creating psychological safety, right? Problems will arise. It's inevitable, but the upfront investment that you put into building robust feedback loops will drive your team towards being in a preventative or proactive state instead of one that's reactive. And so to ground this into an example, right, one really robust source of feedback is on-call. Right? The experience of on-call is a great feedback loop for improving the way that your technology and your team works, because we can learn something from every alert, every page, and every on-call task. And all of this is really powerful data that can be used to improve ourselves and our systems. Next, you should be strategic about how your team prevents chronic issues from happening in the first place. And so going back to our feedback loops, right, we should be constantly learning from these feedback loops over time, building our team's collective knowledge on how to manage reliability effectively and build excellent software. And this is really important for morale because people feel good when they produce excellent work, which is why I lean more heavily on the design and production phases of engineering. Now, we have to balance that with being able to ship quickly, right? So when I say this, I think everyone's first instinct is to kind of hold their breath because they think I like to run my team slowly, but I've actually always found the opposite to be true. By investing early and continuously, we aren't constantly distracted by systems that are defined by their inability to be reliable. And the most successful projects I've seen that, yes, were delivered on time, were ones where a lot of thought was put into the software design and production readiness parts of building software. Because they ultimately made development a lot more smoother and built confidence for when we actually released. Now, when you're not in this mode, it is really hard to get here, right? It involves a degree of trust that the time you invest more upfront will pay off later. And so when I first introduced this way of engineering on a previous team, I heard a lot of initial pushback from my cross-functional peers who were concerned about productivity. And so for the folks who are on teams that feel like rushing is causing a lot of your production problems and feel stuck in this cycle of rushing, choose one project to try this out and see how it goes. And if it goes well, use it as a model for getting buy-in and driving long-term change. Now, this long-term approach has to be complemented with a short-term approach for when our long-term approach inevitably falls through from time to time. Which is why having a strategy of how you hold your team accountable to itself is important. The strategies or frameworks should be transparent and aligned with our core principles. Decision-making shouldn't be happening in a silo, and your team should feel like they are part of the process. And so luckily, the tech industry has come up with one solution to this need, which is service level objectives and error budget policies. And so service level objectives, or SLOs, introduce transparency by defining reliability targets. It clarifies our collective expectations around what reliability experience we're trying to provide users. And so when coupled with error budgets, which define the measures that we take when we stop meeting those expectations, SLOs introduce an extra layer of accountability that makes teams more resilient to failure. Now, let's talk about a very common source of pain for teams, and again, that's on-call. And so most engineers I know don't look forward to on-call. Incident management, again, can be stressful, and so especially when the state of your on-call is best described as chaos. But that shouldn't be the case, right? If your engineers dread your on-call, that means the state of your on-call is unhealthy. And so incidents and on-call noise aren't the only source of pain with on-call shifts, though. I see an unfortunately very common expectation for on-call engineers to balance the work of on-call with their long-term project work, and I totally consider this an anti-pattern. Not only is that unfair, but it also introduces instability to your roadmap if you're depending on engineers to make progress in the context of a deadline. And so because of this, I prefer to avoid this attention altogether by having what I refer to as dedicated on-call shifts. So what I mean by this is that instead of forcing on-call engineers to balance both on-call and long-term project work, reinforce our empowerment principle by empowering the engineers on call to take ownership over how they spend their on-call time outside of incidents. This not only relieves the stress of needing to manage incidents and project work at the same time, but it also communicates a trust in teammates to help make on-call better over time by providing a steady avenue of creative freedom for them to solve problems that bother them the most. And the reason I don't consider this a long-term approach is because you won't be able to only rely on dedicated on-call to mitigate your issues. Right? Not every issue or improvement is going to fit into an on-call shift, but it is an additional layer of reassurance, and it's a powerful way of keeping your team accountable to itself. And so, lastly, it shouldn't be only one leader holding the team accountable. By falling into that pattern, we're introducing a huge dependency on that leader to hold our team to its values. And much like a dependency introduces system vulnerabilities, so does the singular leader. And so even if our org or team isn't large, we should find ways to reduce our team's dependency on leaders. Maybe that means making sure that your team has strong relationships with their skip levels or some other leader in our org. The goal here is to promote a sustainable leadership model for our team and organization, one where power is distributed so that leaders can use each other's strengths to serve the shared goal of building excellent, healthy teams. So now let's switch to the proactive state. In the proactive state, a potentially chronic problem has emerged, but it hasn't caused significant problems yet, but we don't want them to get any worse. So because we have ways of proactively monitoring for early indicators, we can address issues before they have long-term impact. And so I mentioned earlier that the most vulnerable people in an organization or community are the first ones to feel dysfunction. And so we need to make sure that our feedback loops capture a range of perspectives. We need to dig into the granularity of our experiences or behavior because different issues will affect people differently. But that doesn't mean they aren't just as important. And so this is best served by having multiple sources of feedback loops with the stern reminder that too much process can introduce its own set of problems. And more importantly, we should focus on making the feedback actionable. That way, when we revisit our processes during times that are usually designated to strike that balance of focus and retrospection used to iterate and address pain points. And so having worked for companies with tons of bureaucracy, I've seen too many processes be a source of harm instead. And so our initial solutions might not end up working, and instead of forcing teams to accommodate the process, we should be able to adjust the process to accommodate the needs of our teams. So even though we should always be looking for new areas of improvements, it's okay and even essential that we celebrate the progress that we do make, right? So show gratitude for the ways that our teams step up, for the times that people show when they care about preserving psychological safety. And so a lot of us have retros, either maybe general team retros or project-specific ones. And so make space for explicit celebration during those rituals. And revisit your pre-mortems to see what risks you identified that ended up not happening. And then lastly, make space during incident post-mortems to celebrate the things that your team did well during what was probably a really stressful time. And lastly, there is the reactive approach. At this point, the chronic issue has already had a negative impact on our team or organization, and we're kind of forced into addressing it. And once we've reached a state that an issue is a chronic issue, it becomes a lot harder to solve, and it becomes a lot harder to restore our team's sense of safety. Because at this point, right, teams are probably lost trust in their leaders, they probably lost trust in the organization in general, and at worst case scenario, they also lost trust in each other. But now, instead of taking this as a signal to make change happen, what I often see is that organizations come to rely on acts of heroism until the point that people reach burnout. And when I say heroism and burnout here, I'm not just referring to the type of burnout that we tend to focus on, which is overworking. I'm also referring to the type of emotional burnout that happens when someone's in an environment that is unhealthy, whether that's something like chronic underappreciation because we're so focused on the work, or something more severe like having to deal with bias and harassment in the name of a learning lesson for the people that are causing harm. And so it goes without saying, heroism and burnout are not effective strategies for organizational failures. Because ultimately, that's what we're asking of people when they're put in that situation, to make up for the organizational failures by sacrificing their well-being. Now, let's expand on the cultural and organizational consequences of heroism some more. So heroes prevent true progress because they're ultimately just band-aids to systemic issues. They prevent progress by enabling us to put off the hard work of actually addressing those deeper organizational flaws. And so kind of like tech debt, right? It might be effective in the short term, but it's not an effective long-term strategy for building sustainable organizations. Eventually, we have to pay that tech debt back. And the way that we pay that back tends to be in the form of burnout. And so not only is that awful for the people who have to experience that, but it's also awful for organizations. We all know how awful it is when an organization leaves, and so we shouldn't be giving them reasons to leave. And if we're in a situation where our only choice is to engage in heroics, we should push back and say no if we're in the position to. And if we're not in that position or are forced into engaging in heroics anyway, we should take that as information for whether this is the type of environment we even want to be a part of. And lastly, the impact of heroism isn't distributed equally. It looks different depending on your personhood. For some, it's a point of celebration. For others, it's just merely an extension of what might already be a psychologically unsafe environment. So for example, when people with more power present themselves as heroes in the workplace, they're often celebrated for it. But for others, it can feel like just an expansion of what might already be unfair expectations. And so setting the precedent of heroism only means furthering the unfair expectations placed on vulnerable people. And this is what we mean when they say that underrepresented people have to work twice as hard to get half the celebration, right? Who we chose to celebrate is a reflection of our values and coded in our biases. And the privilege of choice to participate in heroics isn't one that's afforded to everyone. The second part of this consequence here is that heroism often leads to disproportional power between teammates. Earlier I said how leaders should reduce the team's dependency on themselves, right? But this applies to everyone in a team or organization. Heroism is dangerous because it redistributes power by putting people in a position where they have to depend on heroes. And this is why the part about having strong leadership is so important. When a team or organization becomes so dependent on one person, especially when that person is a leader, it can start to feel like they're untouchable, like they're incapable of doing any wrong or of being held accountable. And so what do we do when we get here? And so unfortunately, I'm here to deliver some perhaps but obvious truths. When a team reaches this state of being, leaders are the ones that are responsible for the organizational failures that got them there. Blameless postmortem culture is a wonderful tool, but it does not apply to leadership. In fact, a crucial part of blameless culture is that you shift towards identifying the systemic reasons that caused the problem. And so while blameless postmortem culture might not agree that individuals or that leaders are at fault for these issues, blameless postmortem culture definitely agrees that leaders are responsible for them. And this is a thing that we see leaders struggle more than anything else. It can be really hard to reconcile the fact that most of the problems that we have to solve in our work aren't directly our fault, but that they are our responsibility. And that ironically, as much as we don't want to cast blame and whatnot, it's when we ignore our responsibility as leaders that things actually start to become our fault. Now, another hard truth, sometimes you or your leadership core are those leaders. And the onus is on us to take that responsibility. And sometimes what responsibility looks like is holding whoever's in leadership to us accountable in the ways that we have access to. But it's just as important that we recognize the role that we play in organizational failures. Because the higher up in leadership that we are, the more our flaws have the potential to scale across our organization. And so use whatever access you have to action on that responsibility. Sometimes we have to be strategic about when to use the privilege that comes with leadership, especially for those of us who are more underrepresented. But generally speaking, most people tend to underestimate and underutilize that privilege in the context of leadership, but in the context of the world generally. So I've thrown this word responsibility a lot and given no direction on what that actually looks like. And taking responsibility is wildly complex, but I think the approach can be generalized down to 3 steps. So the first is to admit where you went wrong, right? Admit that we played a role in letting it get that way, whether our role was one that was direct or one of enablement. The people we lead will actually appreciate us a lot more for being vulnerable about where we went wrong, especially when we follow up with action. Because psychological safety is about feeling safe to make mistakes while trusting that you're in an environment that seeks to minimize psychological harm through accountability. And this is the core of what it means to actually be trauma-informed. It's not just about feeling safe that we as individuals can make mistakes. It's also about preserving safety in spite of the mistakes that will inevitably end up happening. Which is why the second step of taking responsibility is centering the folks impacted. This is where we really need to practice empathy, right? Who was harmed in the process? Who had to step up as a hero or leader because we didn't? And so we should thank them, reward them, ask them what they need to rebuild trust. And we might not always be able to provide what they need, and oftentimes, truthfully, it might be even too late to rebuild that trust anyway. But at the very least, they deserve to have their experience honored through change and actions. And more selfishly, their thoughts and words can serve as a reminder that the work of leadership isn't often about us, it's about the teams that we lead. And lastly, there are all the actual changes you follow up with. That means revisiting the preventative and proactive measures that you have in place. We should ask ourselves, where did our processes fail to get us here? What cultural organizational flaws contributed to the situation? And so tying back to what we just talked through in the last slide, when centering those impacted, ask for their thoughts and on these questions without placing the burden on them. And we can do this by putting our own thoughts into what changes we think will be impactful and asking for what did we miss? Because what's not obvious to us might be very obvious to them. And so ask them because the experiences and feedback that they provide is powerful data for how we can improve our organization. And we should always consider the vulnerability that comes with sharing these experiences and thoughts a gift. And we can honor that gift by following up with action. Depending on the situation, what these actions look like vary widely, but approach it from a systems thinking angle, right? What organizational change can we drive to remedy the situation and make sure that it doesn't happen again? And depending on the situation, we might have to make some tough decisions. This is really hard, right? But it's also really crucial because threats to psychological safety aren't a trade-off that we should make lightly. Leadership is earned and not owed continuously. Just like the flaws of an organization are felt by our most vulnerable coworkers, so are the flaws of our leaders. And so one final note, I know none of this is easy, right? All of this is much easier said than it is done. And so my hardest moments as a team or a tech lead were ones where I had to deal with a lot of these types of complex issues, whether that was stepping up in light of difficult situations like harassment or bias, or driving serious change to culture that enables burnout. And every single one does kind of take a little bit out of you, if I'm being honest, but ultimately that's the price we pay for the privilege of leadership. And as leaders, we should never lose sight of that privilege, the privilege to cultivate culture, to cultivate community, in a way that achieves excellence without sacrificing people along the way. And in a world where sacrificing people in the name of business needs is so unfortunately common, choose to bring this energy, this way of thinking, in all the ways that you have access to. Trust me that as hard or as frankly scary as it might be, having been on the side where my access to that was very minimal, the heartache that often comes with leadership is still one of the best privileges I've ever had. And so honor that privilege by being honest with yourself and others about where your organization isn't doing right by people and where you might not even be doing right by people. And ultimately, right, this is why we attend conferences like this, right? To refine our craft by being exposed to other people with experiences that we can learn from. And so honor your craft as a leader by surrounding yourself around people who you can hold accountable and who will hold you accountable and whom you could do the same for. Leadership can be very lonely, but it doesn't have to be, for our sake and especially for the sake of the people we have the privilege to lead. Thank you.
So I see there is one question. We're actually on time, but we do have time for one question since we've been ahead of time all the time. So let me read it for you. Is there a good way to get your manager to understand that heroism is counterproductive? Or a different one, like how can you celebrate problem prevention instead of heroism?
Yeah, when it comes to your manager, it depends on how like subject to feedback and like listening they are. If they're a bad manager, frankly, like sometimes it's you just gotta dip. But you know, I think. Maybe I'm optimistic, but I like to believe in the good of people. So oftentimes, you know, it will take a lot of conversations to get them to understand. And so, you know, the reason I wrote this talk is because it's a way of scaling those conversations for people. So, you know, feel free to share it. But besides that, right, like things I've done in the past are like share articles or, you know, books and whatnot that sort of explain these things in an approachable way, or maybe even, you know, more complicated and whatnot. And then for celebrating the problem prevention, yeah, I mean, I think that there is a like collective responsibility that we all have to have in this, but, you know, when leaders show by example, that tends to be pretty effective, right? They get to set the culture often. And so, you know, maybe kind of connecting it to the manager question, maybe that means, manager question, maybe that means, you know, suggesting to them, if you have a good manager relationship, you should be able to have these difficult conversations. And sort of similar to what I said earlier about like taking that as information for whether this wants to be an organization that you're a part of, I think the same holds true here.
Cool. I do think that's the time we have, but if there's more questions for Leslie, please find her. You're still going to be around for a bit, right?
Yeah, I'll be around awesome. For the rest of the day.
One more round of applause for Leslie, please. Thank you. So, crisis averted, I hope. Let's see. Before we go on to our Ignites, I just want to get a few sponsors onto the stage for their 1-minute pitch. We're going to start with Ceci. There we go. You get 1 minute.
You timing me or?
Sort of.
Hi, I'm Nitzan from Zesty. We deal solely on AWS, so I don't know how relevant it is for most of you here. But we deal in cloud cost optimization. We have 2 tools, one for EC2, where we can buy and sell RIs based on your usage, so that we buy more as your usage goes up, and we sell them as your usage goes down, so you get 3-year savings on a month-to-month basis. And we have a tool for EBS, where we can shrink and expand storage. Thank you.
Thank you. Short and sweet. And for the next one, Grader. I saw you already. There we go.
Gonna do my best to do it in 1 minute. It's gonna be difficult though. Grader, an IT consultancy company by techies for techies, which basically means that our owners love IT and technology just as much as everybody else in the company. It is proven by the fact that they still work themselves on projects and on technology, and by the fact that they are there with every training and every course that we give. Also, Grader is driven by people. It's very, very important for us that people are heard and that we create an environment that people can come home to at work. We try to do this by listening to them, by talking with them, and by providing them with a platform to voice their opinion. This is all intern, this is all on our own workplace, and this is all done by, for people, by the people in Grader. Do we still have time? A little bit? A little bit. We quickly want to thank everybody, the organization, the people that work here today and yesterday and on Wednesday. I think they deserve a quick round of applause for all the hard work they did. Thank you. And also, I want to thank my own guys for being here, for promoting Grader, promoting this awesome company that really cares about their people. So if you guys still up for it, if you guys want, give a quick applause for my own team as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the coffee. Thank you. All right, next up. I always forget how to pronounce this company. Sageka? Sageka, indeed. It's a Dutch company.
It's a Dutch company, yeah, thank you. Yeah, great to be here, and good afternoon. Imagine a world where customers, in close cooperation with you, experts, techies, achieve for their highest goals their moonshot. I'm Jan van der Brink, one of the Agile and DevOps coaches at CGK. And our motto is aspire to more. What we mean by that is that we want to help customers in their journey towards that moonshot. We do that by focusing on your professional development. So we have competence centers, for example, on the field of cloud, but also security and DevOps. And in that competence centers, you, as an expert, develop yourself, but also together with other colleagues, develop all kinds of solutions and knowledge, experience to help customers attain their business goals. So if you like that challenge, come with us and join us. We're here at the booth, so please join us and we'll tell you more about it. Thank you.
Okay, one more to go. Contrast Security, the very important peer sponsor.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I was a bit late. I found a lot of stickers from all the different vendors, so I had to stick them on my laptop. So sorry for that. But yeah, as every year, we're the beer sponsor, so I'm hoping that you guys enjoyed it. If you want to learn more about application security in a very fast and accurate way via instrumentation, please come see us around the corner. We're happy to give you a small little demo to show you how fast it is and how much feedback we give you as developers. And enjoy the rest of the conference, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I see there's a big crowd again, so people were listening this morning to what I said. Ignites are very cool. So just to summarize what an Ignite is, it's a 5-minute Ignite, so a really fast talk. The slides will auto-advance every 20 seconds. So I don't know if any of you here have done an Ignite before. If you've done one, please put up your hands. So these are heroes, essentially. And that's why we need to treat these heroes very specially, because this is 5 minutes, but it's the most intense 5 minutes of your life. So when we introduce them, get them on stage, and when they go off stage again, I need you to yell and scream and applaud like your favorite football team or your favorite band just played the best song in the world. So we just need to test if it works, right? So I'm going to count down from 3, and I need you all to applaud and scream as much as you can. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, well, that's. I think everyone's been visiting the Greater booth outside to get coffee, so this is a good result. So with that, I would like to introduce the first Ignite speaker of today. None other than. What order do you have? I have Carlos as the first one. That's good. So, Carlos.
This is your computer.
Yeah.
He gives you a mic, I present it.
That is cool.
You have my slides? Yes, I have your slides.
Awesome. Okay. All right, so as I said, 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Back in 2018, I went on to pursue my freelancing career, and I inherited for 200 euros the computer that I was using for that company. It was a MacBook Pro, Retina, 15 inches, Intel Core i7. It had an SSD. It had 16 gigs of RAM, and it was a pretty okay computer, but eventually started to suffer a slow death. So I had to repaste it. I went to iFixit.com to buy the battery to change it, and it would give me like an hour of battery life, so it was pretty crap. At that point, I knew that I was going to replace that laptop with something worth of my money. Not 2,000 euros for a laptop that was going to die 5 years down the line, but like a desktop, something that I could upgrade, something that I could tailor-make to my needs. And that's exactly what happened during the pandemic. And the pandemic hit, and we were not working from home anymore. We were not working from the office anymore. We were made to work from home. So I'm like, okay, sweet. I don't really need a laptop anymore. So I'm going to build a desktop. And what you're about to see is more or less the characteristics of that computer. At the time, it had like a AMD. Any AMD fans here? Yeah, okay, nice, my people. It's AMD, 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte of SSD storage, and the rest of cooling, etc., etc.
Took a lot of research. A lot of things have changed in the last 15 years when I built my last desktop. So I wanted to use the computer both for work, but also for gaming. My choice of distro for work was Arch Linux, so that I could run Bash, Tmux, Vim, and Docker containers, Kubernetes, Terraform, and all this stuff. So that was working pretty great. But for gaming, obviously, the choice was Windows. And the two games that I play are Condor Simulator and Counter-Strike Go. And so the requirements are not very, very extensive. So I bought a €100 GPU card from a friend of mine, and that worked pretty great for the stuff that I was doing. So not too much to worry. However, life happens, and in 2019 we decided that because we were so confined in the pandemic at home, me and my girlfriend gave it a try to move to Barcelona and try for 6 months and see how life would be there. Life was really chill, but we thought that for what we wanted, which is start a family, etc., Spain was just not the best country. So we decided to move up to the safety of Sweden, where she's originally from, and we were staying with my mother-in-law for 3 months. It was getting really, really tight, even though she's a lovely lady. But you know, when you have a couple dynamic and now you introduce a third person, it gets crazy. So I rented a co-working space and I left my computer there in the co-working space. But sometimes I will be working from home. So I'm like, okay, now I have this big-ass battle station at the office, and I have this shitty laptop that has been dying for 4 years already. I want to be able to run stuff there remotely. So I reached out to the building manager, say, hey, can I please get like access from externally into the computer? Like I can run a service and maybe you can open a port in a firewall for me. And so she's like, I don't know if that is possible. Let me forward this email to our network manager. So I sent an email to the network manager, or she forwarded it. So, hey, this is Carlos, he's trying to do this, he's trying to do that. Is it possible or not? So in the next slide, you're gonna see a snippet of that email. But I'm gonna give you the spoilers immediately because we don't have a lot of time. Basically, he said in a very polite and Swedish way, are you crazy, are you stupid, shut up. What he told me offended me because he's like, basically what you can do, we're not going to open a firewall port for you, but you can install TeamViewer. And I'm like, no thanks. You want me to install malware on my computer? That's not going to happen. So I'm like, okay, I need to find a solution for this. And the email goes back and forth, but the summary of it all is that, because I tried, I'm like, oh, he's like, oh, well, you need like a static IP address, and for that you need DHCP. He thought that I didn't know that, so I'm like, okay, I can figure out the static IP, and you can give me a static port. I can give you the MAC address of the server, and he's basically like, no, sorry, no. Okay, fair enough. So the way around it that I thought is, I'm going to spin up a VPS somewhere with a static IP. So the vendor that I chose for that was Scaleway. Woo! Yeah, because I've been using Scaleway for many years and I was happy, so I'm like, okay, why change it if it is not broken? So I set up a machine in VPN using a Scaleway machine, using WireGuard and Nextcloud, and that worked. But after that, I'm like, okay, I have this super expensive computer. I spent about between 1,800 and 2,000 euros to build it to run basically Nextcloud. That's pretty sad. So can I get a better bang for the buck? Can I squeeze a little bit more from this computer? And that's when I started investigating. And I'm like, okay, maybe I can set up, because I have been working with Kubernetes for a living for many years, but I've always looked into the Hashi stack and see, like, can I make this work? Can I learn something from it? And that's when the home lab really kicked in. So I set up a Nomad cluster with Consul, with Vault, setting up with Ansible, and Caddy for the load balancing, certificate management, and I use Cloudflare with the dynamic DNS, and I came up with a bunch of rules so that every time that I deploy a service, it just automatically gets exposed to the internet. Unfortunately, because of security reasons, I'm not going to share any screenshots with you because I'm afraid that you're going to hack me. You just have to take my word for it. I promise you, I can show you maybe in the hallway, like low-key, so that you don't get to see the URL. But yeah, after having deployed that first service, Nextcloud, I'm like, okay, what else can I do? So I'm running Pi-hole for, I don't know, the list is very immense, and I use it to automate a bunch of tasks, to download media, to serve Plex to my family, to run my business as well, because I use it for backup, for invoicing, for, I don't know, a lot of things. It just keeps on growing and growing and growing. And that means that I had to upgrade the server as well. I installed, initially it was 16 gigs of RAM, now it has 32. Initially had only 1 terabyte of storage. Now it has a RAID 1 level or mirror with ZFS, 4 terabytes to store everything that I do. So from that perspective, I'm super happy. Do I have regrets? Yes, one, that I still have that 500 gigabytes partition with Windows doing nothing, but I don't dare to reshape the disk because everything is just working. So I'm like, don't touch it if it's not broken. But yeah, that's the current state of things. It's the only thing that is like every time I'm almost falling asleep, I'm like, one day I need to resize that partition. So that is like the only regret that I have. I know that I had to rush through a lot of information in 5 minutes, so if you want to know more about what I'm doing, please just find me somewhere in the hallways and I'll be super happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much. My name is Carlos Leon.
Wow. That's what you call a speed run. Cool. Thank you, Carlos. Yeah, so Carlos did originally submit a normal talk, but he got the pleasure of doing this instead. So next up is Ben.
Testing. Oh, hello, my name's Ben, my pronouns are he, him, and I'm here to tell you how to get nothing done. If you follow this advice, you'll minimize your productivity and spend the most time doing it possible. And the good news is, you're already following some of these steps. The first step to getting nothing done is to always be working, which may sound a little counterintuitive. So let's see what happens when you decide you're going to be working 100% of the time. First, you need to pick something to do. And let's not forget, you need to always be working, so you need that task as soon as possible, before you can be sure it's the most useful thing. If you're lucky, it won't be useful at all. It might actually be detrimental. In 2009, Microsoft found only a third of their features improved the metrics they were meant to improve. When you always have to be working, you need to keep going. You don't have time to validate your assumptions by running any experiments waiting for results. You've got to go straight in. So now you've got your task, you get to work. Eventually, you're going to reach a blocker. You know, you're going to need to wait for a meeting, or you need to wait for an infrastructure change or a design. If you don't keep working, if you don't pick up a new task, you won't be keeping working. So you need to pick up that task as soon as possible. Again, we'd rather pick up a new task than stop working for even a single second. And that's our trick. The more tasks we have on the go, the harder it's going to be to finish any of them. And we've only been productive if we finish a task. Another huge benefit of having a lot of tasks on the go is you don't have to work very hard to lose track of a task. Your lost tasks will naturally slip through the cracks because you've only got short periods of time to work on them, and most of that time is spent context switching. These lost tasks will either find themselves completely forgotten or handed over to someone else. So either you get to waste all the time that you've spent working on that task, or you and someone else can both waste time handing over that context for a task that you already thought wasn't that important to begin with. But even better than this, I want you to multitask. I want you to rotate through all of your tasks with the illusion of being more productive while actually not focusing on anything and context switching as often as you want. Oh. I'm somehow a whole slide ahead. Yeah. So, if you look at the graph that's going to appear in 2 seconds, it's good to have a break. Yeah, well. Very good point. If you look up here at this graph, you see the multitasking approach takes a lot longer to get a particular task done than the one-at-a-time approach. And that's the key. We want to take as long as possible before we finish a task. The longer it takes before we finish a task, the less time we get benefiting from whatever a task is meant to achieve, and the more likely it is that an emergency will come up. And believe me, emergencies will come up. When an emergency does come up, that emergency is going to become your new top priority. Your old top priority that was precariously close to being finished, now that's going to be completely forgotten. And all the rest of your tasks will be completely forgotten. It's meant to be 15 seconds a slide, so I think we're running longer on each slide than I was expecting. Okay. That's a good one. There we are. All the rest of your tasks will be completely forgotten. If you weren't always working, this emergency might be no big deal. But always working means that the emergency is going to cause the most disruption to the most tasks possible, cause the most delay possible. Now, I want to stress here that while I'm talking about emergencies, you're going to get this same effect anytime your team is given a new priority or anytime you pick up a task with a deadline. In fact, in a bizarre way, the less serious the problem, the more meetings it will cause and the more delay it will cause as you try and work out where it should be prioritized. Now, while you can wait for tasks to come up organically, why not skip this step? Start with more than one task and actively volunteer for more. Be more than 100% busy. So now you've got all the problems from before without any benefit of any increased efficiency that you were getting. Now, another trick that you can do is you can start with huge tasks. I don't want your tasks to be measured in hours and days. I want your tasks to be measured in weeks and months. I want you to pick a task and work on it for 2 months before you show anyone. Then I want you to go and show someone to get feedback. They're probably going to have a lot of suggestions. So now you've got a load more work to do, and you've still not finished anything. And even if they don't give you loads of feedback, so you just get the look good to me, while you're waiting for that feedback, you can start a new task. And if you're then lucky, forget about the task that you almost finished before. Finally, I need you to avoid collaboration for as long as possible. Close collaboration will shortcut your long feedback loops. If you pair program, you might not need to wait for code reviews. If you work closely with your customer, you might reduce the size and frequency of their changes. You have to work alone for as long as possible. I promise that if you follow the always working principle, you will get nothing done and spend all your time doing it. And if you do finish something, it'll be months down the line and had much less impact than it should have. Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to invite the next speaker up already. Jason, you're up. Hold your applause, hold your applause. Wait. Do we have any Dutch people in the room? Or even, well, Dutch speaking, not Dutch people per se, but Dutch speaking? Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, so you're very fortunate. We're now going to witness a very well-spoken American get into Dutch. I'm not going to spoil any of anything, so I need an applause for Jason in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. I don't do social media anymore or anything, and half of you can't read this anyway, but go follow my dog on Instagram, because why not? Yeah, as tradition, I will now be the American person doing something in Dutch, which is Nijntje doet devops. Vandaag is een zeer spannende dag. Nijntje gaat naar het kantoor van vader Plaus om meer over zijn werk te leren. Meneer Plaus werkt als een software engineer. Also, turning pages when you hold a mic is very hard. That's okay. Okay. Vader Plaus helpt Nijntje met het schrijven van haar eerste code. Hoera, ik ben een dev, zei Nijntje. Ja, maar je code is pas compleet als deze in productie is, zei vader Plaus. Hoe doen we dat? Vroeg Nijntje. We doen DevOps. Dat betekent, meneer Plaus merkte plotseling de tijd op. Oh nee, ik ben te laat voor een vergadering. Ik vertel je meer als ik terug ben. DevOps? Wat is DevOps? Vroeg Nijntje zich af. Hoi Nijntje, zei Betje Big, toen zij het kantoor van meneer Plaus binnenliep. Waar is je vader? Hij is een vergadering, zei Nijntje. Kun je me helpen mijn code in productie te nemen? Vroeg ze Betje. Ja, zei Betje. Maar ik ben een QA-engineer. En voordat je code in productie kan aan, moet deze worden getest.
Test? Maar wat als ik de antwoorden niet weet? Dacht Nijntje. Ik hou niet van tests, zei ze. Nee. We testen de code, niet jou, zei Betje. Betje liet Nijntje zien hoe ze test moet schrijven. De test zorgen ervoor dat er code werkt zoals verwacht. Hoera, mijn code de test heeft doorstaan, zei Nijntje. Goed werk, zei Betje. Het spijt me dat ik nu moet gaan, maar ik kom later terug om je vader te zien. Maar mijn code is nog steeds niet in productie, zei Nijntje. Hallo Nijntje, zei Boris Beer. Heb je plezier in het werk? Ja, maar ik zit vast. Kun je me helpen met code in productie te nemen? Vroeg Nijntje. Ja, ik leid het Platform Engineering Team, zei Boris. Platform? Misschien staat DevOps het platform, dacht Nijntje. Boris zei dat zijn team de infrastructuur en systemen beheert waarop code wordt uitgevoerd. Maar voordat we je code kunnen implementeren, moet deze worden geïnstrumenteerd. Zo kunnen we weten hoe het er in productie aan toe gaat, zei Boris. Boris legde uit dat we dingen moeten meten, zoals hoeveel mensen de code gebruiken, of ze een goede ervaring hebben en of de code voldoende middelen heeft. Hij laat zien hoe ze dashboards kon maken om deze informatie te tonen. Samen hebben Nijntje en Boris instrumentatie toegevoegd en er code ingezet. Hoera, mijn code is in productie, riep Nijntje uit. Gefeliciteerd, zei meneer Plaus, toen hij zijn kantoor weer binnenliep. Maar ik weet nog steeds niet waar DevOps staat, zei Nijntje. Oh nee, DevOps, niet DevOps. En je weet het, je hebt DevOps gedaan, zei vader Plaus. Hij verklaarde, DevOps is wanneer we allemaal samenwerken om betere software te maken, deze sneller in productie te nemen en ervoor te zorgen dat alles betrouwbaar werkt. Running a little bit fast. Dramatic. Net zoals je deed met Betje en Boris. Thanks. I have stickers later, so if you want some Nijntje and Snoofy stickers. Also, there is one copy of the book. If you fill out the passport, it is now available as a prize in the raffle.
Thank you, Jason. That was quite impressive. Foy, if I could just ask you to get on stage as well. That way I can hand over the microphone and you can start at a roaring applause. So, give it up in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi everyone. So after the talk yesterday, the short talk about accessibility in general, I'm going to be walking you through a bit more on accessibility in monitoring. So I'm Foy Murik and I'm the developer advocate for Isinga, which is an open source monitoring company. And I've been taking care of all sorts of accessibility issues in the past when I was still doing development and not DevRel. And first off, what is accessibility? Ooh, the slides look weird. So accessibility is the quality or characteristic of something that makes it possible to approach, enter, or use it. So anything that can help people that have any kind of issues to interact with the software you write. And I'll be focusing on visual impairment. So anything that has to do with the eyes and how you look at the screens and the web interfaces that you use. And with monitoring, never mind, the numbers. So there are a lot of people affected by visual impairments, which is globally 285 million people, or 1 out of 10. And that's going to be a lot of the people here, even. And how color vision deficiency works is that we have 3 different cones that see colors in our eyes: red, green, and blue. And for some people, 1 or more of those cones don't really work as intended. And that boils down to 3 distinct kinds of color vision deficiency. So we have deuteranopia and protanopia, which are both commonly known as red-green blindness, and a slightly rarer form, tritanopia, where the blue cone doesn't work. And I've put little simulations of what that looks like. So in Isinga and a lot of other monitoring tools, we have green for things that are okay and red for things that are not okay. And as you can see, it's a bit difficult to tell for people that have that kind of blindness. So I'm going to be showing you little examples of what it looks like. So in general, when you have labels, it's rather easy to understand what it is. If the content is sorted in a way, like in those donut graphs, you can tell which is supposed to be which. But when you take away the context, it's a lot more difficult to tell what is what. Like, just try to find in the bottom one which one is the critical one. So, especially if you look at a lot of dashboards, you're going to need another way of distinguishing the different information without just relying on color. So what we did was we added a colorblind theme, and in order to make it more accessible, we did not only rely on color, but also on brightness and contrast. So the more important a thing is, a state is, the darker it's going to be. And also when it comes to labels, it's very easy to make it more visually distinctive if you use different colors for the labels. So applying the theme, you can see that all states that you do not have to react to have black text, and the ones that need your attention have white text. So by just utilizing different contrasts and different text colors, you can convey the information that you need to convey without relying on those visual cues within just the color. Especially on those grids, it makes a huge difference if you use contrast. And if you do any kind of development in the web, then you will also want to look into using more contrast. And it doesn't have to look horrible. But, so we've only looked at color vision deficiencies now. But what is your web going to look at like if you can't see at all, if you're completely blind? Well, yesterday we've had a very, very quick overview in like screen readers and what they do. And, well, what screen readers do is they pass the HTML of the web front end that you're going to look at. And what you want to do there is use the structure and use the tags as they are meant to. If you look at the HTML of a lot of websites, just go right-click inspect. You're going to see there are going to be a lot of diffs that just have some classes on them, and that is not great for a screen reader who wants to look at what the different tags are and jump through lists by pressing tab or something. And in order to have good structure, there's also a very, very nice guideline called ARIA, Accessibility-Rich Internet Applications, which is something you can look up and work into your workflow if you design something on the web, because it helps give context to the things that you show on screen, so the screen reader knows what it's saying. So in general, if you do web applications, just start your designs with accessibility in mind, because going back and fixing it is a lot more difficult than just starting out the right way. Thank you very much.
Great. That was it for the Ignites for today. We do have a couple of things. First of all, a raffle from one of our sponsors, MakeDev. So if you're into that one, you might be on the edge of your seat right now.
Hello, everyone. We have here the iPad Pro. Can you take it? Thank you. So, and the winner is Vanity from Restart. Amen. Congratulations. Okay, the other 9 winners, we're going to send an email with the other things, but okay. So there are in total 10 winners, but okay. This is a...
Wow. You are extremely lucky with raffles. If there's still time to buy a lottery ticket, I would definitely do that. Right, that concludes the Ignite part. So I need some open space facilitator power on stage. The same ones as last time. The very friendly bunch. Mr. Bastenau. And Nathan Harvey.
Thank you, Thomas. Hello again, hello again. It's that time again.
Yep, day 3.
Day 3, open spaces. Are you ready to go?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Are you ready to go? All right. Amazing. All right. So we went through some of this yesterday, but of course we have some new faces today. Some of you I haven't yet met, so we'll go through how open spaces work once again. We'll do it slightly abbreviated today, the rapid version. Okay? Are you ready?
Nope.
Okay, very good. So this is where we turn over the conference, the rest of the agenda for the afternoon to you. This way we get to talk about the things that are most important to everyone that is here, the things that are top of mind. So this afternoon we'll have 3 different time slots in 5 different locations. I won't ask you to do the math today.
And I did it last night, and I worked it out, and it was between 12 and 29.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
That's close enough. Close enough for DevOps, Bas. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we're going to propose topics. And how do we propose topics? I invite everyone in the room, if you have an idea in mind, something that you were inspired by, that you've heard in one of the talks today, something that you have a question about, I want you to propose that as a topic. The only rule is you have to be passionate enough about that topic to start a conversation. It might be a question you have. It might be something that you've experienced at work, a problem you're having that you're trying to overcome, something that you'd like to share. The important thing is it's not a presentation. You're not the expert. Neither am I. Are you the expert, boss?
Not yet, but if I join one of those open spaces,
maybe
I might learn something.
Yes. So you'll propose the topic. We'll put it on the board. When the time comes, we'll get together and we'll have that discussion. We will learn from each other.
Glorious.
Yes. Okay, a quick recap of the rules. Do you want to start with a couple of them?
Sure, I want to start with a couple of them. So first of all, it starts when it starts. It's very convenient, and it could only be the right time to start at that time because, you know, second rule, whoever is there is exactly who the universe decided needed to be there.
That's right.
So that's important.
Yes, whoever is there is the right people, yeah. And it's the only thing that could have happened.
It's the only thing that could have happened.
Okay, there are other rules, yeah. I think we said there were 5 yesterday. I think you've covered off 2. Yes, there is another one. We do want to encourage open sharing. But in sharing openly, you might share some things that might be sensitive that you wouldn't want shared with anyone else outside of your safe group. One, be aware of that and be aware that others might be sharing things that maybe they don't want shared elsewhere. You might mention that this is sensitive information and ask your friends not to take it elsewhere, but we need to go a little bit beyond that, and we need to invoke a friend-DA, if you will. You all know a friend-DA. It's like an NDA. So if we could all just, as friends, agree that what we hear and learn here, we'll keep, we might take some inspiration from, but we won't say, oh, what I heard about Boss and where he works. Ooh, let me tell you. Yeah, no, we won't do that. So, but I need to make sure that everyone agrees to this friend-DA. So just a nod of the head. Yes, yes, yes. Good, good, good. It looks like we're pretty well agreed. Yeah.
Phew.
All right.
So we can continue. There's, you know, a couple of rules. There's one law looming.
There's a law. Do we have any rules that we've left out, though?
Sure. When it ends, it ends.
Oh yes. When it ends, it ends. But maybe.
Yeah, we're all. You're still going to be here, and if you have the urge to continue, or you think, oh my God, that's amazing.
Thank you. Oh my God, what is happening? online bit, at least. So while on the main stage, they're explaining how the open spaces work and how the open agile coffee works, which I will come back to in a little bit, I promise. I'm also joined here by the person who did the last talk today, or from just this afternoon, right, Leslie? Hi, nice of you to join me. Can you introduce yourself to the online audience?
Yeah, so my name is Leslie. I spoke on psychological safety today, and I'm currently a staff engineer at the New York Times. And before that, I was in EdTech, working at a couple of startups, and then also on the Google for Education org. And I'm specifically on reliability engineering, focused on observability.
Excellent. And so why did you pick this talk topic?
It came up as an idea while I was at a company, and we were going through some organizational dysfunction, and so it came out of that experience and how I handled that and also how like my leaders handled that, and it was sort of a retrospection time period, and I think for me, I process a lot through writing and things like that. This was kind of that's what led to this specifically.
Oh, really good. So, your session was jam-packed with information. I took a lot of notes, but it went really, really fast. What is the maybe one or like three? Let's go up to three things that you would love for people to take away from your session.
Yeah, I think first, my favorite part of that is the part where I talk about the most vulnerable people in mind first, creating a culture with the most vulnerable people in mind first, and also how the flaws of an organization and also the flaws of a leader, like it's felt by the most vulnerable people first. And I think that's like a thing that's lost on a lot of people. So I think that's one of the takeaways that feels most meaningful. And then the last portion that I end on, or somewhat end on, is about what accountability looks like. And I feel like, that can be fleshed out further for sure, but it's 30 minutes. But I think like it's a good framework for approaching those sort of difficult situations. And I don't think it's a framework that I see too often, because I think it's a lot of times, when you're in a reactive state, which is how I categorized the different points of intervention, it's hard to, you're just kind of like putting out fires. And so it's hard to like approach things with intention.
Yeah, the putting out fires is an apt description. I think then when something happens, then suddenly there is attention for this kind of stuff. I mean, there's also a lot of larger organizations. You'll have a lot of the mandatory training on psychological safety and that kind of stuff. But also, in the tech industry, these last couple of months have been kind of rough, right? Like we've seen a lot of companies lay off a lot of people, and even if those companies were invested in these topics and doing kind of training on this kind of topics, I feel like it's almost seen as an extra in days when there's turmoil, while that's maybe when it's most important to be cognizant of these topics.
Yeah. I think the layoffs are a perfect example of this, actually, where, there's a lot of leaders that are saying, I take full responsibility, but then not following up with action.
Not actually resigning themselves.
So, exactly. Yeah. So, it feels very empty when there's no follow-up action. I think that was maybe like the third sort of takeaway to
practice what you preach, sort of. I think that's been a very rough, patch, and I don't feel like we're kind of out of it yet. Not yet. So also, like just as a tidbit of information for Devopsdays Amsterdam, we also offer tickets at only the price of the catering for anyone that got laid off in the recent, or is thinking of changing careers, which is also like a really positive way. When people enter a Devopsdays event or any kind of conference. Okay, really, really amazing. I know that we sort of like snatched you right after your talk, so you didn't get to get any feedback yet or any questions afterwards. But there were some questions right after your session. So Is that a question the type of question that you usually get when you talk about these topics?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I think people are always asking for more like specific tidbits.
Yeah.
And I have some sprinkled throughout, but it's a lot of it's like, okay, I have to apply this to my context. And that's the hard part. That's the hard part of like providing more specific tidbits, is that often it's contextual.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Like I think Willis and Andrew yesterday talked about how like it's there's no recipe for this kind of thing. Like there's frameworks and like guidelines, but a lot of it does involve
case studies,
yes,
examples.
Yes,
they're very.
But they're never going to be one-to-one, and that's like the hard part. And so with them, there was a question about specifically like, oh, how do you get your manager to like listen?
Exactly. Yeah.
Depends on like what's your position. Are you an IC? That's less senior. Are you a manager reporting to a manager who manages managers? Like, are you reporting to C-suite? So it's, a lot of times it's dependent on that, right? Which is why I probably subtle thing that I said was to, lean into your privilege in the ways that you have access to, because I think that allows us to have a little bit more nuance on like the things that we can do practically. That's why it can be a little bit tough. And then on top of that, range of different personalities and whatnot. So, some managers are going to be more subject to like, or more willing to get feedback and whatnot. And then there are managers who aren't. And, those are like that's sort of worst case scenario. And, I said in my talk about sometimes that's just information that, you should leave. And like, it's hard to give that advice right now.
Yeah.
I did write that talk when it was
much
before
easier.
layoffs. Yeah. But, if that is a thing that you can do, like resigning is a form of protest.
Protests in a way. Yeah, absolutely. I think that question of like how, like what you're saying resonates with me, but how do I now bring this to my manager, and how do I make them, or the senior leadership team, and how do I make them care? We see that question after sessions on accessibility, or yesterday on trying to be more sustainable and like bring back your sort of carbon footprint, or bring that down rather. And so I was not surprised when that question came up for you. So thank you for that answer. I think that does help a lot of people to try and start these conversations. And in our keynote this morning, Sharon also said something about the sort of like the bottom line of making sure that your organization is built with empathy in mind. Mm-hmm. So do you think that that's that's the way to go whenever you're speaking to your senior leadership team too, so they figure out like, has an actual like economic benefit too?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the easiest ways I think to approach it. The part of this is like, okay, be a good person.
Yeah.
And
just be a good person.
Yes. And so, that I think is a compelling argument, but in the context of business needs, it's often not enough of a compelling argument. So definitely like you have to be strategic about how you sort of make the business case for it. But and there's ways that, people do that. There's like plenty of studies about like the, positive impact that having like diverse, employees and whatnot. So, that stuff is out there, and like, you don't have to start from scratch. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. And there's also ways of quantifying it too. Like, when there's a cost of retention and recruiting, and those have like tangible costs, right? Like often tens of thousands of dollars. So
exactly. So to speak in open spaces terms, the law of mobility. So if you move, you make a statement as well, because they will need to hire for your position, and that's costly.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me here. Your session is now done. So what is left for you at Devopsdays Amsterdam? What's next? You got to enjoy the AC in the studio that we have for a little bit, which is kind of nice. What's up next? Are you suggesting an open space possibly? Are you planning on attending any of them?
Yeah, I'll be attending them.
Okay,
for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Then with that, I will let you go. Thank you so much for joining me. And we'll watch one of the recorded interviews, one of the interviews that we've done with one of our speakers yesterday or the day before. I don't know which one we're going to play, but you're going to see soon enough.
All right, so welcome back to Devopsdays Online. My name is Joep Piskaar, and I'm joined here today by Pieter Rekers. So Pieter, tell me, you told me a funny story just as we were preparing for this interview, where you did a workshop today at Devopsdays Amsterdam, and you kind of had to adjust a little bit because of one of the attendees. Now, I don't want to call them out specifically, but I thought it's a nice example to kind of see A, where technology is taking us, but B, also how we have to plan for all kinds of eventualities.
Yeah.
So tell me the story, what happened?
Yeah, we submitted a workshop to present at Devopsdays in Amsterdam because we wanted to show attendees, how our platform works, to give some hands-on experience because we think that really helps with the Devopsdays audience.
Mm-hmm.
But when preparing for that, we realized that we don't really know who's going to show up. What is the experience level in the different programming languages? Are people able to run things like Docker? If they maybe work at a bank, their whole laptop is locked down and you can't really do anything. So that was actually the moment that we decided to adopt Gitpod,
mm-hmm.
which is a cloud development environment. It allowed us to really prepare different vulnerable applications that we can, prepare the agents that we use for that. It integrates with Git, so you could hook up our own repos to it. It offers an online IDE, and it also runs the applications. So
right.
we didn't need to worry about, scaling things. We didn't need to worry about the actual device that someone's using. And that actually turned out great because we first of all had someone working for a bank joining the session. With a fully locked down laptop, so they couldn't do anything, and someone else joined the session on an iPad, which was kind of unexpected. But
which doesn't run Docker.
Yeah, it
right.
doesn't really run Docker in it. It couldn't even open the YAML files. So, it showed that the decision was the right one eventually, even though it was a bit of more hassle to set up.
Mm-hmm.
It was the right decision eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a nice parallel to make between setting up a workshop like this and kind of planning for different eventualities and kind of the broader DevOps ecosystem where you never know what's around the corner, you never know what your next step is, or you know what your next step is, but beyond that, it's all dependent on the data you have, and so I think it's an interesting example of kind of showcasing how to work in an agile way, which I think is, that's kind of the interesting part about DevOps and being part of this community. Obviously, is it's fluent, it's fluid, it moves, it morphs. So I think the workshop example is kind of it's interesting to see, right? It's interesting to see.
Automation is really key, and being able to anticipate on all kinds of different scenarios was really important because there were a lot of unknowns. It took a bit more time to set up, but it was worth it. Yeah.
Right. So tell me about the workshop, just because I'm curious. I like technology.
Yeah.
What was the workshop about?
The workshop was about an introduction of application security testing, but then via instrumentation.
Right.
So we wanted to, don't do a full-blown big thing, but we wanted to give some highlights of, what could instrumentation do in application security testing? How does it? Why is it faster? Why is it more accurate? Why is it more automated compared to the traditional approaches?
Mm.
And also, why does that work better in DevOps environments? Because, the feedback loop is really important to have a short feedback loop to give developers fast feedback on, what they're actually building.
Yeah.
Whilst they're building, you can't really afford to wait, 6 weeks until the pen test is done, and then you get some information on vulnerabilities, and only then you can fix it, right?
Yeah.
So the workshop was about, instrumentation as a basis for application security testing, and the attendees could start an application, a deliberately vulnerable application that we prepared, add our instrumentation software into the application, and from there, basically by browsing through the application, discover vulnerabilities, and then, of course, we provide a platform where you can actually see those vulnerabilities, including some guidance how to fix those vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
And that we did it in 45 minutes. Was a bit tight.
That sounds really tight.
Yeah, it was a bit tight, but we got it working. And I'm really glad that people showed up with an iPad so that we could support the decision to use Gitbot.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I mean, 45 minutes is limited,
Yeah.
but of course the goal is kind of to give people a teaser, just a little introduction, so that they have the tools and kind of the context to then go and find out more on their own, right?
Yeah, and it keeps working. And we also provided the community edition, and that's free forever.
Yeah.
So that is available for everyone, and that is free forever. So that's kind of cool. Yeah.
All right, so talk to me about maybe the most important part of your presence here at Devopsdays Amsterdam.
Yeah.
And Eindhoven as well, I presume.
We didn't sign that yet, but
we'll make that happen.
We were there last year. Yeah.
So Devopsdays in Amsterdam always has DevHops, which is a fun play on words to provide an alcoholic beverage of sorts. So this year we're going with Gebrouwen Vrouwen and I think a Bloesem beer.
Bloesem Blond.
Yeah, Bloesem Blond. So yeah, we're happy you're part of that. We're happy to be able to give that to our audience.
Yeah.
And so for now, let's wrap it up. Let's say thank you to you for sponsoring, for being here, for doing the workshop, and we'll catch you all later. All right, friends of the DevOps persuasion, welcome back to Devopsdays Amsterdam Online. I'm Joep Piskaag, and I'm joined here by Lou. So you just came out of your talk. You did it a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
Happy?
Very happy. It was my first time doing the session, and it went very well. So
awesome.
You can't wish for anything more.
That is good to hear. And so you're a little more relaxed now?
Yeah.
All of the nerves are gone?
Yeah.
Just maybe for this interview?
Yeah, I had to wait, of course, 2 days to give this session. I've been here since Wednesday morning. So yeah, I'm very happy that I can actually now just relax a bit.
Yeah. That's good. So tell us about your talk. What was it about?
It was about survivorship bias, and that means that we all kind of make a logical error where we only look at the good side of things rather than the bad side.
Right.
And we forget to look at the bad side, which is why we sometimes make bad decisions, or we make mistakes, or we get stuck somewhere, or we get imposter syndrome because we forget to look into the negative side of something before looking at the...
So is it like nothing is all just successful?
Yeah.
Stuff happens, bad things happen.
Yeah.
Bad decisions are made. You have to learn from them. But if you don't look at those things, then you only have a very positive picture of reality, which is not true.
Yeah, exactly. You can overestimate yourself, or you can get very unlucky time or money-wise, and you have to also look at the less fun things sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that makes total sense. I mean, of course it makes total sense, but why is it a topic that you thought was relevant for the audience at Devopsdays?
Well, I think it's relevant to everybody because as humans, we tend to look more at the positive side. It's just in us. Mm-hmm. And also the people at Devopsdays and also other conferences are very positive and very energetic and very enthusiastic about new technology, new products, new solutions. And of course, the speakers are very excited about that as well. But you might forget that something that the speaker says or something you see on social media might look very positive, but it can be not so positive if you implement it in something at your company or maybe as a hobby project, and then you put 40 hours into it and you realize, oh, this isn't going to work because you didn't do the research beforehand if it's actually compatible.
Right. Yeah. So what you're saying is, don't look at someone's Instagram feed of, their life or the project that happened or the thing you do at work. Look at, not just that fabricated reality.
Yeah.
Look at, the broader scope, everything, including the things that didn't work out.
Yeah.
Right. That's awesome. And what are some concrete tips that you've gave the audience in your talk that you think are worthwhile?
Of course, look at the bigger picture. So also look on the internet or your network to see if there's anybody that has experienced failures on or unsuccessful implementation of the product you want to use or the project. And at conferences to actually ask the speakers critical questions, not just go with it, but also ask them about the risks, the limitations, the compatibility options, what the future looks like for a product. In that sense, you can get a bigger picture.
Right.
And also to just collaborate with one another and also share your failures instead of just your successes online. So,
I mean, I think that last one definitely resonates with me.
Yeah.
So I had a discussion, I don't remember with who, but they were somewhere in a journey of, their DevOps adoption and their agile transformation. And they said, I don't want to do a talk because we're not finished yet.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's interesting. I don't want to hear the success story. I want to hear what you're doing now because I'm assuming you're in the middle of it. And so things are going right, things are going wrong. And I want to learn about all of it because, like you say, we're talking too much about just the one-sided aspect, just the very successful side of things. But there's so much more going on, and it's the nuances of making the right decisions that you need that context for. So I think you're absolutely right on the money there. So tell us more about the talk. I heard you did something, interesting there.
Yeah, so I wanted to start my presentation with an analogy that's not necessarily very technical. So I started out with telling the public that I really love 80s music. I really love 80s hits. So I went over some well-known 80s hits that probably everybody knows: Africa, Toto, Take On Me, Aha, And then I mentioned that there are also very bad 80s songs because, of course, we had 10 years of songs. They're not all great. And then I found the opportunity to rickroll everybody in the audience.
I love that. So we are not sorry at all. But thank you for that cue up. That was absolutely perfect. I appreciate that. I do think, we do have to have fun.
Yes, sometimes.
In the Grote Zaal, we also like to have fun here in the studio. So with that, I think this is the perfect high note to end yet another interview on.
Yes.
So I want to thank you so much for being part of the experience here at DevOps Days, doing a talk, but also being here in the studio. And I want to congratulate you on all you've done in the last couple of days.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for having me.
And with that, we're going back to another interview that we recorded in the last couple of days. So please enjoy the next one with Rochelle. And we'll be back later.
Woo-hoo.
All right, friends of the DevOpsy persuasion, welcome back. My name is Joep Iskaag, and we're here at DevOps Days Amsterdam online, and I'm joined here by Rochelle. And the first thing I want to talk about is this awesome t-shirt. Tell us what's up.
Yeah, so it says DevOps burnout is real, and it's a kind of real thing that DevOps do get burned out. I got this from another event at KubeCon, and I thought that, it makes sense to wear a DevOps-related shirt at DevOps Days Amsterdam, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally get it. And honestly, it is a perfect setup to talk about why you're here, what you're doing today at DevOps Days in Amsterdam, because today is workshop day. We've done workshops all day long. Yours is one of them. And I think the topic is just super interesting to me. So kind of give us the lay of the land of what the workshop is, what it's for, why did it got created, what's its purpose?
Yeah, sure. So the title of my talk is how Google runs production and SRE approach. So SRE stands for Service Reliability Engineering, or in the previous days when we had like sites instead of services, it was site reliability engineering. It's still referred to as site reliability engineering in all of the organizations. It talks about reliability, the R in the SRE, and how we can measure reliability, how we can quantify it, how we can how we came up with different formulas to achieve a mathematical number that we can look at as an objective reality and try to defend that objective. So for example, if I say that my service is 99.99% reliable, that means that the remaining 0.01% is the amount of unreliability that me or my organization is willing to accept.
Right.
And that becomes our error budget, which is used to do any kind of upgrades, updates, bug fixing, scheduled maintenance, or scheduled downtime.
Right.
But all of this comes with a lot of cultural changes in the organization, which I heavily impact on in my talk, and today as well I did that.
Yeah, so tell me a little about that psychological aspect of it, because the way I think about this, and maybe I'm not used to thinking about this way.
Yeah.
This is a purely technical number, right? This is just how much is my service up.
Yeah. That's true, and I believe that is one of the confusions that a lot of organizations or some of the people have when embedding SRE into their organization. So basically, what an SRE does, we need to understand that first. SRE is a programmer, a person who knows how to code, a software developer who also knows and is interested in operations work. So operations means like monitoring, logging, fixing infrastructure and stuff like that. So if you ask a software developer to design an operations team and run it, it works really well, especially in terms of reliability and especially keeping things up to the mark. Now, coming to your question with respect to psychological safety, we have something which is known as the blameless culture or blameless postmortems. So what does that mean? Now, even if you hire an SRE, hire the best SRE that is on the market with the best skills, if the culture of the organization does not allow you to speak up, then the accountability goes away. So if I want to be accountable, and if any engineer wants to be accountable for their actions, they need to have this breathing space where they can think and they can speak up that, yes, I did this change, I made this change. After I made this change, things went down. The server was down, or maybe I did something, I was just testing something out, but I tested that in a wrong terminal window and ran the command and rebooted the server. If I don't have a culture of blamelessness or a psychologically safe environment, I will take a lot of time in thinking that what will happen to me now? Will I lose my job? Will I not get promoted in the next cycle? Everyone will shame me. I won't be able to, speak to the management, and a lot of time will be lost over there. Instead of focusing on the problem, I will focus on all of the other things which I'm not supposed to. So if you embed a psychological safe environment, what our aim is to focus on the problem instead of pointing fingers. Like if you did something wrong and I'm like, why did you do that? You shouldn't have done it. You have been in this organization for 5 years. Don't you even know such a small thing? These are some of the words which engineers or any employee would not want to hear. And that, this also gets you into this guilt trip that, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I'm here for 10 years, 15 years. How can I make this mistake? But it's human nature. We are supposed to make mistakes and then learn from them. And errors are inevitable. This is something that will happen all the time. No matter how good the technology becomes, there will always be things which will be out of your control. Let's say in a few hundred years, we are able to harness the energy of our entire planet, but we can still not control some of the things which comes out of outer space. Maybe a better advanced civilization. We cannot account for that. So we'll always be behind than something or someone. So if we have a psychological safe environment, if I'm able to speak up, yes, I did this wrong, and this is the documentation that we have to follow. There are specific steps in it. I will write down the problems that happened. I'll write down the exact command that I ran, which caused this problem. And in the future, this is something that we need to take into account so that we avoid something like that from happening. The one thing that we will keep out from such a document is the name of the engineer who did that. Because what if someone 10 years from now reads this document? All they need to know is what the problem statement was what the solution is, and how we can avoid all of this from happening ever again. The name of that person who did that is irrelevant in this scenario. Similarly, the name and the blame culture for that specific engineer is also irrelevant in bringing back a service. So that's usually what I like to convey in this specific session, along with all the other technical aspects.
So I like kind of the systems thinking approach to it, because you're not looking at any individual making mistakes. You're looking at the system as a whole, saying, hey, something happened here, and how can we first discover what went wrong and how we can solve it, but also how can we prevent the system as a whole from making that same mistake again. And I think
exactly.
I think that's a critical aspect of, blameless culture, as you mentioned, this is not about individuals. This is not even about teams. This is about organizations
As
and
a
even
whole, exactly.
as a whole, and even
Exactly.
beyond organizations, because we're all using, third-party SaaS APIs. We're using contractors. We're using, so many aspects
That's
that go beyond the organization. I really like the very broad approach of this is a system. We have a lot of components. How can we optimize for that? I appreciate that. I like that. So how can people learn more about this workshop, or is there any resource online that you would point people to?
Yeah. So it's most of the resources are freely available online. So if you simply search for the SRE books, these are from Google, and then you can simply go to the official website, sre.google, I believe. Just look it up, just Google it, it's really easy. And you can download all these books. Now, these are irrelevant, not irrelevant, these are independent of the organization that you work in. Any organization can implement this, and you don't need to specifically be at certain level to understand it. It's really simple to understand. Like, for example, one of the really good things about the resources that are freely available is they also teach you how to respond to incidents.
Right.
Exactly what you can do in order to avoid them from happening in the future, how to record them, how to document each and everything in your register or in your documentation online, anywhere that you like. And you don't have to specifically use any one technology. You can use any open source software that you wish to, because as we discussed earlier, it's more about the culture, right? So I try to make this talk more about the cultural aspect instead of downloading a single app and then learning it throughout and using it. Because if you have such a culture, then learning new things and implementing them is extremely easy.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think you're right on the money there. So any last words, any tips where people, may be able to start? What's the biggest recommendation that you would give them?
Yes, so I think this is something that I also started doing myself, is first implement all of that on myself.
Right.
So maybe I was also, because I have been a part of a culture where there was no kind of psychological safety in the past, and I was afraid in speaking up. But then I thought that what if I speak up on certain things, and then I discussed it internally within my teams, then we started, speaking about the things that we didn't like as a group.
Yep.
So when you do that, it's easier to reach the management and the higher ups, and then spread this culture of blamelessness across the organization. Even if it's not possible to implement such a thing, the last tip that I would give you is just change your organization.
Just change. It's so easy, right?
Yeah.
All right. I want to thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I want to thank you for delivering the workshop. I've heard good feedback from the audience.
Thanks.
So awesome to have you here. And with that, let's close off.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to Devopsdays Amsterdam online for one of our very last interviews. I'm so sad. We have been having such a good time. And Andrew Zickler, you're joining me today. Can you introduce yourself real quick for the audience?
Absolutely. So my name is Andrew. I'm a developer advocate at Mattermost. Mattermost, if you're not familiar with us, we're an open source operational hub for technical teams. And what that means is we're the place where you get your work done. And no matter how complex the task, we help you understand the context and work well with your colleagues. And we're an open source project. So it's really great to see how people solve complex problems on our platform by extending it and adding things to it. So that's what I'm all about, is kind of helping people develop those kinds of solutions and learn about what our product's about.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I mean, we connected before the conference as well because I run an open source data infrastructure meetup, and you got to sponsor that one. Which again, thank you so much. So fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having us as part of it. Being able to kind of be involved with open source meetups, especially after COVID. You know, people are trying to reboot groups and meetups and be in person. It's really tough. So
it is tough.
Whatever kind of resources that we can provide, I was happy we were able to help you. Hope to help you some more in the future. And other folks as well. You know, if you have a meetup group, an open source group where you're meeting about technology, I'd love for you to get in touch so I can provide some pizza for your group as well.
I am sure we'll have some people following up and taking you up in that order. But you're not only here to sponsor meetups because you also hosted a session on Wednesday, workshop. Do you want to tell us about the workshop a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I did a workshop on open source developer demos from the perspective of someone who used to be a classroom teacher. So it was a workshop about a demo that I'd created at my job using lessons I'd learned in the classroom as a teacher. Because I have a non-typical tech background. I didn't study engineering, and I actually was in the workforce for several years before even moving into tech, and my background was in education. And so I lived abroad, and I taught English in Japan, and I lived in an environment where no one spoke my language and I barely spoke theirs. And so the things that you learn along the way about how to make lessons fun and how to make them impactful and to make them really resonate and build lessons over time is something that I was able to kind of translate into technology. And so talking about those successes, creating those demos and what people can do to kind of unlock that for themselves.
Yeah, that's super fun, and I love that you're coming from a different field. We had a couple of people join us the last 2 days as well that come from a very different field and sort of like stumbled into technology. And one of them actually gave a talk too about traineeships because she came from a human resources background. I come from an art school background. We just talked about it real briefly.
Yes.
And I think it's super interesting to see what kind of skills you can bring from your like sort of previous life right into your job right now.
Absolutely. And it's about like just having the right perspective on those skills in your background. And sometimes for non-technical folks or people who don't have that rigorous kind of training, they can be a little self-defeatist, right? But understanding that your different perspective can be a superpower and understanding how to apply that and help others see unique things that maybe they can't because of how they were educated or trained or thought to approach something. So being able to kind of bring those perspectives and kind of teach that, I'm all about teaching, you know, it's been a really cool experience to just kind of learn along the way as well. And being humble, you know, always knowing that there's something new to learn and going for learning it yourself.
Yeah, that's so cool. We were talking about languages just before. So how many languages do you speak?
Well, speak is functionally just really a few. You know, actually, when I was in Japan, the Japanese I would learn from kindergartners and elementary schools on the playground. So it's actually
it's
quite
very
rude.
contextual.
Yeah. And so a lot of times when I would go to restaurants or even the grocery store or the bank in Japan, and I try to like interact with folks or just do business, I would get comments like, Andrew, your Nihongo ga urusai. It's rude. Why do you speak like that? It's like, I'm sorry, you know, all the Japanese I know I learned from an 8-year-old. So I speak English and a little bit of Japanese functionally, but I actually studied Latin and Greek in college. So I don't really speak them because there's no one really to speak Latin and ancient Greek to.
No, you don't just, there's no meetup for
there's no
people that speak Latin
meetups for
and
Herodotus and Livy these days, sadly, as much as I would love to dig in. But as well from that, you know, programming languages, which are their own kind of form of communication, and just being able to kind of understand the base level similarities between languages we speak and languages that computers use is actually kind of a really cool intersection of skills, I think.
Yeah, no, I think so. Like, I think languages, both like programming languages and you know, like human languages, they have, you know, they all have conventions and exceptions, and it's super interesting. And once you start learning multiple languages, but also when you're learning multiple programming languages, you get to see the differences and the similarities, and they help you learn too. So once you got sort of like one language under the belt, like it's so much easier to pick up on something else, right?
Yeah, they all build on each other, and then they provide so much more context. And then you learn, you know, like a word in one language and then a word in another, and you realize how similar they are. And
that's because some sort of like historic event, probably.
Yeah, and it's just cool, like to get the context on that and understand, especially like when I studied Latin and Greek, being able to understand like the roots of words that we see and use all the time. It's like, oh, that's what that means. That's why we say so and so, because there's this weird Latin word along those lines. So I love those little obscure facts, obviously, as somebody who studies ancient history. But it's been really cool to kind of just see how all of that can converge.
Yeah, that's so cool. Like, and I'm sure there would have been some time during the open spaces to gather a crowd around that are similar, like nerdish about languages.
Oh, please, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's lots of people here who speak lots of languages, and it's always some of my favorite parts about traveling and coming to conferences like this is learning their different backgrounds and getting exposed to all sorts of different cultures, just as somebody who just loves to just go dive into new cultures himself.
It's also why I love being part of the Devopsdays organization, because you have Devopsdays in all kinds of cities, and so you get to also see how a Devopsdays concept works or needs to adapt to all of the different cities. So like cultures or different cultures is also such an interesting.
It's all about the free exchange of ideas, and that's what Devopsdays is so great about. Like with the laws of mobility, with people going from place to place and exchanging ideas, but then some folks staying and sharing the great ideas they've been sitting on for a long time. And so I completely agree with you. It's just so fun to come and open your eyes to just things that you didn't know before.
Exactly. Well, we only have a little bit of our event left.
Sadly, almost coming to an end.
Yes, exactly. So what's coming up next for us is a couple of more talks, right? And a couple more open spaces. So I hope that you get to engage in those a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to see me. I'm going to be a bumblebee going between all different things.
Very good.
Seeing people are talking about, because like I said, just here to absorb, be a sponge, and just kind of see what people are all about.
Excellent. Well, I'm very glad that you could join me for a little interview right now.
Absolutely.
And I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your Devopsdays Amsterdam, and hope to see you again very soon. Maybe at the next Devopsdays Amsterdam. Who knows? Another workshop.
Yeah, maybe
right?
another event in the future. Maybe I'll buy more pizza for more of your meetups.
For more meetups.
Exactly.
I will run some more meetups. So.
Yeah, we'll run that one later.
Gotcha.
But it's been fantastic being here, and thanks for having me for the interview.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. We're going to our regular program again in the main hall. While us, the online team, will join you for a online agile coffee. So if that's something you're interested in, check the live chat for the link, and we'll see you there.
Okay. Hello. Is this working? Yes. Hi everyone, welcome back from your break. The open spaces are starting also very soon. So, today, wait, where is this? Here. We already have our two super expert IT engineers ready. You can see they are very eager to start. Yeah? Already here. So we have Dinant and Jürgen. And they will be speaking about AKS, which is probably something, Kubernetes something. Enlightened, but what about compliancy, cost, and multi-tenancy? I don't know, this could be even in Dutch for me, I have no idea. Anyway, without further ado, Jürgen and Dinant.
So, hello everybody. Still energized?
Yes.
All right, awesome. Well, great. We're going to give you a use case that we want to pronounce. The city of Amsterdam, and then placed on AKS, the Kubernetes distribution of Azure. And the things we have learned, the things we want to share, and just that it just isn't enabling AKS by itself, but you must do more on that. First of all, the introduction. My name is Dinant. I've recently become MVP last month. And doing a lot of innovations, technology, everything with Azure, but also doing some cycling, running, squash, and that kind of stuff. At the moment, I'm being contracted by myself, and I've been contracted by InSpark, which has the contract with the city of Amsterdam.
Yeah, welcome everybody. My name is Jurgen Allewijn. I work for Luminous as a cloud architect, and I'm the lead architect for the cloud platform within the city of Amsterdam. My hobbies, you can read them on the screen, and also my LinkedIn code and so on. So let's start with the more interesting stuff. The organization. Amsterdam is a big organization, bigger than most people would expect. It's almost an enterprise size-wise. There are a lot of challenges there. If you look at the company, you see here the structure. We have 50 departments. One of the departments is IT, and that's split up in several other departments. We work for the department which is called Digitale Voorzieningen, and that's basically the department that provides structures like public cloud, but also hosting, connectivity, and all kinds of other stuff, workspace also. It's a big organization, and this is only the people who work there, but there's also, of course, the political side. So we have something like the council, the city council, we have the mayor, so we have a lot of influences which we have to take into account in everything which we do. When we started with building the shared AKS solution, we had to take into account a lot of stuff. So, it should be efficient, make efficient use of the resources, because we don't want to pay that much money to Microsoft, because we want to give it to it's public money, so we want to do it also for street improvement and all other things within the city. So that's more important than spending it on IT. But it should be reliable, it should be safe, because we process data of the citizens of Amsterdam and the companies, so it should be safe. We want to have it in a modern IT environment, and we want to link it to our data platform, which is also running on Azure. And it should be future-proof, so it's not something that we define for now, but it should be running for more time. We started in 2019 with the cloud strategy, and we chose Azure, like a lot of cities basically, and we chose for SaaS before PaaS, before IaaS. It's also a very common strategy, and we said that we use Azure as our PaaS platform, and also the thing is that we can only use general available features. That's also important for this talk, because a lot of Microsoft features are in public preview, but because of all kinds of political and law reasons, we are not allowed to use public preview, at least not in production. And the other thing that we wanted to do is everything as infra as code, so that as code you can run it again, and you are not depending on the knowledge of people, what they did, and but that you can run it again, and you know that it's the same outcome every time you run it. When we started with the cloud platform, we also defined a lot of principles which workloads have to comply to work on our platform. But we ourselves also have to comply to those architectural designs. Makes it a bit difficult. I'm not going to tell them all, but some of them, like you build it, you run it, you own it, self-service within 5 minutes, everything is code. That are very important principles. And we have to be compliant with a lot of networks or frameworks like NORA, BIO, Security Control Framework, to name a few. So this is a quite list of measures we have to take into account when we design an environment.
So then the question is like, what is shared AKS? In our opinion, of course. Well, first of all, we want to share some challenges we faced, looking to workload teams, looking to costs, compliance, as you mentioned, but also technical issues. But first of all, the workload teams. So most of them on our side, they do have a lot of knowledge. They can do a lot of things. But Kubernetes by itself, it's quite a hard technology to manage. Also, they want to change their way of work because we are on DevOps days, right? So everything must be on a DevOps way, repeatable and very fast. And of course, the newest technology in hand grasps. Looking to the cost perspective, I think this is already being touched a lot of times today and yesterday, but everyone wants to save costs as possible. But it should be, of course, up-to-date, automatic, and also being done with the compliancy standards, as Jurg has mentioned. Looking on the technical side, the most problem I think we faced is the multi-tenancy, right? Yeah. AKS, or I should say Kubernetes by itself, everything is an open unless strategy. And since we are dealing with a lot of information which is protected, we have to divide all those workload teams from that. So that's a lot of things. We also faced a lot of public previews, as Jurg already mentioned. Nowadays there is a lot of in GA, general available, which means we have support from Microsoft. But then the problem came with a lot of private endpoints. So we had a new struggle again. Looking to the plan of action. So from the architecture perspective.
Yeah. So from our architecture perspective, when we started with the design, we took in account the cloud adoption framework from Microsoft. We also took in account the well-architected framework, which is a set of rules how you should design a solution divided around 5 pillars. So not something only Azure does, also AWS and Google also have a well-architected framework. So that's one of our bases. We needed to be Haven compliant, and Haven is a standard which is thought of by the Vereniging Nederlandse Gemeenten, and describes what how a Kubernetes environment should be compliant. But if you run that, basically, it's not that strongly protected. It's easily to hack if you only have our Haven compliant. We also have the BIO, and you see here BBN2. That's the level within the BIO. You have BBN1, which is publicly available data. BBN2 is data that's traceable to somebody or some organization. And BBN3, and that's the secrets for state. And the city has no state secrets, so we don't have BBN3. So our platform is BBN2 compliant. What I think is nice is that when we had the platform up and running, we did the well-architected review by Microsoft, and we scored 91% compliance, and that's very high even within Microsoft. So we're kind of proud about that. Thank you.
Yeah, it was quite amazing. They said also, like, we almost never seen that high score. So I think we are doing a good job with each other. Looking from design perspective, I don't know if it's readable, it's quite a lot. I don't ask you to read everything, just some highlights. Looking to AKS side perspective, everything should be secured. So a private AKS cluster, it's just a no-brainer. The elements that we just want to touch is the workload separation based on agent pool concept, meaning that you can label your Kubernetes worker nodes with labels or tags, taints, and on that way you can separate your workloads basically on a few agent pools by themselves. We have chosen 3 of them, so in each availability zone of Azure you have the protection from there against outages. Another element that we want to touch is the Nginx controller, the way you can expose your applications to the public. Normally Microsoft is advising the AGIC, the Application Gateway Ingress Controller, a mouthful, and we have chosen Nginx because it was not stable at that time.
And also it's now depreciated because it will be replaced by a different product because they saw themselves that it's not stable. So. And the new product will be based on Nginx.
So I think we have seen it at forehand maybe. Looking to the other components, a shared ACR, meaning that we have a DTAP environment for specific AKS clusters, and just one ACR to share your images between those 4 environments. Workload identity, one of the elements that is just announced general preview since 2 weeks, is a way to make Kubernetes communicate to Azure AD.
General available, you mean?
Yes.
You said preview.
My apologies. General available, which means that you can authorize your Kubernetes applications to Azure AD. So that's quite amazing as well. Furthermore, Cured is a component that we're using in the Kubernetes update daemon set. Also a mouthful, but meaning that you can update your Kubernetes worker nodes automatically. And one element is also the container security, which should be a Defender for Cloud, but at the moment we have chose Aqua Enterprise. In that way, because we want to give the users also the possibility to have a separate screen for all their workloads by themselves. And that part Defender for Cloud could not offer to us easily. So we have chosen that part as a replacement. Looking to the other components, the compliancy stuff, it was quite a lot. I think we have investigated quite a lot of time on those components. But just to give you a glance, SIS is a way to protect your Kubernetes worker nodes. You have them in Kubernetes, on Ubuntu. As Jurgen already said, the Azure Security Benchmarks is the way that Microsoft gives guidelines to that. And we have, of course, a lot of Azure policies. So a lot of policies that are available, making the protection possible on also the components that we didn't touch on that. So that's quite easy, and on that way we can also manage it over all the clusters all together. So that's quite cool. Looking to the solution, what is it then, what we have built? So maybe a difficult picture to understand, but basically we have created 4 AKS clusters. Each team gets its own agent pool, and on that agent pool we have a sort of limitation enabled. They have 251 IP addresses available to make their pods, their applications. Most teams do have around 1 or 30 applications, so that should be fine. If they are exceeding, and that's just also possible, they can get a bigger network size, making 521 if they need to. Scaling is also enabled, so if they have applications that want to scale because it is required, they can do so. They can do it horizontally and vertically. And one of the elements that we want to touch in the near future is SCADA, which is also touched, I think, yesterday. A way that you can simulate your scaling based on events. So that's quite amazing. A workload team works in its own subscription that we are doing based on the fact that they have to pay for their resources. So the agent pool is labeled with their own tag and the resources that they want to provide, for example, databases that they need for the applications, they can connect to. Also the key vault for certificates, for example, of storage, persistent storage. And those network traffic rules, those are automated away. If the workload teams can tell that to us, which traffic flows are required, we can provision that away in a way fully automatically. Looking to the workload teams, what do they get then? First of all, an agent pool, which can be sized differently. Some people require more CPU, others require more RAM or maybe less because it's a POC. So we can divide basically on the VM size. It's quite amazing. The namespaces they have to offer to us. So we are creating the namespace, meaning that they're getting a service account, and on that service account, it's a little bit technical now, but if they are using the service account, they can provision everything into the namespace without needing admin access at all. So they can just do their job. So on that way, we don't have to take into account if they have too many permissions on that part. On the front end, you see the application gateway. I've shortened it like the app gateway. So in that way, if we know which URLs they want to provision to the outside world or the internal world within Azure or on the express route on the data center sizes, we have two separate traffic flows. Also two separate engine access to make all the traffic being divided on that part. And then to troubleshoot purposes, so that the kubectl config file is not being placed on all local devices, we have created a sort of AVD solution or another solution to just have remote access to see kubectl logs, for instances, to see if the containers are healthy or being broke and what to do about it.
Yeah, after we deployed everything, we of course have a lot of lessons learned, and I think that's the most important in every project, the lessons learned. We have divided them in business, security, and technical lessons. Business lessons and security lessons first. It's nice if you deploy a platform, and it's a really cool platform, I think, from a technical point of view. It offers a lot of features, but how do you convince the people who are going to use it how to use it and how to implement it? And that's difficult because they are working in a more traditional way, and they have to do the mind shift to work in containers and in the DevOps way, and also think cloud native, and that's a difficult challenge. And I think as a city we underestimated that. We're now fixing that by giving training and giving support to the teams that are moving to our environment. But at first the adoption was not that great because of the knowledge gap. And I think there are a lot of companies who use Kubernetes struggle because Kubernetes sounds cool to use, but you can also make a lot of mistakes and make it very difficult. So I think that's for us was an eye-opener, and we just organized a hackathon with the teams, which Dinant amongst others organized, and we had a good session with the teams, and then we took them on the road in deploying the first pipeline or the first application, so they get the knowledge, and also because it was a hackathon with more teams, you get the added value that you can ask other people who have the same problem. How do you solve this problem? How do you look at this issue?
Basically, just to be hands-on and just do it with each other, right? And two members are in the room, so I think they can approve about that.
Yeah, and, somewhere behind, in the middle. Also, a lot of security lessons. Yeah, we had to implement a lot of frameworks, and it makes it difficult because they interfere sometimes with the normal operation of Kubernetes. So you have to find workarounds. Also, what I said earlier about the public preview versus the general available. Sometimes we had to choose a solution because the public preview was the only solution. Just we had to create a workaround. For instance, the workload identity, which was mentioned earlier. That was when we started. It was in public preview. The predecessor pod identity was depreciated. We were not allowed to use depreciated and not allowed to use public preview. What do you use? So those kinds of discussions, and that makes it very difficult to have a good security implementation. And also, we didn't want our cluster to be available from the outside. So we use private endpoints, and that also makes it more difficult because not all options within Azure support private endpoints. Technical. How do you create a multi-tenant environment in a solution that's basically designed to be single-tenant? And how do you separate it in a way that workloads can't see the other workloads? So we did a lot of thinking. During our design process, agent pools became available and GA. So there we had the solution. But before that, we had a lot of discussions. How are we going to separate that without spending too much money, because you can create separation, but then you don't have the value which you create of a shared cluster, because then you have basically to deploy all single clusters. Kubernetes is difficult. It sounds easy, AKS also easy, it's a PaaS service, so it's just next finish and it's there. Yeah, maybe it's there, but then it really starts. Then you have to do all the tools, the configuration, and all the other stuff to get a safe working environment. So it's maybe a lot of people underestimate the value that a PaaS service like AKS or EKS or GKS or all managed Kubernetes service offer in basic. You have to do a lot more to get a good working system.
I also think that we also wanted to give our users the possibility to just not being confused about the Kubernetes elements that are under the hood. And they're just getting some pipelines just to push into the namespaces so that they can basically focus on the applications instead of the technology behind it.
Yeah, that was our main idea. Maybe we have should have told that at the start. We want to offer almost all freedom to teams that they can do their work, but within the guardrails that's the security frameworks which are in place. How would you say?
Definitely. So if anyone is interested in the jobs behind it, I have also written a lot of blogs that is posted on the slide. So if you like it to deep dive into that, there you can find the links.
And also the links to the projects where you see the updates for AKS and ACR, because there are a lot of updates every month, basically.
Yeah, we have a lot of conversation with Microsoft together with the product teams.
Takeaways, I think most of them are mentioned already. It's difficult. You have to really think and design. You have to keep the value you want to offer. That should be your point on the horizon. Where are you? What's your goal? What do you want to achieve with the designing of the solution? I think that's important to have that clear up front.
Exactly, yeah, definitely. Reducing costs by sharing, right? I mean, everything is expensive, and just make it easier for your users. That's basically the main purpose and takeaway. So, thank you for having us.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, maybe we have some questions on the Slido. Wait for a little bit. No questions? I definitely don't have any questions because I'm like, wow, no. Yes, live questions. Nice.
No, Bicep.
Bicep or
The question was which code, infrastructure as code that we are using. Terraform was not the way to forward because there's a lot of knowledge gaps. Only a few teams have that knowledge. So if you have chosen Azure DevOps as a main tooling together with Bicep and sometimes parts of ARM. Good question.
Yeah. About I think we started in I think July last year, and it went live in January for the first system, and we're now rolling out to more workloads, and we're still rolling out new features. And updates to the...
Definitely. We have around 10 teams working with AKS at the moment, which is growing to 40 or 50, if I understand it correctly. So we had one team that has just walked around together with us, or we with them, seeing the lessons learned, basically, which element that they have to took. For instance, certificate management is still manual process. Pity. But those components like, hey, what do I have to do? How can I use it? And creating a pipeline, that kind of stuff. All the lessons learned that team took for the others. And in the hackathon, we shared that knowledge together with pizza and a lot of code and good music. And on that, and beer, yeah. Don't forget that. In a good vibe to get the knowledge shared with each other.
Yeah, one other question there. Yeah, that's a good question. We get that question a lot. No, we're not afraid with vendor locking because the data, which is our gold or jewelry or how you will call it, is mostly hosted externally. So the data that we use is mostly an adaptation of data which is stored outside of the cloud, basically. So because everything is code, of course it is Bicep, and if you go to AWS, you have to modify the data, but the basics are there.
More questions? We still have time for more. No? Very clear. Well,
all right.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much again. Applause for the gentleman. Great, thank you. And while we wait for the next speakers, help! Please help me. We could do... Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice, thank you, Sisdik. All right. Well, I just would like to remind you that we still have the sponsor raffle. If you didn't fill out your passport, quickly go do that, before 16:45, and then put your passport downstairs at the registration, and you can win some cool prizes. I can give actually a recap of these prizes. First prize, Lego Millennium Falcon. Whoa! Second prize, Sony WH something headphones. Third place, Lego again, Back to the Future. And fourth prize, Anchor Power Bank. Wow, very fancy. Also, this will be the right time probably to thank our AV team. You guys rock, thank you, making everything smooth. And of course, the venue, thank you for providing the space. Thank you. Yes, I see my friends. They are coming. Hi. Okay, so while Vina and Derek are setting up, they are traveling all the way from London here to speak about the common fallacies on platform building. I got to spend some time with Derek and Vina these past few days, so I have new friends, and I got to know about them that they are stroopwafel connoisseurs.
Is this it? Derek?
Can you guys share a microphone? Ah, no, there's the microphone. I see you have the slides.
Yep.
Good, good.
One.
Yeah, perfect. They are ready. Good news. Nice. It should be over there. Yeah? Okay. Then I will take it back. Fine. All right. Give it up to Vina and Derek.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? Great. Thanks for joining. Toward the end of the conference, we appreciate you coming out. Derek and I are principal engineers at Syntasso, and as Teresa mentioned, we're talking about fallacies and also platform engineering, because of course. I'm going to try to use this clicker, and it's not going to work, so I'm just going to do this. So to talk about fallacies and platform engineering, first we'll start with a definition, just so we're all on the same page for both of them, and then we're going to run through the most common fallacies that you'll come across and apply them to conversations you might be having in the platform engineering space. So first off, what is a fallacy? Basically, it is a fault in logic. So it's when somebody tries to prove a point or convince you of something using something that's a mistake. So it's invalid. They are everywhere, in every kind of conversation with all kinds of people in all kinds of contexts. And they're quite useful in certain situations. But they are also dangerous. They're dangerous because in the end, if you use a fallacy, it's to stop a conversation. And what that does is it weakens the search for truth. It stops the questioning. It reinforces biases because those biases come about because of insufficient truth, insufficient evidence. And it leads groups of people, sometimes nations or worlds of people, to the wrong conclusions. And switching gears, what's platform engineering? So platform engineering, if you're not familiar, very briefly, is a space in tech that has sort of been part of an evolution that's been happening for decades, where rather than having organizations that have developers building things in one part of the business and operations trying to deploy it with or without success in another, you've got this evolution toward DevOps teams where you have full stack, multi-skilled folks coming together to collaborate, automate, and make deployments better, success. But then at scale, that gets tricky because if you have hundreds and hundreds of application teams, all of them equipped top to bottom to be able to do anything for the stack, then you have a lot of inefficiency, you have a lot of duplicated challenges. And so platform engineering has been around for a while to help address those concerns, where organizations create teams to sort of understand the landscape of platforms, understand the landscape of the organization and start to pull apart the common concerns, the common challenges, and create common tools for application teams so that they can focus on delivery and move forward faster. So Derek and I have been in this space for a while. We are currently at a pre-product market fit early stage startup, and that means we get to talk to a lot of people and try a lot of things, and we are working with a lot of companies and understanding what their platform engineering space looks like right now. But we've also helped build out tools like Cloud Foundry. We've been on global teams. We've consulted with ThoughtWorks and Pivotal VMware. So we've talked to a lot of companies for a long time about how to build platforms, and we've built a lot of platforms that were both terrible and great. So we've seen a little bit of everything. But in general, we are sort of the exception because the intersection that we think of for fallacies in platform engineering comes because really platform engineering to the industry as a whole is still somewhat new. So if you look at Gartner, one of the best places for research in tech, you'll see that only just last year, in 2022, they reported that for the adoption curve, platform engineering is still just getting geared up. And maybe the audience here thinks that's not the case, but generally, you're going to have a lot of people right now talking about platform engineering who've never even thought about it before this year. And where that intersects with fallacies is that it's a lot of hype. And in the face of something that has a lot of hype but hasn't been around for a long time, you struggle to have conclusive evidence. Platform engineering teams haven't been around for decades, centuries. They've been around for years. That means there's not foolproof, Loctite research saying this is what good platform engineering looks like across the board. This is where you're going to go wrong. This is what you should do instead. The problem with being in this world is that that doesn't matter. Organizations need to move forward. We understand innately that platform engineering as a practice is beneficial and can help. We just don't know all the details. In the face of that, you have a lot of people, either on social media or within an organization, having conversations about right and wrong for DevOps and platform engineering. And in those cases, in the lack of foolproof evidence, people fall back on fallacies. So they will pull anything out that they can to appeal and win the conversation that they're having and the discussion that's at hand. And that has real implications in a professional setting in terms of money being spent, time being spent, energy, jobs, all of those things. So from our perspective, we thought running through some of the most common fallacies to get you thinking about it will help you separate fact from fiction. It will also help you communicate more effectively, and it will help you think critically in sharper ways. If you're anything like we were, when you start playing with this topic and getting it top of mind, you start seeing it everywhere, and you can become quite annoying in that, but it's quite fun as well. So from that, we're talking about a whole bunch of the most common fallacies, and we'll go through a general example just to explain what it is, and then we'll apply it to platform engineering. So the first example fallacy is what's known as the hasty generalization fallacy, and goes like this. X is true for A, and it's true for B, so X must be true for everything, everywhere. And basically what that means is you're conducting the worst experiment imaginable and drawing loads of conclusions based on it. Again, you're going to see this everywhere. In my personal life, as I was working on this talk, I was facing a topic of conversation at home where I live in London, as Teresa said, and I'm considering switching to bike. I'm tired of public transportation. I've been there for a decade. It's driven me crazy. I have two small girls at home, a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I've decided that I really want to do a family electric cargo bike. Anyway, there's a whole bunch there. My husband and I have to come to decisions together as mature adults, always, of course. So we've talked at length about this, and as you can imagine, sometimes fallacies come up. This is not a small expense, and it also means I'm on a bike every day, and my daughters are on a bike when I put them on the bike to carry them around. Coming back to hasty generalization, my husband last week came home from a night at the pub with some parents of my 5-year-old daughter's classmates, and he said, listen, I know you're super into this bike idea, and when you have an idea, you like to run with it, but I have to tell you, I was at the pub, I was at a table, and there were 3 other parents there, 3 different families, and they all cycle, and their kids all cycle as well. But they've all had accidents, Winna. It's not a good idea. And I was like, oh shit, it's really probably not a good, I'm probably gonna die, my daughters are gonna die, oh my God, he's so right. And I had to have a moment of, wait, that's 3 people. And wait, that's quite a generalization to draw from a very, very small sample size. So in my head, I thought, that's a fallacy. I did not say it out loud, but then we were able to, from that conversation, I was able to understand that safety had become one of his big concerns, and I was able to work with that and move the conversation forward. Switching context to a work context, let's imagine in a platform engineering team, somebody has just come back from a very informative conference. And they've heard a very informative talk about a company that has decided to use platform engineering. And so they did a great talk about going from no platform engineering to one team for hundreds of application teams. And lo and behold, those application teams can now start projects 30% faster. It's conclusive. So this person comes back to the team and says, the only way to do it right is to do it with platform engineering. I saw a talk where a company moved to platform engineering and they had one team and everything sped up. If we don't do platform engineering, we're doing it wrong. It's not a problem to listen to anecdotes, use those as points, consider them and understand. The problem is you can't draw a conclusion based on that one company, and there's so much you don't know from a 20-minute conference talk. So in the face of a hasty generalization, what do? Generally, it's just about probing, trying to understand yourself, how much validity is in the example that they've given, is there any research they haven't talked about that they know about, and then understand whether you're in a position where you yourself need to do more research, or you need to ask them to do more research. The next fallacy is the slippery slope fallacy. And this fallacy goes, if I have A and then B, and B gets C, well, C obviously is going to get us all the way to Z. There's just an inevitability. We all know this. This is definitely what's going to happen. It's taking a small idea. I'm arguing for something simple, and the person who doesn't want that idea is saying, your simple idea is necessarily going to become something much bigger than you're saying, and that thing is going to be horrible. So slippery slope is really just changing the conversation, making the bounds of the question completely different than what you started with. So back to the bike example, another fallacy that cropped up is that after working through the dangers of riding a bike through London with my children, my husband was like, okay, right, so you're commuting to work on your bike, and that's going okay. And you think you're going to start dropping Shefali off at nursery in the mornings, and that's okay too. But like, next you're going to be taking both of them to nursery and to school, and then they're going to hate the bus, and they're not going to take it at all. And then they're going to refuse to take the tube. And then what about when you go to conferences for 4 days, and I have to get them out of the house, and I'm not going to ride a bike? You've now forced my hand into riding a bike through London, which is not something I want to do. And I was like, oh God, have I done that? I have not done that. No, that's not what I did. I had to step back and say, wait, that's That's not what, can we come back to point A, because that's where I was. Slippery slope is pretty easy to fall into, especially out of fear. So my husband was worried that he was going to lose the whole identity of our family if I start riding my bike. In a professional setting for platform engineering teams at companies, you can think of this sort of as the opposite of our last scenario, where you have an organization that has decided to do platform engineering, but the application teams are wary. And the first thing they decide to do as a platform team is say, look, we really have to rein in our AWS usage. We love how you all have gotten comfortable with making lots of instances, and we're just trying to get a handle on things. So for now, we're going to keep your access apart from creating things. We just want you to use Jira to create your new instances. That's it. Right? The slippery slope would be somebody fighting that by saying, oh, we're going to have to use Jira to create instances. It's going to be no time before we're not allowed access to those instances at all. Problems in production, we're going to have no idea because we're not even going to be expert enough to manage it. Next thing you know, we're not going to have access to anything. We're going to be writing code, giving it to them, and then we're going to be right back where we started. We really should not have platform engineering at this company. So you can see how you completely change the conversation by drawing a conclusion that's far more dramatic than let's just use Jira for one task as a first step. In the face of slippery slope, how do you reel back the conversation? How do you keep the focus on the thing you're actually trying to decide about? Well, you first need to understand, why are they drawing these conclusions? Where does that come from? But then consider whether there's any evidence that the slippery slope is valid. There are situations where there's truth, research, reports. But then, if not, keep the focus on what you're proposing and not that bigger picture. And especially in a professional context, if you do have appetite for experimentation and you do feel like you're facing a slippery slope, frame it as an experiment. So rather than decreeing that platform engineering as its first exercise is going to implement Jira for any new service creation, you say, we're running an experiment, we want to see if this works, we're going to run it for a month, we want buy-in, we want people to participate with us to see what success looks like, we'll check in with you, we'll create a Slack channel, and we can undo it if it doesn't work. You then diffuse the anxiety of that bigger picture problem, and you create the conversation more focused on the first step. And now I'll pass it over to Derek to go through some more.
Thank you. Cool. So the next fallacy that we're going to look at is the strawman fallacy. So I guess you all know a strawman. It's there to deviate attention, right? You have birds, you have your crops. You want the birds to believe there is a human there, and they're not going to eat your crops. So that's basically it. Like, he's distorting someone's argument or misrepresenting it somehow. So you can shift the conversation in something that is simpler and is easier to refuse and debate, right? My examples are a little bit more politically charged than Winna's. I apologize. But let's assume, or let's hypothesize that we are having a conversation about gun control, right? Someone comes over and say, well, I believe we should have stronger background checks and close a few loopholes for selling people guns. And then someone comes along and say, what? Are you saying we should disarm all law-abiding citizens? So you want people to be defenseless, so the crime will rise, murders will rise, think we're going to live in a lawless country. Is that what you want? So you can see how we went from the strawman straight into the slippery slope and made that seem awful. So you're kind of like pulling people into an argument that is much easier to defute or to defend, depending on what side you're on, by making it the extreme. In engineering conversations, and this is 100% me, one way that this shows up is by simplification. So you're having this meeting, it's 2 hours in, people are debating how they should provide Postgres as a service. You're there, you're bored, it's like an hour and a half in Zoom, Friday afternoon. You're like, you can just use the Postgres operator. So just give the operator. We give them the operator, they create a YAML file, they apply, they'll get the Postgres. It's simple. It's very simple. That's me. So if you're saying words like, this is simple, this is very simple, why are you also overcomplicating it so much? You are probably trying to move the conversation in something that is simpler, is easier to defend, is easier to reason about. Another way is by focusing on particularities. So you want to build a platform? Let's use Kubernetes. It's extensible, great community, great conferences around the world, a lot of people know. Why not? It's like, it's simple, right? Let's just use Kubernetes. This way, you are pulling people again, highlighting, hyper-focusing on the benefits of a particular tool, but you're not actually having a debate around what are the drawbacks. Have you ever seen a Kubernetes deployment in the world? Like, how does this actually work? What are you going to do about it? And finally, another way that this can also happen is false dichotomies, right? I think Wayne was mentioning an example about platform engineering teams. You can say, well, you can come out of this conference saying, we either have a platform team or we're going to continue to live in the dark ages. That's it. We either do it or we're doomed to fail. There is nothing in between. And now you are in this either-or situation where, like, which side do you on? Like, it's very hard to defend, yes, let's continue to live in the dark ages. And what should you do instead? So the first is seek clarification. It's like, what is this world that this person is painting? Trying to understand their arguments. Like, what was the causation that made them believe or shift their argumentation towards the strawman? You should also point out the misrepresentation. Usually, when someone puts a strawman, your immediate reaction is like, that's not actually what I said. It's because it isn't, right? Like, your argument is something different. So you should clarify your position and make sure that you are back into debating the benefits or the drawbacks of your original argumentation. The next fallacy we're going to talk about is the appeal to consequences fallacy. And that's a pretty good one, and it happens also a lot, which is, well, if P, then Q. Q is something I want, so P is true. Like, what that is saying is, a belief is true or false based purely on my desire of the consequences, if P is true. So I want to live in a world where Q is true, therefore P, the premise, is also true. This came along in a conversation that I had with a colleague that works with us. It may seem that all we talk about is modes of transportation. It is a lot about what I talk about. And we're talking about cars. And he is like, we are definitely going to have self-driving cars in the near future. 1 or 2 years, tops. Because I just hate driving. So it's like, you hate driving, therefore, it's an absolute truth that self-driving cars are evident. That's not quite how it works. Just the fact that you want it doesn't make it true. And I do that a lot in engineering teams. So you can imagine you have a queue of users on your platform wanting features, and you're there like, what do my users really want? How are they configuring their services? How they're requesting the things? What are blocking them in getting access to the tools that they need? You know what? Let's focus this iteration to build telemetry. We're going to build like dial back, a lot of features. Let's spend 2 months building it, and then we'll know. We'll have the data to support what we need. And that's you just flying along while all of your users are waiting for whatever they need. Another way that this shows up is by what I'm calling here cost-based design. You're like, we want to save costs. We want to live in a world where our team is very cheap to run, doesn't spend a lot of money, doesn't spend a lot of time. You're thinking about how can my users interact with my platform, right? Well, we are all back-end sort of engineers. We know Bash. Let's build a CLI. This needs to be true. We need to build a CLI because that's the only way that we can save costs. But that may not be necessarily what your users want. So you may saving costs in the short run, but not necessarily in the long run. And then finally, a favorite, which is the build and they will come. Like, people want to live in a world where they have access to all the services that they need on demand, easy peasy. So let's just build the platform. They will obviously come. Like, there's no way that they're not going to use our products if we just build it. Let's just ship it. It's simple. The first thing you should do when you believe that this is happening is double check. Because it is a valid argumentation method to say, I believe that our teams are being blocked because they don't have access to the services that they need. If we provide a way for them to get access on demand, let's say by providing a platform on top of Kubernetes, they may have access to the services that they need, and then they may, move faster. That's a valid argumentation. You're not saying that they will only move faster if you build the platform, but you're saying if we have a platform, there is an eventuality that maybe they will move faster. So that's a valid way of argumenting. But if you do believe that someone is presuming the consequence, assuming the truth of the premise by assuming the truth of the consequence, then you may ask for evidence. What evidence do you have that a CLI will actually going to save us any money or going to make it any cheaper? And also consider counterexamples. So you want it to be cheaper? Yes, building telemetry is a great way to get user data, but can you just talk to people a little bit? Can you just sit down in a room and like ask them what they need? Maybe that's cheaper, right? That's the same consequence. We are saving money, but with a different premise. So other things may be true that will cause that particular consequence. There are many more. We only have 30 minutes, so let's just spit out through some. I'm just going to throw them in your way. The argument from ignorance is a very simple one. I don't really know, therefore, there's nothing I can do. Like, prove me that Bigfoot doesn't exist. You can't, so it must exist. It must be true. There is the ad hominem fallacy, which is the personal attack. It's like, you are an idiot, therefore, everything you say is false. So that is not that recommended for working environments, but it seems that the way that politics work a lot of the time. We have the false equivalence fallacy. So it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck. It's definitely a duck. You probably heard this before. Fun fact is, they say that the origin of this particular saying is based on a French automaton maker that made a mechanical duck. So it wasn't actually a duck. Nonetheless, there is the appeal to bandwagon. Everybody's doing AI. When are you going to do AI, right? Like, it has to happen. Millions of people believe that the Earth was flat and that the sun spin around the Earth. Did not make it true. I hope that everyone believes now that the Earth is a sphere that spins around the sun. That also doesn't make it true, but we have the evidence, the scientific data to prove that out. And I think an important one to keep in mind after we leave this talk, there is the fallacy, which is like, hey, that's a fallacy, hasty generalization, you are wrong, I'm right. That also doesn't make it true. I was just going to pass back to Ina for, sorry, not quite yet. So there are many more. So if you go to the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, there is like a partial list containing 231 fallacies. Aristotle in like a book ages ago listed 13, and then people got fascinated about it, and they found a few more. And we're now going to go to one last one.
Great. So the final one we wanted to cover is the argument from authority fallacy. This is where you say a thing is true because the person or the source who said it is really trustworthy. Right? This is how marketing works. You buy a thing because this person that you trust said it's good. Right? Fundamentally, it's based on the idea that people can't be wrong, which we fundamentally know is wrong. So with that, we will pull back a slide from earlier and say we've stood up here from a position of authority about platform engineering, but we want to remind you that we don't know everything. We're wrong about a lot of stuff. And we urge you all to learn more. The inspiration for the talk was a podcast that Derek discovered called Philosophize This, and they have 2 back-to-back episodes which are quite a fun listen. So please do, if you have time, take a listen. And then, as Derek mentioned, there's an internet encyclopedia of philosophy. So have fun, and thanks very much.
Oh, me. Oh, sure. Okay, questions either on the slide though, or maybe somebody can raise their hand. Maybe you're not shy. Questions? Did I hear yeah? No, I didn't. No? Okay, then everything was super clear, apparently. So thank you, Ina and Derek, again. Exactly, that's the only conclusion we can make right now. Everything was crystal clear.
Yes, perfect.
Fantastic. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Cool. Sorry, I forgot to check. You want to introduce the next speaker?
Where's the other mic? Oh, thank you. Take your time and get set up. You will meet her?
Yeah, I didn't look. Sorry.
That's okay. You want to use a clicker?
No, I don't.
I'll just introduce you and I'll... Okay. Yeah, you can... Yeah, just make sure. You can see it on the screen there? That's where it's... All right, then we have the very last speaker of today, but nevertheless, equally important as all the rest, of course. So, I have the honor to introduce Monica to all of you. Monica is an SRE at Cloudflare, and next to that, she has the same busy job that I have outside of work, which is taking care of toddlers. So, let's see if she found a way to get the Prometheus instrumentation working for toddlers, but I don't know. Anyway, give it up for Monica, please, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are having great time at DevOps Days. There have been a lot of great talks, and I believe there was an open space related to burnout and mental health. So my talk is along the same lines, but from the technical perspective. I hope, I know this is the last talk of the conference, so I'll try to keep it short. And without further ado, let's get started. My name is Monica, and I work as Systems Reliability Engineer at Cloudflare and in Observability team. Observability is to provide visibility into the technology stack by collecting and analyzing wider range of data. In this talk, I'm going to talk about alert observability. This will look familiar to a lot of you. Yeah, this is fine. This is how a typical day for a lot of on-calls look like. On-calls receive a lot of alerts. Receiving too many alerts can lead to alert fatigue. Alert fatigue is essentially exhaustion caused by responding to unprioritized and unactionable alerts. Talking about on-call, I am on-call 24/7, 365 days a year, being a mom to a toddler. And talk to me about toddler alert fatigue. I can talk about all day long. It's 2 a.m. at night. Your kid wakes you up. Hey, wake up. I'm hungry. I generally suggest kid to drink some water and go back to sleep, just to make sure he's really hungry and not dreaming that he's hungry. Well, similarly, in the case of alerts, we want to make sure that the alerts are accurate and not false positive. Receiving false positive alerts can desensitize on-call person. There have been several studies conducted to investigate health impacts of on-call work or similar work schedules such as night shifts or rotating shifts. These studies are especially common in relation to fields like healthcare, where on-call schedules are prevalent. Here are some of the general findings. Being on-call can lead to irregular sleep patterns, potentially leading to sleep deprivation. Irregular work hours, such as those associated with being on-call, have been linked to an increased physical health risk. Being on-call can also impact social life and leisure activities, leading to decreased life satisfaction and increased psychological distress. The unpredictability and intensity of on-call work can lead to chronic stress, which can in turn contribute to burnout, depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues. So let us look at how alert analytics can help us reduce the burnout. Alert analytics is essentially reviewing the alerts periodically and giving feedback to the system to improve the quality of alerts. Have you ever wondered how many alerts your team is receiving? Which component or service is receiving most alerts? Or which is most noisy alert? Which medium is receiving most number of alerts? Is it chat, PagerDuty, or some ticketing tool like Jira? At what time the on-call was very noisy? And most importantly, how many alerts do not have it set up properly and are missing important things like priority, dashboard, runbook, or also called as alert references. A very few companies or teams do alert analysis. This is basic information which every on-call or the manager should have access to. Who would this be useful for? An on-call person who would be able to see which all alerts fired during their shift so that they can easily draft handover notes and not miss anything important. Managers to generate report out of these alerts to see the improvement over a period of time. Managers to understand how teams on-call is, if the on-call person is vulnerable to a burnout. Would also be useful for writing incident reports and see at what time the incident started or whether the alerts fired during an incident. So let's first understand the alerting stack and how to get this visibility using open source tools. At Cloudflare, we use Prometheus heavily. We have point of presence in more than 285 number of cities, and each point of presence have their own Prometheus. We have over 1,000 Prometheus servers. All these Prometheus send alert to Central Alert Manager, and we have various integrations to route the alerts. We also route all the alerts to a data store for alert analysis. So this is life cycle of an alert within Prometheus. Prometheus collects metrics from configured targets at given interval. It evaluates the rule expression, displays the result, and can trigger alert when the alerting conditions are met. For example, when we configure to alert for disk usage more than 80%, it will initially be in inactive state. While it is evaluating whether the disk is full, it will be in pending state. And once the evaluation is done and the alerting conditions have met, it will be in the firing state. Once an alert goes in firing state, it will be sent to Alert Manager. Let's look at the core concepts of Alert Manager. When a firing alert is sent to Alert Manager, depending on Alert Manager config for the alert, it can inhibit the alert. So inhibition is something basically, inhibiting warning alerts with the critical alerts. For example, if a server is down, it doesn't make sense to alert for all the services which are down in that server, like Docker daemon down or Prometheus node exporter down when the server itself is down. So ideally there should be just one alert, server down, and all the alerts related to that instance should be inhibited. This can be done by Alert Manager config. Alert Manager can group alerts. If network partition occurs in a distributed system cluster, then instead of getting alert from all the instances in that cluster, Alert Manager can group the alerts based on group by conditions and send just one grouped alert. This way, the alerts are concise and keep the alert noise level low. Alert Manager also provides a way to silence an alert during the maintenance or while the alerts are being worked on. And it routes the alerts to correct receiver integrations such as chat, PagerDuty, or ticketing tools like Jira or Zendesk. Alert Manager, when configured properly, can mitigate a lot of alert noise. But that is not the case all the time. Not all alerts are configured optimally. Now we will take a look at how to analyze if the alert needs tuning. The alert in Alert Manager can be in either of 4 states. It can be in firing state, or inhibited, or silenced, or resolved. Alert Manager sends notification for firing and resolved alert events via webhook integration. But Alert Manager doesn't provide notification for silences and inhibition via webhook integration. So the alert reporting we were doing so far were kind of incomplete. However, Alert Manager API does provide capability to query. So webhook will give us firing and resolved alerts, and Alert Manager API would give us active and suppressed or silenced alerts. So now the challenge was to merge the data coming from 2 different sources and in different formats. So correlating the alert is done using fingerprint, which is provided by Alert Manager Response. Fingerprint is a unique hash for the alert. It is basically hash of alerts label set. Alert Manager API also provides us fields which are highlighted in green, such as silenced by and inhibited by IDs, which is great. This would help us look up the silence details and inhibition details. So we decided to collect all of the Alert Manager states data using vector.dev instance and store it in a data store. Vector.dev by Datadog is an open source high performance observability data pipeline. It is written in Rust and is vendor agnostic. Vector supports a huge range of source to read data from and lot of sinks to write data to. It also provides mechanism to transform the data, like structure, change the format, or sampling, aggregation. So in short, we use vector.dev to collect data from source, transform the data, and write it in a data store. So here we decided to use vector instance, one HTTP server for receiving the Alert Manager webhook notification. We decided to use vector instance HTTP client for querying Alert Manager API, alerts endpoint, and silences endpoints. And we are writing in ClickHouse data store using sinks. We have decided to use ClickHouse for storing all this data, but any other database can be used. The reason we're using ClickHouse is because a lot of data munging is possible in ClickHouse, like aggregating data while inserting using materialized views, or by replacing merge tree table engine, we can reduce the duplicate data. Also, ClickHouse supports join statements, which would be very useful because we are writing data in two tables, alerts and silences, and we would want to do the analytics based on these two tables. So we created, if we were to create individual columns for all the alert labels, the number of columns would grow exponentially, and with the addition of new alerts and unique labels. So we decided to create columns for a few selected labels which are important, like alert priority, instance, alert reference, dashboard, alert names, etc. And write all other labels as map of string, because we wanted to keep all the labels in the data store with minimal resource usage and provide an option for users to be able to query specific label or filter out based on a specific label. For instance, this labels map component is equal to ClickHouse. So we can either filter out or select these visualization based on these filtering. The downside of using map of string is that lookup for map is comparatively slower than string column lookup. We built multiple dashboards on top of this data, like alert name overview to drill down on a specific alert, at what time it fired, or how the pattern has been over a period of so many days. Alerts overview to get insight of all the alerts Alert Manager is receiving. Then alert overview by receiver. This is similar, but for a specific team or a receiver. Silences overview, to see the silences stats, the number of active versus expired silences, how long the silences have been active, and the longest duration for a silence. Then a few other dashboards, alert state timeline, and Jira alerts overview. There were a couple of interesting finds. We found a few alerts which were firing and did not have notify labels set, which means the alerts were firing but were not being sent anywhere, creating unnecessarily load on Alert Manager. We also found a few components generating a lot of alerts, and when we dug up, it was for a cluster which was decommissioned, but the alerts were not removed. So these alerts were getting black holed, again creating unnecessary load on the Alert Manager. So these dashboards gave us great visibility and cleanup opportunity. So this is how an overview of alerts look like. It would show how many percentage of alerts are in firing or suppressed or resolved state, or which region is generating most number of alerts, or the alert pattern over period of time. We route alerts to teams, or a team can have multiple services or components. For example, alerts when it's being sent to observability team, who also owns multiple components like logging, metrics, traces, and errors. So this panel would give us alerting component count over time. This would be very helpful in identifying component which is noisy in a very quick glance. A good alert or properly configured alert should have clear information such as alert name, summary, priority, alert reference, and dashboard for it to be actionable by an on-call engineer and not get overwhelmed. We created some panels in the dashboard to list the alert names which did not have these important labels. When we silence alerts in Alert Manager, we can only provide matcher. The matcher could be anything. It could be exact match or regex. It could be alert name or any other label. The silence matcher doesn't translate to alert name or alert count. With this analysis, we can see which all alerts got silenced and with which silence ID by doing join queries on the two tables. We created this swim lane view using Grafana's state timeline panel for the receiver. This would give an idea about how busy the on-call was and at what point of time. Red here means alert started firing, yellow means the alert is active, and green means it has been resolved. So here we can visually see when an alert started firing and how long it was in active state and when it got resolved. It also helps in identifying the flapping alerts, as highlighted here. Flapping occurs when alert changes state too frequently. As shown here, it was in firing state, then resolved, firing, resolved. So it overwhelms an on-call because there's not much action to do. At the time you're about to do the work or you start to do the work, it gets resolved. It could be because of the alert which is not configured properly and needs tweaking, like adjusting threshold or increasing the for clause period in Prometheus. The for clause Prometheus is to wait for certain duration to make sure the alert is still continuing to fire, and only after that duration to set it as firing. This helps in reducing the flapping alert. This is another swim lane view with more number of alerts firing. So the rows here would be the alert which is firing and the columns would be the time. So here we can see at what point it was too many alerts were firing, and it's easy to identify. So the key takeaways for this talk are: make use of Alert Manager features like inhibition, inhibit warning alerts by critical alerts, use grouping. By default, all alerts are grouped by a route. So a group by field can be used specified to logically group alerts. Make sure the alerts are actionable and have all the important labels like dashboard and alert references. Make use of annotations in Grafana to correlate alert volume with incidents and releases. Last but not the least, do alert analysis periodically and give feedback to the system to improve the quality of alerts. So this is QR code for the link to AM2CH repo. It has a basic demo for alert analytics. Running Docker Compose up here would spawn up a few containers like Prometheus, Alert Manager, Vector, ClickHouse, and Grafana. And Vector would query Alert Manager API and write the data in ClickHouse. And Grafana dashboard has a demo dashboard, which would give few panels to give a brief idea about alerts overview. And with that, I would be ready to take questions.
Let's see. Slido, if there are any questions coming in. Else, anyone is also free to ask questions. I do know it's late in the day, so not a lot of energy anymore. I don't see anything on Slido either, so I think we just give another big round of applause for Monica. Thanks a lot.
I would like to say thank you for the beautiful illustrations. Thank you so much. Good job. I have one more thing. My colleagues here. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I will announce that part for you. Thank you.
So much.
Okay, that means that we are quite ahead of schedule, actually. So to give everyone who are still in open spaces a chance to be here for the raffle as well. I'll ask you all to leave. Well, you can stay here, don't worry. But we're essentially going to do the closing and the raffle part at 4:45. So there's still quite some time left before you have to be here. So feel free to do whatever you want right now.
Get your stamps.
Get your stamps. Yeah, well, no, that's too late. See you in a bit.
Sorry, I was in the way.
Sorry?
Sorry, I was in the way that it's going to be due.
It wasn't just a little fire.
Apparently, we are on fire today.
We are on fire. I mean, this is what
But welcome back to the live stream.
regular Friday.
So I'm Joep, this is Floor. We're starting to wrap up, and we're almost done with DevOps Days online here in Amsterdam. We wanted to give you a few closing notes maybe a little review of what happened today and what we enjoyed most. So what was your top tip today? What did you see?
My highlights of today, yeah, so while in the big room right now, they're doing the whole raffle thing. The highlight of today or of the whole event, because it's kind of like...
Your pick.
Yeah, because when we closed out yesterday, right, like we didn't have the social event yet, so we didn't have the barbecue yet, we didn't have the bingo and karaoke yet. I think actually like bingo was definitely one of my highlights, just seeing so many people gather in the main room, which was actually like specifically sort of like rebuilt for the bingo. And seeing all of those faces, and they were getting so competitive over a game that you can't strategize for. It's like pure luck. But I thought that was just really, really wonderful. It was just like a fun thing to do with the audience here. And then I really enjoyed the interviews that we did. I'm so glad we tried out this format, because you get to talk to the speakers when they're not, surrounded by a bunch of people that want to ask them questions or want to ask them about their session. And it's just, like having that sort of one-on-one connection was just wonderful to have throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, the same for me, like having conversations with all of these different people for, on all of the different topics that they spoke on. We talked about psychological safety. We talked about home labs. We talked a little about Kubernetes and cloud, and we talked about, in such a broad spectrum, we covered so many different things, and I think that is the highlight for me. So I won't be picking out one interview, although a couple were awesome to do. But I think just having that breadth of all of the different topics was definitely the highlight for me personally. And I do got to say that the pens yesterday at Bingo were. I took care of that.
You took care of the pens. Yes, that's absolutely true. You did a marvelous job with that.
I did.
We should definitely cover that in the retro of when we're coming together with the organizing team again. No, absolutely. I think one thing that I really loved about some of the interviews is that some of the people came in like, oh, well, I have a very non-traditional background. Like I didn't come to IT. Like I didn't study computer science or anything like that, and it's funny because you had people repeat that over and over again, right? Like there are so many people that are in technology today that that's not what they set out to be when they were studying something or having their first jobs. And I really enjoyed that because it gives you so much perspective of all of the skills and the experiences that we bring from previous years, previous jobs, previous lives, really. And so, yes, those conversations have been really, really rich, and I had a wonderful time.
Absolutely.
So while it's over for us here in Amsterdam, we're wrapping up, and then, there's the cleanup, and we'll do a little bit of talking, but then we'll all go home, right?
We will.
But there's another event coming up.
Very, very soonish.
Very soonish. So another Devops Days in the Netherlands.
Yep.
We did a first one last year. We're doing one again this year in Eindhoven. And the CFP is open. Do you want to do a shout out to the people?
Yeah. Let's go. So Devops Days Eindhoven, October 11 and 12 is happening again. So the CFP is open. Registration has also opened. So get one of those early bird tickets. There's only a couple left. Naturally, if you want to be part of the event as a sponsor, that's always an option. We'd love to have you, so reach out. So we're looking forward. We're going to take, maybe a few days, maybe a week, and then we'll start prepping for Devops Days Eindhoven.
Yeah.
So we hope to see you all there, either virtually or in person. And if not, next year is around the corner.
That's, yes. And also the CFP closes on the 31st of July.
Correct.
So you'll have a little bit of time still to get those submissions in, and we'd love to hear from you.
Absolutely.
So please do that. And then I think it's time for us to actually really wrap up here.
It is.
I hope that people enjoyed it. If you've enjoyed us doing this stream, then please let us know. That's always fun to hear.
So like and subscribe. No, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing.
Do you have a TikTok?
We have the talks.
Yeah, we have the talks.
We have the talks somewhere.
Exactly. Wonderful. So yeah, please let us know. We'll be releasing all of these interviews that we've done, plus all of the bonus material, because there is some.
There may be bloopers.
Shortly. Bloopers. There were certainly some bloopers, but we'll be releasing that really soon. So there's more to come that we did in this little studio.
Yep.
But for now, thank you so much for joining us, and see you soon.